What up, yo? It is time once again for some Auburn football. I am Jay Tate, as it says right. Hold on, almost got it. There we go. As it says right there, I am the publisher/Commodore at auburnsports.com, and it is great to have you here today. I am looking forward to this as a sports writer of many years now, an Auburn writer for 26 or 27. I don't really get up for games that often, but I'm kind of up for this one because for a few reasons. First of all, I don't like Jimbo Fisher very much, and I think a 20-point loss right here might put him out. But I also think this Auburn team's got untapped potential more than most teams. And I also trust Hugh Freeze to be the best coach on the field. That is my opinion. Cleveland, hold on. We got some super chats that came through earlier. Crocky Poo, one of our all-time favorites at the bunker for sure, and a purveyor of quality information, says, Ward Amigo, let's fire Jimbo. That's what I'm talking about right there, brother. Oh, I got to turn it up so you can hear the applause. There it is. Crocky Poo, we are on the same exact page on that one, my guy. Cleveland Brown reminding me to Falk Jimbozo and stay hydrated. I'm already drinking my BioLite, which is a great thing to drink before and during days of alcohol, which I'm going to be having plenty of that today. We're going to be drinking this Barrel Armida, which is kind of an unusual bourbon. It's like finished in pear. You kind of taste pear in it. But it sounds bad, but it actually drinks great. So I'm going to be drinking that, and I also like the orange colors on that too. Pocket Watch in the house as well, giving a wiggle. We love Pocket Watch. What a legend that guy is. Thank you for being part of the show. As is customary for you, you're always very supportive of what we do here. Feel like a stranger, another one of our legends. This is word up, everybody say. LFG, much love, Drainers, Swoogans, and Tates, especially Mama Tate. Time to ride on Jimbo and those weirdos. Hey now, I would say that.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
What about Texas A&M people? There's good Texas A&M people. There's also some weird ones. I did see Mama Tate yesterday afternoon. She's doing okay. She's being defiant, as is customary for my mom. Let's move over to our main page here, where we are going to nestle in and watch today's events unfold. I am hopeful. We got some new tools here for my super chats. We got a new version of the software here. And now I have control of the avatar. I can make it large. I can make it smaller, whatever. Kind of like that size right there. One thing I don't have today, or will not have, is supervision. My wife went down to Parents Weekend at South Alabama. We also have a bunker watch party going on in Orange Beach at Chip's place, where we had our shindig in the spring. And I really wish I could be there, but I just didn't feel comfortable doing a game from anywhere but right here at headquarters. So, oh my goodness. Look at this. First of all, T Park jumps in. We love T Park. Says LFG JGT. Appreciate you, bro. T Park's been, man, you've been draining your ass off this season, and I appreciate you, bro. And then we get a big one from CDF coming in from a little ways off these days. He says, my UT homies call them the faggies. War damn. Hey, that's an outdated concept. Wait a minute. We just don't. Whatever. They're the Aggies. They're the agricultural people. Sheesh. Anyway, CDF is from a long way away. I don't want to say where. I'm not trying to give you away in case you're in witness protection. But, thank you, bro. I appreciate you. I'll give you an applause for that for sure. That is very good and never any shit on that. Thank you. Stu Pup jumps in. He has super chatted us every single show we've ever done, going back years, possibly decades. Great day to smash the like button, drain our brains, stay hydrated, and beat the Aggies. That's what I'm talking about right there. I think we would all love to see the Auburn Tigers pull this one out. So the questions we've got for this game, right? First of all, my biggest question is Peyton Thorne. Can he be trusted to be consistent for an entire game? I thought he was pretty good last week. I'm not sure that playing at that level that he played last week would be good enough to beat Texas A&M at A&M. So I think he needs to take it another step forward, and he can do that. Also, of paramount concern is going to be defensive backfield. Keontae Scott is going to be out for a period of time. It's probably going to be the season. And so that forces some changes back there. I thought they would just slide DK into nickel and be Gucci, but they're getting Nehemiah back. I think Hugh and Ron Roberts are tempted to move J.D. Rim to play that star/nickel position, so we could see him there as well. He repped there during the week. I'll be curious to see how they staff it out. They do have guys. The good news is that they have guys, particularly with Nehemiah coming back and then DK being back for this game. He missed the last game. You're adding some really good, experienced players right there. So I think they can make up for that, the loss of Keontae, but it's going to hurt because he's a major spark plug for this team on and off the field. Also, Mr. M says, JG draining from Boston while on vacay. I did see the pics, my guy. So I hope you're having a good time out there. I haven't been to Boston in a minute. I think it was 20 years ago. But it was fun. I mean, it's a good college town. Remember in Spinal Tap, they're like, nah, don't worry about our gigs canceled in Boston. It's not a good college town. And Super Chats again that says, oh, Lord, unsupervised Commodore equals 3 a.m. beaches. I got nothing. It's just me flying solo, yo. Denton's mom and dad are at the Alabama game, so they agreed to check on me if I needed it when they got back. But you would hope that maybe at 8 o'clock I probably will be fine by that point, right? Armida, what are y'all drinking today? I want to have the ability to change to something harder if things don't go the way that I hope that they go. Old Hickory Tiger, who has been a revelation this season as a caller, a post-game caller. Love having him on the line. It's this huge game today. Let's roll JGT. Let's get it done, OHT. So glad to see your on-air revival this year. Very, very important part of the quarantine shows that we did back in the day. Bill says, who's at the games at Stoltzy today? It is Henry. You may know him as Henry Patton or just Henry. He's at the game for us today. Stoltzy's traveled out, so we're going to make him stay home for a little bit. It's good for him to stay home. Cleveland Brown says, isn't Maverick around to co-stream? Maverick! That's my pug, Mavi. No, I don't think he'd be great on the stream. He's a little hyper. Let's see. J.R. Harris says vodka and natties, Jay. That's what I'm drinking. Holy crap.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
Wow, natties. How about that? Stu Pup with his priorities in order says, I have a U10 soccer game to coach at 7 o'clock, so I can't drink anything today. That's tough, man. Can you gummy it maybe? Nah, well, if you do a half dose of a gummy, you might be good by about 6. I mean, just regular people tell me that. I read it on the internet. What an incredible week for everybody involved. I had a big breakthrough myself yesterday. You guys know I've been dealing with a femoral nerve impingement in my hip, which my physician was keen to let me just kind of wait this thing out, which is fine. And then yesterday, for reasons that I don't understand, I was able to walk further than 20 yards. I walked all the way around the mall because I was near the mall when it started feeling better. It was unbelievable, guys. After a month of not being able to walk more than about 20 yards, to be able to go around the block and around the mall was amazing. And yes, I am a 51-year-old man walking through the mall. Don't judge me. Let's see. Sam H., he's got Elijah Craig on deck, but I don't know what you're actually drinking. Oh, you're out there in the Pacific time zone, too. CDF is past you, bro. He's even further out there. Terrence says, is Coffin playing today? The plan is for him to go. It is going to be up to him as to whether he has been cleared. If he feels like he's good to go, then he's good to go. Does that make sense? He's been he's suited up. He's ready to go. And so is Nehemiah. So that helps things in the back to kind of absorb that loss of Keontae. Oh, no, Mang says vodka and natties. What? Exactly. I don't think we want to do that. Man, this widget tends to lock up on me. I don't know what the deal is with that. Man, I'm getting kind of excited. I just want to see this game, man. I've been waiting all week to see this bad boy. I know you guys have too. There was a time when you kind of worried about going to A&M, but then you had Auburn's had some big wins there in the last 10 years. Anyway, Gus had a big one in 2013. Had one, 2 years ago? Been some other stinkers, man. JR says, you told me I can drink, Jay. Sorry. No, do not be sorry, bro. You're doing good. You're starting early. You can't drink all day if you don't start in the morning. That's what Dragon McCain says. There he is. Ravin says, what up, JG? Coming to you live from the Chip Chip Coastal Compound. My guy, man, I wish I was there, bro. And also Chris M is in the house at Chip Chip's place. I would consider Chris M alumni of our spring event. Him and Ravin, two absolute studs in the truest sense of the name. I would argue that number 19 is the most pure version of what the bunker's about, honestly. Oh, CJ in the house as well. Number 20. There he is. Crocky Poo says Keontae is downtown at Moe's Barbecue to watch the game. I know he was on social media kind of crusading for a watch party, and then I guess either one already was planned or came together, and I saw you got hooked up with the folks at Moe's. That was pretty cool. Ed D in the house. What's up, bro? I'm expecting you to ask me some good, strong, thoughtful football questions today, so looking forward to that. Love what Ed D brings to our chat. Emilio, my bad. Good news, Feinbaum just picked Texas A&M. Oh, that does it right there. Done deal. Auburn Tigers. Sam H says Coastal Compound sounds like a great strip club outside of Eglin. I guess you could say it's outside of Eglin. Hey now. I'll be Laker with a super chat. I was giving you hell the other day on the bunker, but it's okay. I'm glad we can all get through it. LFG Payton going to score a touchdown. Ward and Brothers. Oh, no, I was getting on you because I thought you needed to harden up yesterday. Because you're like, I'm worried about this game. I don't know. And I was like, dude, sack up. Come on, man. But I know you did. So one of the great things you can do as a human being, in my opinion, is to take a suggestion from somebody you trust about how you can get better and then implement it and be better. And so, to me, I'll be Lakers a success story. Truly. Hey, man. What up, bro? What's considered a non-obscene amount of dry red wine for a game day? A non-obscene amount. Dry red wine. Depends on how this game goes, bro. I would say 2 bottles. You're probably sharing it with a collaborator, so that would be fine, I think. Frank says, JGT, what do you think is the reason Jimbo has been so mid at Texas A&M? First of all, that's a great question. You know, he's not a mid recruiter. He's not a mid gatherer of talent, but he is a mid producer of wins. I personally think it has something to do with just him, who he is. I think he's not the kind of guy that inspires confidence in anyone. Players, coaches, it's pretty obvious that he doesn't get along with a lot of people. I mean, obviously Damian he gets along with, but Damian owes him, and so Damian should be out of coaching. If it wasn't for my guy, Jimbo, he would not be coaching, I don't think, at this point. He might have gotten back by now, but he was definitely out of his element. I don't know what he was thinking. Shane jumps in with a super chat. Shane's an absolute stud. Do you do LSU games too? I sometimes do. It just depends. JR says, man, my kidneys will hurt. Thanks for the super chat, Shane. Man, my kidneys will hurt if Auburn F's off, Jay. I got natties and vodka, bro. All right, I'll be right here with you, bro. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be right here, and my liver will be subjected to the same taunts and trouble as yours, okay? We're going to do this together. Let's see. Greg says, I'm not drunk enough to pick Rutgers to beat Michigan like Pat McAfee. Did he really? I was joking with Courtney earlier about that. They were like, another one of our featured games is Rutgers at Michigan. And I was like, who gives a shit? And then somebody actually picked Rutgers. Wow. I'll be Lakers is so tired of McAfee. He's like a virus. I'm not tired of him, but I can understand where you're coming from on that. It's just a lot. It's a lot to take. But he's actually, instead of just being like a blowhard idiot, like he knows stuff. He's got great relationships with former players and stuff. So to me, he's bringing the substance. He's not just a carnival barker, if you know what I mean. Alpha Tiger in the house. Man, we don't usually see Alpha until after the game, so I'm stoked to have you here, bro. One of the good guys. Met him last year over there in suburban Atlanta. Cass DP, who I have not actually met, but who I still adore. both for his love of horse racing. Also, great choice in wives, even though I haven't met her, but I am familiar with her work. And so, yes, legend all the way around. I'm quasi here today in office. Oh, I got one for that. In office and attempting to drain watch ESPN while here. Fighting Hughes 30, Jimbo's Bimbo's 26. I'm ready to get hurt again. Look at Cass DP. He is booging big time, and I love to see it. You absolutely love to see it. Jeremiah Cobb, people? Or was it? No, it was both. It was Jeremiah Cobb and Hunters. Folks, Robert Griffin, who I like, but I don't like those glasses at all. He does get a little carried away with some of his segues, which I like. I respect. If I was doing that job, which you could kind of argue I'm doing it on a very small scale here, I would definitely get off on tangents myself. Crocky Poo says Rutgers is up. Man, of course. Rutgers is going to win this game, and I'm going to be like the idiot. It's like, this guy doubted Rutgers. Can you believe it? I'm like, shit, bro. It's been a long time since Ray Rice was there. Albie Laker asks, is YouTube TV behind? I can't tell what the most live version of the game is. I am watching it on Spectrum, which is supposed to be live, right? And it looks like they're about to kick off. They're showing Connor Wigman. CDF is not Chris Budden. One of my favorites. CDF is not a fan of RG3. I mean, I just want to give him a little time. I do like that he is interesting. He's not like super standard. And so I think that's good. Also, we got some good games today. I really want to watch that Alabama Ole Miss game. That is a very fascinating game. Like, is Alabama going to fall off, like, for good? You know what I mean? When I say for good, I don't mean, like, forever. I just mean for this season. Or, you know, at that point, like, Lane Kiffin's throwing down the ace card, you know what I mean? Blackjack 21, baby. All right, there he is, McPherson. The biggest little guy you can imagine. They're going with the orange mask today. Some people got fooled into thinking they were wearing orange uniforms. They would never do that on the road because the home team would always want their home colors. GW, you're cracking me up. The Peter Griffin. All right, so kick goes out of bounds. That's where I am anyway. The kick just went out of bounds, and Texas A&M is preparing for its first possession of the game. Frank says, I think this may be the year Kiffin pulls it off. He may have a better roster, particularly on offense. I don't know about defense. Okay, Terrence says, just kicked off for me here. It takes me a minute to get y'all's messages too, so. All right, got some interesting stuff. Nixon's going to start, and so it's him and Eugene, I reckon. Okay, so they start off a nickel. Ooh, that's going to be a lick right there. Zion Puckett with a nice little, excellent cover. I think those face masks really pop, man. I like that. Y'all like that? Yeah, you guys said I'm behind. I mean, I'm literally like, I'm watching cable. God, please let something good happen here. I think you guys are foreshadowing something, and I really want to see something good happen here. Wait, what? They stopped play. Let's see. Stoop Up likes the orange masks over the white. I do too. I think it's pretty sexy. I've got Texas A&M taking a timeout here or something. Already? Second play of the game? Dark Side, what's up, bro? Says good morning. Good morning to you. Glad to have you here, man. For a rare morning drain. Cassidy P says, I think Eugene Asante really pops. It depends on the game. Eugene Asante at Cal was one of the greatest linebacker performances I've seen individually in one game. But then, like, against Sanford last week, he graded, I think, dead last on defense or next to dead last. It looks bad. It looked bad. I think he just gets a little carried away sometimes. He gets ahead of the play. And against some teams, that's a good thing. And against other teams, it can be a bad thing. All right, so I've got 2nd and 8 right now. They're gonna bring Kaufman in there. Kaufman is playing for sure. He's right there on the edge. Oh, we got a penalty. It's just like mushy, man. For Texas A&M, not for Auburn. This does not look like a team that's like ready to play. They're just sticking around. That's good though. I'm not lamenting that. I'm just saying. They have so many good players at Texas A&M. It's crazy. And they don't win shit. Never. And they got this big-ass contract. I love the TP thing. That's for Terry Price, the former Auburn assistant, who was at Texas A&M and passed away this, I guess, late summer. Really, really cool guy. Funny as hell, too. All right, so I would just call that a little zone route in between two zones. It's a pretty easy completion, and then Auburn rallies to the ball quickly. I feel like Auburn's response on pretty much everything, run or pass, has been really good this year. To me, that is what it means to be flying around. And Auburn, as far as that goes, really does fly around. Solo Tigre says he feels unjustifiably optimistic. I love it. Oh, man. Oh, Mo had him. Let's see where they spot that. Mo had a nice play, nice individual play. Beat his block. Tex tackle. Kind of stood him up, and then at the very end kind of wobbled over. He may have fallen forward to get the first down. No, they got the first down. They're right at it. Looks like somebody got hurt. It's Kaufman again. Damn it. He's only played like 3 plays. Looks like he's all right, though. They're going to... Oh, RG3's keys. Great. Yeah, Josh says Kite with a nice hit here. It was a really nice individual play. You don't necessarily see that as often from him. He's more of a tough guy, more of a hold-the-line guy, but he made a great individual play right there. Damon liked that tackle, too. I thought it was just a textbook tackle. Yeah, Ambitious Engineer mentioned that about DK getting hurt again. Yeah, he just kind of gets nicked up a little bit. He's undersized. He is a very tough individual, though, with so tough-minded. All right. We've got JD out there now. Where is he going? He's going to play, looks like dime, I guess. See, that's great response right there on that run by Nixon in that case. That's one of the good things. I mean, Auburn's, I think, getting pretty good linebacker play this season. It's better, certainly, than it was last year, even though the athletes aren't quite as good. Look at the Rutgers. I like that. I like the form on that running, man. He wasn't going to lose that ball, was he? Keeping it high and tight. 2nd and 9 is what I've got. Ooh, another nice lick. Auburn came to hit today. Zion Puckett with that one. Auburn playing like a zone concept there, and that's a zone beater type of like that little slant. Third and 1. Interesting. Auburn's got its backup nose in there. He got pushed off the ball really bad. Auburn being tough at the point of attack right now. That ball got through a little bit, but he was stopped initially. Nick A says we hitting. You're absolutely right about that. Auburn looks really physical on defense right now, which you don't necessarily say all the time. They're generally effective, but they're not always super physical. Still going with Eugene and Nixon at the linebacker spots. Ball was thrown behind him. He probably should have let that go. Although it could have been, he might have thought it was a lateral. Never mind. All right, that's another negative play. Raven says Puckett is hungry, man. He is playing hard today. He's already had 2 major licks. Alpha says get off the damn field. 2nd and 14, you'd feel like you've got about a 75% chance to get off the field here in this series anyway, since they're behind the chain so much. It's a bad missed tackle right there, guys. Son of a gun. God, somebody went low and put their head down. Oh, it was DJ. Kind of an odd choice for a tackle there, right? Like, that wouldn't have been the way. I'd try to stand him up, right? Or just kind of force him to the sideline. I don't know. Play him inside out. Get a little Keldrick Falk in there in the first drive here, number 15. We kind of were clamoring for that the other day because he's been grading out so well. He's been getting about 15 snaps a game. Maybe they're going to add a little bit today. I think he's going to get some snaps that maybe Sings. We haven't seen Sings quite as much as we've seen more Keldrick. You've got Elijah out there now and Keldrick. Oh, Elijah with a play. Nice. I think that's a screw up on their part, though, because he just was unblocked. Oh, they were hoping the misdirection was going to, like, paralyze him, but it didn't. God, if he would have just tipped that ball up a little bit, I think they could have had a pick. But anyway, 3rd and 10 is what I've got on my screen. Auburn in dime right now with Elijah as a stand-up edge. Looks like they're going to go man on this. See, they tricked him to try to make him go left. Nice sack. That's Wooden. They tricked they were trying to trick him into throwing left because they had 2 over 1, and then that safety started creeping, and pre-snap, Wegman thought he could go left. He thought he was going to have numbers over there, and then he realized as he came back, he didn't have numbers over there, and now this is why if I would never play quarterback for Jimbo because he just rides your ass all the time. Randy Bond is a very good kicker. This is a somewhat challenging kick, but not too bad. He'll probably hit this. He's good. Right down the middle. Looks like Daniel Carlson out there. All right. We don't have a sound effect for field goals for the other team, so we'll just roll with it. The Aggies take a 3-0 lead. A little bit of a disappointing drive, honestly, because Auburn had them backed up, behind the chain, so to speak, a couple times on that drive, and they got out of it and got points. So that part's not great, but as Jacob is saying, we is physical JG. That was a very hard-hitting series for the Auburn defense. So Auburn RN says, Auburn RN is, by the way, our newest Swoogan. Auburn RN got the Swoogan glass. I don't know, he may not actually have it at the moment, but was awarded the Swoogan glass for really some very good draining the last few weeks. So congratulations to you, sir. Rona 24 says, missed a few chances to end that drive earlier, but a solid win to hold that to a field goal. Fair enough. I thought it was a long drive and shouldn't have gone that long. They were 2 of 3 on 3rd down, so we'll go ahead and add that. Yeah, SC3 says, let's hope our offense is clicking. Yeah, no joke. I mean, the defense has been good. Auburn's defense has been good this year. The offense has been not as good, maybe. Not as good. Sometimes good. Oh, it's this one right here.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Yeah, it's exactly like that. Auburn RN says, I'll be sipping some bourbon out of it next Saturday for the Georgia game. Well, I mean, that's the game you want it probably. Wouldn't it be awesome if Auburn came out here and just beat the absolute shit out of A&M, and then you could go into that Georgia game feeling something other than just pain and dread? You know what I mean? Like, that would be amazing. To just go into a Georgia game and feel like, hey, we can hang. We can belong on the field and not get our ass handed to us again. I'm just saying you could think that if they could put something together here today that would inspire that kind of confidence, because it's been a while. Let's see. John says, new bunker member, Alamo Tiger grad. Love the drain, JJ. Hey, man, glad to have you on the bunk. It's a ton of fun. It can be a little harsh, but it's fun. But I will say this about the folks there. We do get harsh with each other sometimes, but there's a lot of love. And some of that was shown this week with some stories I heard about some support off the board for some folks that needed a little support, and they got it big time. It happens all the time. There's so much stuff that goes on behind the scenes of the bunker, like good stuff. It would absolutely floor you. And the stuff that Deezer, someday we're going to tell that Deezer story about what he did with his money when he passed away. We'll tell that story someday. And you guys will cry. Not angry, happy, shocking. I have cried about it myself. There he is, Blake D. Always so positive. Says, I love all you beautiful people in here. What a nice guy. This every time, man. Every time. Josh C says, what are you drinking, JJ? So today I'm drinking Barrel Armida. This is, at least in the state of Alabama, very widely available. I think you can get this pretty much everywhere. Costs about $80 maybe, something like that. And this is, I love barrel bourbon. It's always really, really good. But this is finished in pear brandy, rum, and Sicilian Amaro casks. But really it's the pear I taste. Just kind of an interesting flavor. Like definitely one of the fruitiest bourbons. Has a real fruit finish to it. And it take you by surprise a little bit, which I like. Johnson's been watching the drain for years. Finally pulled the trigger. Well, we're glad to have you, bro. Just remember, it can be a little rough. But you'll catch on. Oh, we're going to do some of these fire alarms. I like that. This is going to be a power run, but no backside like hook on that. The right tackle probably should have done something there. I don't. They've got to anticipate that backside pursuit, particularly from somebody like Durner. So that was not great. First play of the game was a negative play. 2nd and 12. I would like to know a little bit more about what the hell that was all about. I want to make sure this is recording. It better be. Well, there's a busted play. All right, we got it. Yeah, Alpha Tiger says that was ugly. This possession is not good right now. You've got... I don't even know what happened in the first play. I don't know if it was a weird call or that right tackle just lost his mind. And then the second play was just a bust. So I've got a 3rd and 11. That was a throw? Like that was intended for somebody? Guys, I got no idea. I'm assuming he was trying to hit the crosser on that, but I mean, he misfired it so badly. Is there any way he was actually trying to hit the crosser on that? Could it have happened? Could he have missed a throw that badly? And he wasn't even pressured that much. CDF, I haven't read this yet, but it's going to make me laugh. Script looks like poo cheese. Yeah, I did not like that first play at all. I feel like your first play should be a play that you absolutely crush every single time. And, well, nice throw right there. Something you should crush every single time, and that they did not crush that one. Well, technically A&M crushed it. This is funny to me. Mang says, cool. Good to see Thorne wigging out early. Great. Number Hugh, like, what was it, 2 weeks ago, was like, okay, maybe I don't need to be so harsh on Peyton, which I don't think most coaches in America would have admitted that publicly. I'm glad he did, though. It makes it fun. Let's see. Stu Pup says Hooks sat when he probably should have kept going. And then Josh thought Hooks was a better option there. Ambitious Engineer said had plenty of time. I agree with that. He wasn't. I mean, he was moved a little bit, but he was not. He was on schedule. I feel like a stranger says time for a simp pick six. It seems like that would be the easiest way to score at this point. God, that throw was horrendous. Jonathan East says Peyton needs to calm down. Clint Mosley ain't walking through that door, fans. Kevin McHale ain't walking through that door. And Robert Parrish is not walking through that door. And if they do, they'll be gray and old. Oh, my God. What an amazing quote that was. Rick Pitino. Larry Bird is not walking through that door, fans. Shane jumps in and says, huge game on the road, and that's your first two plays in your script. Yeah, guys, honestly, man, like if I was not watching Auburn, I was watching some other team like Coastal Carolina or something, and that was their first series, I would say they're screwed. I would say they're not going to win this game. Because to be that disheveled right out of the gate. But then again, defense, I thought they had they defended well on that first drive. They gave up a field goal, but they were playing hard and hitting hard and playing well, really. Let's see. Josh thinks that that drag, the underneath drag, had a chance of getting a first down. So let's see. Hornatius says, I need to remind y'all to follow YouTube's community guidelines while watching the game. Wait, which one are you not following? Auburn RN says, guys, we're just keeping the offense vanilla for the UGA game. Exactly. Patrick P says over under on when Hugh takes over play calling. Guys, they're on the script right now. There's nobody play calling. And AU Love with a very sharp comment says no bueno on that opening drive. Man, you get a, do I have a little bell ring or something? We need a special one for that one. That was really good. No, I don't really. Well, you should have one anyway. That was hilarious. No bueno. For me, that's better than guffaws all around on the Tiger Talk. That'd be no bueno. Sam H says, are these Hugh calls? LOL. These are just scripts, man. All right, let's see. This defense is going to have to get this ball back, preferably in advantageous field position because it doesn't seem like the offense came to play at all today. See how quick Auburn responds so quickly to stuff. And it's definitely a big difference from the defense we saw last year. The second level response times are cut in half. The problem with this defense, and I think it's taken a step backward, probably just from a personnel perspective, but they don't get much pass rush anymore. I mean, when you had Derek and you had Colby Wooden, those guys would definitely give you something. And Eku, before he got hurt, could give you something too. But I think Keldrick's going to be there. We haven't seen the McLeod that we thought they were getting. That was a really nice misdirection. Man, and Nehemiah's getting drug out of the bounds and shit. Jeez. Somebody else hurt now? Oh, what a nice McLeod. McLeod had contain on that, and he got not chop blocked, but cut block, and that's just nice execution by Texas A&M. I think it was their tight end that did that. Yeah, ambitious. You're right, though. I mean, McLeod would be the primary loss on that, but Nehemiah getting blocked all the way down the field is a problem, too. He's got to get off that. Kind of an intermediate drag route right there to Aeneas Smith. And Auburn, again, is on the scene, but whoa. It's going a little too easily right now. P. Beasley says Steiner is a liability. Yeah, I mean, as a third tier choice linebacker, I'm fine with it, I guess. But yeah, I agree with you. Ed D says Blitzman too slow. I almost felt like he slowed down. Oh, my goodness. Vanderbilt with a poor decision in the passing game there. All right, 1st and 15. Auburn going nickel. Auburn jamming. Oh, I like that. That was kind of a cool idea. So I think it was Eugene. Somebody jammed in that duos cluster, jammed the front guy, and then kind of green dogged in and pressured the quarterback. He made a good throw, but it's kind of a cool technique there. Man, they just got hit with another penalty. Texas A&M did. Was that 3 now? That ref looks like Billy Corgan from Smashing Pumpkins. You can't unsee it. Brandon J says, need more dudes. More dogs. Everybody's a cat. I need more dogs. CDF jumping in with another super chat. This guy's been an absolute stud today. Next, hashtag no huddle masterpiece. Booty blasted in Aggie land. We need no huddle back. Hashtag no huddle. Hadn't posted in a while. Hope everything's Gucci there. Sometimes people just move on. They are absorbing, Texas A&M's offensive line is absorbing the twists and stunts really well. Auburn tried one right there on the left side, and the either right guard or center really picked it up well, anticipated it well, and picked it up well. Sunk his hips and absorbed the power, the pressure. That probably wasn't going to be completed anyway, but good coverage by Jalen on that. Adam says, I need A&M to give us 4 more false starts on this possession. Exactamundo. Oh, they're blitzing again. And the blitz affected that throw right there. So that's functional blitzing. I like it. They're definitely blitzing more now than they have. We've seen a bunch already. A DP says Connor Wigman is carving up the defense. I mean, he's good. But Auburn is actually on this drive got pressure on him. And they're taking his throws off schedule, which is a good way to slow him down a little bit. Maybe get a couple licks on him, too, would be good. So they're going for a modest distance field goal, and they hit it. And they are now up 6-0. On a beautiful day for football in Tejas. Let's see. Jonathan T. is somewhat satisfied by that. Says good defensive stop. Brandon J. says give him the big D. I love the cats. Ornacia says we got a drained virgin up in here. Who that? Oh, yeah. It was John from earlier, yeah. Ambitious says, Freeze says this was the strategy. They will move it between the 20s, but we have to hold in the red zone. He did say that. He said force field goals, and that's what they've been doing. So I'm sure he's satisfied. I guess our problem, our meaning y'all and me together, is this offense is just like, and I always, I got to be honest, dude. Like, I used to bag on Gus when his offenses would suck, and I'd be like, he's getting paid because he's a fucking offensive guy. At some point, we got to start wondering, like, yo, shouldn't Hugh be able to put together a competent offense? I mean, it's Hugh Freeze. Like, he's an offensive guy. He's done it a long time in a lot of different places. And I know he's only 1 year in, and I'm giving him space. We all are, but they used to say about QV Lowe, the former Auburn All-American pitcher who ended up being the coach at AUM. I've had so many coaches through the years tell me QV Lowe could just pick up 9 guys at a bus stop, give them a week to teach them, to train them, and they'll be at least decent. Because QV's just got that ability to fucking field a decent team, Why can't Hugh be like that? I mean, I just don't think the offensive line is I think it's solid. I think it's good enough. The problem is not the offensive line, which has been the problem. The problem, honestly, in my opinion, is the wideouts can't get open and the quarterback freaks out too much. I think he just absolutely freaks out. He misses too many reads because he's freaking. It's just one opinion. Cassidy P jumping in again. So he's double fisting this one. He's working and draining. Does anybody else think Razor Ramon, a.k.a. Thorne, is just a little rattled by A&M's milkmen and needed to get that first drive out of his system? I like the optimism. I do like the optimism. Not sure. Not sure if that's the case, but I'll tell you what. In case that is true, yes, we'll do that.
If I come in here look swole and big and strong and tough, y'all gonna give me that award, right?
Let's see. GW says, JGC, I don't know where y'all think he was an offensive genius. The numbers do not support that narrative. They scored a lot of points at Liberty, my guy, and they scored a lot of points at Ole Miss. Now, did he ever win big? I mean, I thought he did a whale of a job at Liberty. I think he was kind of getting there with Ole Miss. He's about where Lane is now, right? I mean, Lane has ascended similarly to the way that Freeze did. I guess you had Matt Ryan to kind of correct it there for Matt Ryan. You know what I'm talking about. The offensive line coach, Matt Luke, to kind of bring him down a little bit. But I better not be talking about Ole Miss too much because I've got people at Rebel Grove that want to kill me. Chandler says, we have no first rounders. How are we supposed to compete? Man, what? What? You ain't got to have first rounders? I mean, you got to have a couple, maybe. Josh C. says defense can't carry the team all year. We've seen this story before, haven't we, Josh? I don't know how old you are, but you can go back a few years, and that was bad. That happened. The most obvious case of that happening was, for me, 1998. But this whole program was in nuclear winter at that point, with Brother and Terry and all that shit going on. But at that point, Auburn had a really good defense, and the offense was ass. But, I mean, and then Tuberville came back in 99, Tuberville and Noel. And, I mean, the offense was decent. It was good enough to beat Georgia's ass, that's for sure. I think they went 5-6 in 99, but the offense made a lot more sense. And then in 2000, they got Rudy, and it got a lot better. Although it was kind of grindy, wasn't it? It was effective, but it was grindy. Josh says, I'm 32. All right, word. You probably don't remember those then. I don't want to bring up 98 because there was a lot more going on in 98 than just offense sucking and defense being terrific. But that was the year they went on to their like sixth center at Florida when Florida was really good, and it was ugly. So I think that was like a one-gap power. I think you had the left guard pulling one gap. And then that didn't really get it done, but he was able to bounce it and got a nice gain. So A+ for Jarquez there. This is more like what I was expecting. I thought they were going to go 3-2 open. There's VAR, number 6. Oh, now that was a nifty little play right there. I like to have the motion right there to kind of draw the eyes off, and then you run right through that area. That was that was a counter with tight end coming across. And really took the eye discipline on A&M was not good there. Oh, man, that's a tough fucking run right there, man. That's 6 harder in yards. Well, he's really bringing it today, isn't he? A Law jumps in with a super chat. What up, bro? JG, sorry I missed it. What are you sipping on? I'm lamping on FAE02. Interesting. That is good stuff. Love what you guys do for us, War Name Eagle. Hashtag no doubt. Hashtag no bueno. I'm drinking Barrel Armida today. A lot of people don't drink this because it's such a weird sounding bourbon. It's finished in pear brandy rum and Sicilian Amaro casks. I don't think most people would even try that. All right, suddenly Auburn's found some fucking tempo in the run game. So that's what I've been drinking, my guy. It kind of tastes like pears, but every now and then you like pears, you know. We've had some running right here, guys. Maybe they were thinking that they could try to finesse something out of Peyton, and then he was so bad on that first drive, the response was, let's get physical and run the fucking football, which I agree with. I'm sure y'all do too. And they're getting somewhere now. Jarquez had 4 or 5 good runs, and then Damari just came in and had a nice one right there. A very physical run up the middle. I mean, the box is depopulated. They've got more blockers than they have guys up there, so they should do okay. They kind of are showing like a 3-3 look up there. Oh, isn't it sweet? Robert Griffin III and Philip Montgomery. With one L, by the way, guys. Philip. Auburn RN says, pound the rock. Hell yeah. That's the right answer. That is the right answer. When in doubt, run the football, man. 2nd and 8's what I've got. Oh, shit. Oh, for fuck's sake, guys. Oh. Oh. Ay. That's a devastating play right there. Oh, man. Now, I'd like to see this play again because Amari did get hit like right as he got the ball. So I'm not sure I blame him too much. There was a major failure outside on that. I mean, he really got hit by his own player, Brandon Frazier. I just don't understand why Brandon Frazier was so displaced at that point. Let me go back and take a look at this real quick. That's a really, really sucky play right there. God damn it. You know, I don't really think that was on Brandon. That was a really, really intuitive reaction by that boundary corner who just really zipped down super fast. And I don't even think you could expect Frazier to get there in time, honestly. That's just well played on defense. Jonathan says bad play by 87. I mean, he's definitely the guy in the firing line here, so to speak. But that was a remarkably good play by the boundary corner. Do we think... Damon says still with the dang turnovers. Josh thinks TE missed block. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, and now Damari's down. Shice, man. This is not a good start, guys. We're talking in the group chat about Philip Montgomery may not be awesome. Oh, Ed D says the cornerback was blitzing. I don't know if that's true because he was still out. I don't know. I'm not saying yay or nay. Man, he looks... I don't know if he's got a bruised sternum or he's got a pec or it's just shoulder. I don't know. It looked like he was grabbing his pec, but they're holding it like it's a shoulder. Man, losing Damari hurts, man. He is he's so popular in the locker room. He's just like your favorite player's favorite player. I don't think that's a blitz, bro, because he wouldn't be blitzing to the numbers. I think it was just... Yeah, in our group chat, I'm not trying to betray like allegiances here, but BMAT was saying Brandon Frazier should never be put in a position to make that block. A. Robinson said this game is over. I was afraid to call it earlier. I thought it was over already. It was just so sloppy out of the gate. I mean, they can absorb the loss of Damari, but it hurts. What hurts even more is being down 13-0 right now. Oh, it's still 12. Sorry. I thought they kicked it. Still got people hurt. I think Damari got hurt on trying to make this tackle or something. You know, would have been really proud of that play right there. Would have been TP. That's one of his guys getting the scoop and score. I thought that was a cool call, too. I think it's a lot. It's a lot to ask of Brandon Frazier, in my opinion. So they're trying to decide if this is a forward pass or not. I think it is a forward pass, actually. Auburn RN agrees with me. From the other angle, I didn't think it was, but that one right there, it just looks like the ball's on a forward trajectory to me. But that would still be a fumble, right? It'd be a lot cooler if we make that block, man. It'd be a lot cooler if you did. Brandon's got to get his head in there, man. Just pushing the guy is not going to get it. But it's Brandon Frazier. It's your fourth string tight end. Like, do you trust him to make that block? Justin O says, did not like that play call. I mean, I thought it was cool, but, man, it got blown up real bad, didn't it? Alpha Tiger thinks that's a forward pass, but he thinks they'll rule it as a catch and fumble. JB says never caught the ball, so he's going with incompletion on this. So, yeah, Brandon J thinks that's a terrible play call for blockers. I'm also with Midro. Does not think they're going to reverse this. I don't think they will either. They're going to say it was super close or whatever. Which, man, he's kind of, man. Got to execute better than that. The execution's just been ass on offense today so far. I mean, it's game 4. It's game 4. Like, it should be better than this. It should be crisper than this. And I understand you're going to Texas A&M, and it's loud, and it's high. Stadium goes up. It's pretty intimidating to be in, but I like Hugh trying to signal for incomplete pass here. Incomplete pass. Wow, call reversed. Call reversed. All right, well, that's a big-time savior right there, guys. They go from scoop and score to no scoop and no score. No scoop for you. Regardless of the outcome there, that's a hell of a play by their corner. Yeah, made a great play. And really good execution on the scoop and score, too. I mean, you got to give them some credit. They're playing good on defense. I mean, it's easy to play Auburn well on defense, kind of. Kanuma jumps in and says, smash the like button for a forward pass. We like forward pass calls. 3rd and 8, guys. Wouldn't it be cool to get the first down here and just get back on track? Like, get into field goal range comfortably and get some points on the board, or keep a touchdown drive alive. That would be nice. Payton's freaking out, man. He's fucking freaking out. Now it's out of field goal range. He's freaking out, man. He's freaking out. Ravin says, no score and we're down a player. We're down 2 if Peyton's going to get freaked out like this, dude. He's watching the rush. I know. Frank says he gives up so fast. You're right, man. I know. Hugh's telling him, dude, you've got to hang in there. I like how Ben's right behind Hugh, and they've been together so long. They've been coaching together so long. They're like, Hugh is going to be the bad guy in that scenario, and then he's got Ben there to be the good guy. You know, Ben's going to be like, it's all right, don't worry about it. We'll pick it up next time. Ben, of course, the tight ends coach and just all-around good dude. So I think they play good cop, bad cop a little bit. With Peyton specifically. So here's the problem. If we agree that Thorne is lost, you got 2 options, right? You can either make a change, which I don't know that's a good idea, or you find a way to get him in the right. Oh, for fuck's sake, guys. He's going to have a chance to punt this at least. Oh, my God. Is that staying in bounds? What an amazing rally by Oscar Chapman. Christ almighty. Oh, my God. That is otherworldly from Oscar Chapman right there. He's got a punt that went over his head 4 yards. He hustles back and has the presence of mind to still get the ball off, and he absolutely blasted it. And if Auburn could just cover a little bit better, that would have been like a miracle play. They got like 20 yards back on the return, but Damon says, WTF is this? It's just the execution is not there right now. Jonathan T says, amazing save, but geez. Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, amazing play, but jeez. Got to get out of this funk, man. Like, immediately. That should have been a 1 yard gain right there. Cassidy Pieces, cue up the Benny Hill music. Dude, I don't think I have it, but I should. I know the exact song you're talking about. I used to play it when I was in middle school. I don't have it. I will remember to do that, though. I'm going to write it down. That's a note. It's in the notes. Second and 4 turns into 3rd and 4. Yeah, I tend to agree with B-Man on this. I mean, that was such a weird, I don't know. They're running the football kind of like with an orthodox for them running game, and they were pushing the ball down the field, and they got cute with that little not shovel pass, but you know what I mean, that little pitch. Everything blew up and turned to shit. All right, so 3rd and 2, and they got a hold here. That's going to make it 4th and 2, and I think they're going to have to kick. I mean, I think it would be too risky. Good golly, man. This game was so sloppy for Auburn. And really for them, too. I mean, they've had a lot of penalties. I mean, considering how bad things have been going, 6-0 is not too bad. But do we have any belief in the offense that they're going to be able to score 6 points? Ay. Ambitious Engineer says offense is hot garbage, but then amends and says, correction, Thorn is hot garbage. He's been bad. He looks panicky to me. So you can switch him out, and I just don't trust Robbie. I don't. Not in like the open field to throw the football a lot. Or I guess you could give Holden a shot, but I don't know if at Texas A&M is a good opportunity to give Holden a chance to really take over the team, you know? And I'm definitely not one of these that like clamors for Holden. Cassidy P says, friendship test, fam. Who's the punt returner? Who's it going to be? Haven't found a good one. Keontae's been good, but of course Keontae's out. And the other ones that were trying it a little bit last week, not great. Locked On comes in from the upper rope and says, Gus 2.0. Convince me otherwise. And Dale says, here we go again, fellas. Uh-oh. Sam H. jumps in with another super chat. Says, I'll say it again. Biggest surprise, the defense or the sucky offensive production? For me, it's definitely sucky offensive production. I didn't expect Auburn to be awesome, but I expected Auburn to be competent. I expected them to be, middle of the road SEC, like solid. And they're not that. They got to be one of the worst. I don't understand. Because we spent so much time, all of us, clamoring for upgrades on the offensive line, which they finally did. And I think their offensive line is solid right now. And things are worse. And part of it is because the quarterback position has been a mess. Straight up mess. Let's see. Ambitious Engineer says, run the ball with Robbie. Implement the same game plan that won last year. Interesting idea. I think we can give that a shot. I would give that a shot. What do you got to lose? I mean, he's been terrible. And the only good thing they've done today is run the football with gap concepts. So let's just do that. And if you're committed to doing that, then you put Robbie in there. Of course, that's going to probably change their defensive formation or just overall defensive paradigm, knowing that he can't throw the ball effectively. TJ says at least Robbie isn't scared. You can say that again. I would rather take a chance on his throwing at this point. He actually threw pretty well against Samford yesterday or last week, so he's still, got an opportunity to get better. Boy, taking that ball out of field goal range right there was an absolute killer, bro. I mean, jeez. Let's get through some stats here. Peyton is he's got room to get better. He's 0 for 2 right now. All right, so Auburn forces a punt. Auburn did field it. Coy Moore gets the first chance to return the punt. I think he'd worn that his jersey had said K Moore before, right? Now it just says Moore. Interesting. CDF jumps in with a super chat, said, sure would be nice to have a legacy like Bo Nix balling with the orange face mask in College Station. He balled down there 2 years ago, didn't he? Corny's asked me earlier today, she's like, why did he really leave? I was like, I just think he was just done. He felt like, A, it was done with Harsin, and B, like they don't like getting booed. Neither one of them do. I think that really pissed him off. But that ship has sailed, yo. I think we support this play selection, though. Yeah, a little pass to Batee out of the backfield. Hey, they're going to get a first down out of that. That's good. I think Batee's been a little underutilized in the passing game. Just like that, I think he's a good catcher of the football, and I think he's very quick in the open field, kind of like McCaleb was. I think my wife sent me food, even though she's not here. I may have to go down and get some food in a minute at the front door. They're going to try to blitz off the edge here. Peyton saw it, and he's delaying it. He correctly identified the blitz, messed up the timing, and then when the blitz came, he seemed genuinely shocked that the blitzer was in his lap. Second and 12. Well, Josh, I know nobody picked up the blitz man. I know nobody picked up the blitz man, but he's got to know that guy's coming. He knows he's got nobody to block him, so it's either got to be a fire throw or he's got to be ready to run right away, and neither one of them. All right, so let's just say that the throw to Fromm was on target. Let's just say it was. It wasn't. If it was, he was going to die. Like, they were going to kill him. He was going to lead him into, like, a death trap right there. All right, 3rd and 12, guys. I don't know what you've got. Medro, it was a good play call. I agree. He was open. Now, that's a nice throw. I like that. He got out of the pocket, rolled out, got the ball to Hooks. Hooks came back. That's good. He's working back. There you go. Work back toward the ball. Good stuff. Okay, I like this play too, except the block was horrendous. Dude, Rivaldo, you got to do better than that, bro. Come on now. Sheesh. Ornacia says, I love Thorne. That's funny. That's funny. Just an absolutely devastating blocking effort there by Rivaldo. Come on, bro. You got to be better than that. At least just get in his way or something. That's an interesting call. I like that. So they created kind of a hubbub up at the top with the stacked receivers plus motion into them to create 3 receiving targets over there, and then ran the ball backside and got some space. But T had a nice run there. So it's a first down run. I like the play design, at least conceptually. I mean, there have been some sharp calls today so far, but I think Peyton's really been a bigger problem than the play calling, in my opinion. Boy, there's a ton of pre-snap motion here. Good God. That was 5 different motions in one snap. And Batia has got himself a nice... Oh, my God, what a play. It's coming back on a hold, but that was a great deke. What an amazing deke. Emilo says, this is hopeful. Yeah, I agree, man. This is... I mean, they had a drive like this earlier, and it died on that weird pitch. Yeah, I figured that was going to be a hold. Hey. Connor Britton. I call him Gunnar Britton. Connor Britton. Or his brother. Let's see. What do y'all think about that hold call, guys? That is certainly not the most egregious call I've seen. Egregious hold, I should say, that I've seen. Scotty P says, too many guys not doing their assignment for us to be effective on offense. Yeah, you're probably talking about that absolute whiff with Rivaldo earlier. Just that was embarrassing. Ambitious Engineer does not think that was a hold, and I don't think I would have called that. Hands were inside. I don't know. They thought Rivaldo was going to be more open than that. But he got 3 or 4 out of it. Might as well. It's a decent gain on first down. You're moving forward. Anonymous thinks that was not a hold. Jonathan T says not a hold. Feel like a stranger, not a fan as well. Yay Robinson as well. Christy's husband, also not a fan. Yeah, sometimes those hold calls can be weird. All right, so now they're back on their 3-3 front thing again. They want to go high here. They want to go to the top of the field. He didn't like that safety look, I guess. Fucking A, man. God dang it, man. Jay Fair, literally, he's the most open receiver Auburn's had all year. I mean, what an incredible play, man. He makes the double move that they hadn't packaged before and just missed it by 7 or 8 yards. Oh, God, if I was Hugh, I couldn't do it, man. I'd just be like, fuck. And you know he hits this stuff in practice. Like, they don't have this issue with him in practice. I mean, he's not like Joe Montana in practice, don't get me wrong, but like this kind of just serial screw-up stuff, like it's game problems. It's so hard to just even get in field goal range with a quarterback that's this just – you got to throw that ball down, son. Like Tom Brady always did. John says the kid is scared, and this is the kind of penalty that kills you right there. It's just absolutely just horrific. Patrick P says if Thorne could hit a 15-yard pass, Auburn will be rolling. He's missed a couple just gifted passes, like just the throw to Fromm. I mean, the kid was going to take a lick, but that's still a first down throw. Completely missed it. That drag route on the first possession, I don't know if that was going to be a first down, but it was open. Completely shanked. And that throw to Jay Fair is just, I mean, golly, man. All right, that's got to be caught, man. Fuck. Cam Brown, he give Peyton credit. He hung in there. The protection was good. He hung in there and made a tough throw out there to Cam Brown, and Cam Brown's got to catch the ball. I mean, period. He's got to catch that ball. They were going to be short of the first down, but it would have been essentially a chip shot field goal from McPherson. And Auburn would have halved that deficit, and instead it's going to be Oscar out here again. Nick A says Thorn from the north. Oh, jeez, guys. All right, I'm going to go down there just very quickly and get this food that Courtney ordered for me. I'll be right back. Where's my... Do I not even have my thing up? That's dumb. Yeah, right here. I'll be right back. All right, guys, we're back. Alpha Tiger gets upset when I take just a second off there. That's all right, bro. I'm back, I promise. A lot of talk in the chat about how frustrating Peyton is, how frustrating he's been in this game with some really bad missed passes. Super, super bad. There was a super chat that came through while I was away there for a second. Says, I think 6 field goals wins this thing. Attaboy. Gonna need John Vaughn back. Yeah, that guy's wide ass open. Their quarterbacks miss some throws too. But fewer. Certainly fewer. Also, super chat coming through from Cassidy P. Another one. Says more design quarterback runs could get Thorne lathered up. Yeah, he loves contact so much, right? Just kidding. All right, that's see, they make their contact there at the 25, and then he gets out to the 29. That's 4 hidden yards right there that Auburn gave up. Let's see. Josh says, JG, thoughts on Thorne not wanting to take a hit? Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't necessarily think that he's scared of the hit, but he's definitely overanalyzing shit, and he's worried about the rush. Terrence says, what's on the menu, JG? Courtney ordered me some Chick-fil. Okay, that was not great communication there. On 3rd and 2. That's a crucial mistake right there as well. Didn't even give him an opportunity to compete. So they're having their own problems. I would probably rather have Wegman, but Courtney's so awesome with her app. She's got like 50 million points. She can order stuff and have it delivered anywhere. One of these days she'll have a drone deliver it. Auburn RN says defense came to play. They sure did, man. They've been playing. Timothy B says, I was trying to wait until halftime before I started drinking, but to hell with it. That's my guy right there. There was some pressure on that punt, but ultimately, wow, that was kind of a creative catch there. Whew. Brandon J says something I agree with. If we had a fraction of offense, we're winning this game. Haven't even seen a fraction yet. Cassidy P with another super chat coming in. Nice stop. Have to get points on this drive. I agree. It's getting to be that time, isn't it? They're not in the danger zone yet. I mean, you're still only down 6-0, but you don't want to go a whole half with no points. I mean, that's just an F. Let's see. Tumors C, also known as our parlay guy. Y'all believe he should have pitched the ball to RB because the D was in his face already? Yeah, I mean, I think a really sharp and aware quarterback probably wouldn't make that pitch, just kind of tucked it and done the best he could because he would have said, hey, he was about to die. But I don't know. That's a play that they obviously have been cooking up just for this game. So, Ambitious Engineer wants to know, JG, who's the OC who said you can't fix a quarterback? It was Al Borges. Al Borges said, if you've got a quarterback who sees the rush, who's worried about the rush, who's scared of the rush, you can't ever get that out of him. And, I mean, that's been what we've seen through the years. I mean, it sure seems to me like Peyton is worried about the rush quite a bit. Cassidy P says 2 consecutive fielded punts. # winning. Hey, baby steps, okay? We just go a little bit at a time. We start with the basics. It's the building blocks, guys, and then we just build on top of that. Just like the pyramids. Just like the great pyramids of Egypt. This chat is amazing today. You guys are awesome. Let's see. Midro says a score is the only thing that's going to keep the defense motivated. Their backs are getting tired from carrying this freaking team around, right? I got to have a little bite here if I'm going to sit here and watch this and drink all day. I will put it on mute so I would not subject you guys to that. There's a great question here from James. He says, if Peyton continues overthrowing receivers, do they make a quarterback change of the half? Great question. I would like to, hopefully we can get Coach Hunter on the horn, and I would like to know what he thinks about that. I don't know. I mean, if you go to Robbie, you know what you're doing, right? You're going to a run paradigm, which might be enough. And I just don't know what to think about Holden. I will pick it up again. 1st and 10 from the 37, minus 37, I should say. More motion. They're going to try to blitz off the edge, it looks like. Petit just absolutely destroyed 2 guys. He's had 3 or 4 really good feints in this game already. He is quite shifty, and he made that, a 13-yard gain all on his own. He probably got 3 yards for free, and then he earned the last 10. You know what's funny about Carnell is that in real life, Carnell is very chill. But when it's game time, man, he's as tight as they come. That's a 5-man box right there. Well, make it 6, I guess. I would have run against it too, but their tackles are just a problem. Blake R. coming in from the East Coast. I need to bump up his avatar there because he deserves a bigger one on that. Sorry I'm late to the brain drain, JGT, and everybody, but I got caught up in some poo nanny. CDF appreciates that. Anyway, Warren Eagle JGT, and so far we have Bad Thorn, and it sucks. Yeah, it's one of these.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
Glad to have you here, Blake. Love having you here. And on the bunker, too. All right, midfield, 2nd and 10. Payton is going to scramble. Are they going to call another hold? Remember, Peyton had a great day running the football against Sanford. I realize it's Sanford, but he's got that ability. It's another hold. It's the execution, man. The execution is just very, very iffy. And it's going to drive Hugh crazy. Frank says, can we put the blue face masks back on at halftime? Did we think that hold call was just completely fake? I didn't see the replay. I thought the one against Britain was absolutely horrible. Oh, my. You're not open. Malcolm Johnson was open. Malcolm Johnson was open, sitting in his own in his own gap, and he was just wide open. I just don't know if you can win with a quarterback functioning at this level. I'm not the kind of guy who's always clamoring for, change the quarterbacks or whatever. All right, another nice run from Jarquez, who's had a good day when he's been given opportunities. It's probably a 15-yard run. So now you're looking at a 4th and 2 from like the 42. I think Cleveland Brown thinks we go for it, and I agree, but they're not going to. They're going to punt it, which in a way is kind of a tip of the hat to the defense to say, hey, we want to give you good field position because we know you can win. You know what I mean? Gunner wants to know, why is he so scared to throw the ball? That's a good question. I don't understand it. I feel like he's been this way the whole way, like from the first game until now. Well, see, Neil's in the house. What up, Neil? He's our Welsh friend who lives in Scotland. Stuck on a train in Oxford, England. It ain't moving anywhere. Sounds like it's pretty much the same as our offense. Hung over to hell. My guy. I'm sorry you're in Oxford, bro. And I'm sorry that damn train won't move. And this offense is a mess, bro. It's terrible. All right, so they're going to take over on the 9. That's terrific field position from a defensive perspective. But I still am not sure. Why do you keep showing this? They must be doing a segment on Peyton Thorne's inability to make a decision. We were watching the 49ers Giants game the other day, and they were like, the problem with Daniel Jones is he doesn't make decisions quickly enough. And I was like, yeah. If you're an Auburn fan, you are familiar with that problem. Not from Daniel Jones, but from Peyton. All right, so we got good news in that Coach Hunter is going to be available for a halftime call when we get there. So this is good news. We didn't get him last game, and we missed him. We missed seeing him and hearing from him. So fired up to have that, and I bet he's going to have some things to say, specifically about the offense. But he is a defensive guy, and he's probably going to be stoked about the way the defense has been competing and performing today. Travis J says, want to refund my Charmin Soft NIL deal with Thorne. That's your fault, Travis. I feel like he's a great spokesperson for somebody who's going to be soft about things. He's been very soft today, in my opinion. Just lacking that toughness that you want to see, the mental toughness. Cassidy B jumping in, our super chatting legend of the day. Still feels 6 field goals is going to bring home the W. Come on, McPherson. He's got 0 so far, but he can get 6 in the second half. It's all good. Locked On says, grow a set and go for it. Wow. Strong talk. I agree with you, though. Brandon J says, but Daniel Jones has a $250 million contract. And he was in that game against the 49ers, even though they got killed. He was processing more quickly, so, you know. But Peyton right now, not as much. I'm going to have a bite real quick. I'm updating some of these numbers. I realize I haven't done it here lately. And Auburn, let's see the third down numbers. They're 2 of 6, although they were 2 of 3 to start. And Auburn's 1 of 5. So neither team getting much done on third down. All right, so A&M's taking over on the 8, something like that. 1st and 10 is what I've got. 6 minutes to go in the half. Auburn's run defense, in general, has been really good today. And that was another example right there. All right, cool. Kozan is also good to go. So what we'll do is we'll go, at halftime, we'll go to Hunter, and then we'll go to Kozan. All right, I was just updating Kozan. Let him know what I was going to do there. Let's see. Toomer's Corner, my guy, is the parlay master. This is Colorado plus 21, South Carolina minus 6, Bama, Ole Miss over 56.5. Also, what's a good drinking bourbon? Oh, there's so many. If you want to pay a little bit more, this Barrel Armida, anything by Barrel is good. That is the one non-producing distillery that I would say every single thing that they offer is good. But they're a little expensive. This is probably $80. So if you're looking for something regular, I would just say Elijah Craig. Just the basic Elijah Craig's a good drinker. Old Forester 100 is a good drinker. Maker's Mark French Oaked is a good drinker. None of those are very expensive. Maybe in the 30, 35 range. I think those are all winners. Auburn bringing some pressure. Ooh, that quarterback got hit hard. Jalen Simpson was going in there, and he was looking for blood. Ooh, he's hobbling a little bit. I don't think that quarterback saw or anticipated that pressure at all. And Jalen went right into his midsection, like cut him in half. Man, that was a lick, dude. Oh, what a lick. Hope Zion's not hurt, though, but he delivered a blow on that one. Kay and Lee on the coverage as well. This defense came to hit, man. As Muschamp would say, knock these motherfuckers out. Get up, you ain't hurt. I hope Puckett didn't get hurt on that. He sure looked like he did. Nah, he's down now. I thought he was holding that shoulder that he's got the brace on, too. Now, that would hurt a little bit. So if Puckett goes down, I wonder what's the situation at safety then? I don't know. Yeah, Cleveland Browns says Zion, no. Damon thinks that was a stinger. And he's just getting over a stinger. So, yeah, Emilio also said boys are hitting. They are. Defense is thirsty today. They are bringing it. Absolutely bringing it. Brandon J says, LOL at Jimbo, only 6 points. That's my guy. Absolutely mock him, dude. Mock him all day. Holding Auburn to 0 points really isn't that big of a deal, right? Honestly. Let's see. Cassidy P says, I'm looking for a Coy Moore, Alex McPherson 3-point combo, y'all. I can feel it deep down. Cassidy P, of course, been pushing for these 3-pointers. These field goals. And Emilio's has got him right where we want him. Attaboy. Let me think about what the choices would be at safety. If you're looking at Griffin Speaks maybe as a short-term solution, like just to come in for a couple snaps. Terrence Love was playing earlier he played in the Samford game quite a bit, but that's Samford. And then Marquise Gilbert is also someone to think about, but I don't really think that they'd probably go with Terrence Love over Marquise. So Medro, what are you doing, bro? Auburn Dad for Life says, I just want a clean punt return. We've had 2 in a row. Cassidy P has shouted them out with super chats both times. Rustin says this could be a 7-6 game. Reminiscent of a 3-2, right? As bad as these offenses are, yeah, it ain't great. James B says, Kay Lee, what about him? Kay and Lee, the cornerback, the freshman cornerback, number 3. That was a lick right there. And he's known for licks. He will deliver hits. He's a very physical cornerback. Nova 2 says we got something with Batee. He's pretty good. Yeah, he's been the revelatory player so far on offense. He's really brought it. Out in the open field, he's been really good today. He's changed the complexion of a few drives. Himself, I think Jarquez has been good running the football today. No one in the passing game has stood out, mostly because Peyton has been horrible. Jay Fair had a great double move. He was wide open and just ball completely, didn't even have a chance to compete for it. Also, Cassidy P again. Field goal or better to end the half and second half possession. I'm feeling it, y'all. I love this optimistic Cassidy P. He's known for his optimism, but even for him, he's getting a little optimistic. They're going to be punting out of their own end zone. Auburn's going to field this at midfield, and Coy's going to get, maybe 5 extra yards on there. So Auburn's going to take over plus 46. I think this is their best starting field position of the day. And in my humble opinion, and that was a lick right there. In my humble opinion, they need to run the ball. Boy, guys, it's with somebody who has, he doesn't look good at all. As somebody who's just gotten over or getting over a hip problem, I'm telling you, it hurts. He is not an old man like me, but nonetheless, he don't look like he's walking real good, is he? All right, so plus 46. Best starting field position of the day. Running game has been working well. Let's just run the fucking football. This is not hard. Run the ball. All right, they do have a little bit. The box is a little populated here. Plus, they have a compressed formation or condensed. Jarquez kind of shoestring down from behind, but still a good run. I don't know why this guy's waving his finger. A 5-yard gain on first down is a W. Jason says, why haven't we gotten Thorne involved with running the ball yet? I think they're trying to protect him. I think the feeling is that really don't want to get him hurt. Cassidy Pieces, Weggy Man headed to tunnel. No bueno for Jimbo. I'll give you a laugh on that. No bueno, man. Well, I thought he got 5 on that last run. He did not. There's Petit again. We've been talking about him. He's been very effective today. One thing I like about him, and I think really amplifies his ability to run in between the tackles, is he's the most patient runner they have. He's the one most likely. Oh, wow. He's a big player for them. Nolan is. Turner and Nolan are their two real problematic guys up front. But he is so patient. And he's also good running zone or gap. He runs them both equally well. I couldn't see what happened to Nolan on that. They made it seem like I would be able to see, but I didn't. Oh, my goodness. Cassidy P says, Jimbo knows a thing or two about overpopulated boxes. I have a name for that.
I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC. I want to wrestle you so freaking bad.
Looks like Nolan's back up and moving, so that's good. Let's see. Damon says, Phantom holding call in 3, 2. It is getting to be that time, isn't it? They've moved the ball a little bit. All right, Auburn's at plus 35 now. 3rd and 1. Auburn's going to try to jam this, and I don't like the idea, and it didn't work. They're trying to say it's a fumble, but I don't think it is. But it's a stop. And so Auburn's got a 4th and 1 now at that plus 34, and I don't know what you do here. You're right at the edge of McPherson's range. I do think he can hit this kick. But you were thinking something better when you start off plus 45. They're going to go for it. Okay, I agree with this decision. This is, oh, shit. You guys are ahead of me, and you must know something I don't. Oh, he's not going to throw the ball. Wow. I did not see that coming. I did not see Peyton Thorne on a naked bootleg getting helicoptered and getting the first down. I did not have that on my bingo card. And Jason was just asking, why don't they get Peyton involved in the running game? And then there you go. He got involved in the running game. And that's a big play. Auburn gets a conversion. They'll show that on SportsCenter tonight. Gunner 357 says, okay, he has balls. Yeah, I mean, he gets flustered, but I don't think he's, yeah. Ooh, I like the tunnel, but it's covered. They were, not tunnel, the wheel route. Rivaldo was coming out on a wheel route, similar to that play they ran years ago at Arkansas for Chandler Cox, and he just wasn't open. They had it. Cassidy P jumps in again, says McPherson time. Cassidy P must have action on field goal before the half. 2nd and 13, another negative play. Petit, again, an effective run. I'm going to change Alston. I'm going to take Alston out and change this to Petit because I think Alston's done. And we need to see his numbers up here. He's now at 5 carries for 19 yards. 5-19. Oh, a little trips cluster up there. I like it. I do also agree with them jamming the front receiver on that, which is what I would do. Alabama doesn't do that, and I think, oh, look at this shit. That's not Peyton Thorne's fault, man. Although he could throw the ball away and not take the 4 yards, but it's too much pressure, particularly considering it's just their guy. It's just their front line guys. Like it's too tall. Just got pushed too much on that. He just got pushed too much. CDF jumping in again from way out west. Says RG3 saying wide receivers running wide ass open. Is that true? I mean, that I don't put that one on Peyton. I mean, if there were receivers open on that play, I don't think it's Peyton's fault he didn't get the ball to him there. Oh, man. All right, here he is. Mr. McPherson going to try to deliver Cassidy P. the field goal he's been coveting for the last 30 minutes. This is what, 53 yards? Is that right? What a mess, man. 36 total yards. Lord have mercy. Auburn 1 of 7 on third down. They're 2 of 7, so it ain't much better. And they may have a quarterback problem themselves because Jalen Simpson might have knocked that old boy out of the game. At the absolute minimum, he ain't happy. Yeah, Toomer's corner asked, this guy has the leg. He definitely has the leg for this. It's amazing how powerful his leg is relative to the size of his body. That's good. Absolutely, man. He had about 2 yards to spare on that. All right. 6-3 with 5 seconds remaining in the half. Great hold from Oscar Chapman. And a good, powerful stroke from McPherson to get that ball in there. And he hit one of the flag guys. I said he had 2 yards. He might have had 3. So 36 yards and 3 points is what we're looking at here, guys. Like Elijah just says clean. It was a nice, clean kick. Agree. It was nice. And Josh C. reminds us that Auburn does receive to open the second half, so that's good. Kind of like you get a bonus. In a way, you get a bonus possession. Cassidy P., you know he's happy. He's in ecstasy over that field goal kick. 1 down, 5 more to go. Love it. I love the faith you showed in McPherson there. Little squib kick to finish off the half here. He's trying to do that little cutback action, and Jeremiah Cobb said, "No, not in your house. Not in your house. Not up in here. Not up in here." All right, so that's half. I mean, goodness gracious, guys. Not good. Absolutely not good. Let me look at some of these numbers, yo. Total yards. Wait, hold on. I thought the total yards were worse than that. Auburn has 112 total yards. What, did I give you a quarter? Was it a quarter I was telling y'all about? Well, that Michigan receiver was open. Peyton Thorne would have missed him. Wow, these two teams, again, you can see the stats there on the front, but 3 of 14 on third down, both of them together. Auburn is 1 of 1 on fourth down. And total yards, it turns out Auburn has 112 and they have 121. So neither team is feeling real good about what's going on. Connor Wigman, I thought, started off the game great, and then he just kind of lost something. Auburn's defense was tightening up, and then he got hurt, got hit in the hip there. Sam H says, still what a mess. Yeah, I agree completely. It's not good. I wasn't trying to put lipstick on that pig. I feel like a stranger says a game coached by Freeze, Petrino, Montgomery, and Jimbo is 6-3 at halftime. It shows you, right? Wow, Bob says, this football program is so phenomenally horribly wow, 2 of those. Phenomenally horribly managed and coached. Wow. Oh, AU256 says it was the total in the first quarter. Fair enough. Thanks for that, bro. All right, let me get over here to our call. I got to get my call set up here. Super chat goes down. Thank you, Feel Like a Stranger, for that one. And then we're going to go to that, and then we're going to go here. Even though it says Kozan, it's actually going to be Hunter. So let me change that over there to Hunter. And then we will get him go. Sam H jumps in with a super chat as well. Old school SEC showdown. Yeah, 6-3. Right? It's a slobber knocker. Thank you, bro. Let's get Hunter on the home. And I will fire it up. All right, here we go. It is now ringing. What up, Coach Hunter?
Hey, good afternoon, brother. How are you?
The game's been not great.
Strange game, man. Strange game. Auburn has no business being in at this point, but they are. So.
Now, let me start off defensively. You're a defensive guy.
Yeah.
They've been pretty good over there, right?
They have. I shouldn't say no business being in. They should be farther behind. They are. The defense has played exceptionally well so far, and I was skeptical on some Robert stuff with how aggressive and how many different things he does. They could be vulnerable in coverage, but they've done a really good job covering up A&M's receivers for the most part. Got a little too passive on second and long on some of those early drives, keeping the safeties back, allowed those slant routes to hit, but adjusted well after that.
And so on the first possession, I felt like A&M was getting done what they wanted to get done in the passing game, but after that, man, did you see any specific adjustments that Auburn was doing to take away those guys?
Moving the safeties around a little bit in terms of their depth pre-snap and how quickly they're attacking the inside breaking routes. Early in the game, they weren't doing that. Early in the game, they were sitting back in a too high shell, kind of allowing the slants to hit underneath the outside leverage corners and underneath the alignments of the safeties. Made a change, simple, it worked. Started playing a little more man coverage in the slot as well. So a couple different things solved the problem.
Do you think of Auburn as generally a zone team?
Yeah, predominantly zone.
Okay.
They're mixing enough man not to be predictable, but they stay more zone right now than they do man.
And you would also agree that I've been talking about this on the show, they trigger a lot faster downhill on the runs. Linebackers, cornerbacks, a lot faster than they used to.
Yeah, and I think that's an eye progression thing as far as what they're taught to see and trigger off of. You and I had some conversations in the past. There were times the last 2 years that I thought they were playing football completely backwards and reading pass to run. It was so bad. So it is good to see that fast trigger.
Yeah, it's run to pass now, isn't it?
Yeah, which is how the game's supposed to be played.
Exactly. Says a great linebacker, a former linebacker as yourself. Offensively, how can Auburn get itself unfucked here?
Oh man, penalties, penalties and clean some things up. They've had some good drives going where they shot themselves in the foot with penalties. So finish drives right there. Second, they've got to do some things with the pass routes to attack Texas A&M blitzing in the middle and off the edge, some hot routes, some quick in-breaking routes to give Thorne a right now. I see a guy walk down. I've got somewhere to go with the ball right now to replace that guy to attack the void that they're leaving the field. And then Auburn's running a ton of spacing and levels concepts where they've got 3 routes going in the same direction, right now. Mm-hmm. And Texas A&M's covered it well. The one time that I've seen them truly go with something with routes breaking in opposite directions was when Fair ran the wheel up the sideline away from the 2 slants, and he was wide open. I think they've got to challenge the secondary's eye discipline some more, with routes that contradict each other's direction.
And I mean, obviously we're looking at a quarterback right now who's shaken. He's worried about making certain throws. As a coach, as a head coach, how do you try to talk your quarterback into being a little more risk-taking?
Quit being afraid to lose and play to win, man. Like that's – when you've got one-on-one matchups on the outside, you can't be afraid to throw those balls, right? If you feel pressure, you don't know where to go with it, throw it away. Live to fight the next down. The perfect play is not going to happen. The perfect route's not going to open. Get your eyes where they're supposed to be. Keep the clock in your head, moving at the pace it's supposed to move. Keep the offense rolling at the tempo they're supposed to roll with. Don't he's either being way too safe or he's trying to play hero ball, extend.
Yeah.
You got to find that balance in there.
And he hasn't. And it's what boggles us, dude, is he played so much at Michigan State. Like, this is not some freshman here.
He did. And you really the confusing thing is what you saw at Michigan State the year that he was really, really good is he threw a lot into one-on-one coverage situations and allowed his receivers to make plays. They were an RPO-based offense, which forces a lot of cover one, and he threw a whole bunch of, comeback routes to the sidelines, stick routes in the middle of the field, slant routes versus corners pressed up, those kind of things, and would always put the ball in a great place for those receivers. He had that big catch radiuses to catch it and live 8 to 12 yards at a time. And not seeing the same quarterback right now that you see on tape.
Yeah, they got to find some way to unlock a little bit more out of him,
They do. They got to help him a little bit. Now, like I said, with the routes and the play calling, I don't, and I'm sure there's a rhyme or reason behind it. I can't watch the game tape right now and understand the why behind the route concepts right now.
All right.
And that's as honest as I can be about that, good or bad.
Appreciate your honesty and candor, brother.
Yeah, man.
Well,
but hopefully they can get something going. If the defense keeps playing like this, especially if they've got to play a backup quarterback, there's going to be some takeaway opportunities. Capitalize on things, make some things happen, finish some drives. You got a chance to win a big ball game on the road.
I know if he just hits Jay Fair, they're probably ahead right now. So
yeah.
All right, brother. I appreciate you giving us some time, my guy.
Always good to talk to you, Jay.
See you, brother.
See you.
Bye. There he is, Coach Hunter, reminding us he worries about Auburn having no business being in this game because of the way they played. But he thinks the defense has been up to the challenge and has kept them in the game. I thought it was very interesting. He was talking about he doesn't understand the route concepts right now as a whole. Too many almost like flood concepts and levels all to the same side, and he thinks A&M's kind of handling that, but he sees a lot of opportunity in some backside one-on-ones that Peyton just seems gun-shy to throw into for whatever reason. I don't know. In the first time when we saw this in the Cal game, it was like, okay, well, maybe Cal's doing some things that are specifically messing with Peyton's reads, but, A&M plays a much different style of defense, and he's showing that same tentativeness. It's probably not a function of specifically a strategy. I think it's a function of his mental space right now and where he's at. I don't know. J.R. Harris says, JG, I'm out. Saturn watching. I don't know what that means, but JR, I hope you stay, bro. But either way. All right, we got to get Kozan on here. We love Alex Kozan. Somebody asked in the last time he called in, is he Canadian? He seems so unfailingly polite and friendly. That's just Alex. He's a very extremely bright individual. He's has a nice disposition. He's not someone to get all fired up and crazy. He's very introspective and thoughtful, and that's why we love Alex Kozan. So let's get him on the horn and see what he thinks from an offensive perspective.
Hey, Jay.
Hey, what's going on, Alex?
Rough first half.
Yeah, I would say so.
Lucky to still be in the game. I mean, the defense has kept them in the game, and those first two drives, holding them to field goals, I really thought that was key in keeping that momentum in check. And they've played really physical football since. And I think, borderline knocked this quarterback out of the game, and those receivers from Texas A&M are starting to think twice when they're coming across the middle. So hopefully they can keep up. It looks like they're getting banged up pretty good in Auburn's secondary, but the defense has more than done their job. Offensively, Thorne is obviously not been very sharp out there, made some key mistakes. He missed that throw to 5 down the sideline, but I think really taking some of the sacks he's been taking, he's got to get rid of the ball. It reminds me kind of Stidham in 2017 when they went and played at Clemson. You got to get rid of the football in some of those situations, especially that one on third down when he took the sack and they got outside of field goal range because of it. It should be a 6-6 game. So for a player where if you're not going to make throws to win the game, you've at least got to not make mistakes to not lose the game. I think play calling wise, I'd like to see some more runs and a little bit more of pace. That seems to be when they've gotten Texas A&M a little bit on their heels, especially that one drive they had when they were running Hunter pretty well. And I think if they continued in that run game, I think there's some real opportunity there. And that's just what I've seen so far. Lucky to have that pitch be called a forward pass, and lucky that the punter was able to get the ball on the fly and not have a gigantic mistake when the snap went over his head. So all in all, I think you take those mistakes in a 6-3 game. You've got the second half to improve it, but we'll see what they come out here and do.
Thoughts specifically on the offensive line play? You're advocating more runs. I'm advocating more runs. What are you seeing in the pass pro?
Yeah, pass pro, they've brought 6 a couple of times, so that's where Thorne's got to get rid of the football. They've gotten beat a couple of times one-on-one, which is going to happen. I'm not blaming every single sack on Thorne, but I have seen multiple times where he's got to get rid of that football, especially when they're bringing more than they can protect because of the protection. I don't know all of their protections and how they're calling it, but there's been a couple where he's got to throw the ball hot and get it out of there. So that's in the pass game. And the run game, they started off slow. Having that tackle for loss to start the ball game wasn't great. And then the first couple of runs, I didn't think they blocked him up great. But as the game went on, I saw more better and better blocks and double teams and getting on linebackers. So I think from that perspective, they're really starting to put it together. I'm not saying they're dominating, but they're definitely doing their job out there, and I think they give Auburn a chance to win and hopefully finish a couple of drives. I think if Auburn, it feels like the kind of game where if you can find a way to get 2 touchdowns in the second half, you're going to win this game.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, what Wigman's status looks like. I know Max Johnson's kind of bounced around the SEC for a couple of years now, but it doesn't seem like he's going to come out there and light up the field either. So hopefully they can put it all together. The first 3 weeks of the season, now the first half, it's been kind of waiting to see if they can do it against a real opponent. So I think they have all that they need from the coaching staff's perspective based on the first half. They just got to put it all together.
Would you consider making a change at quarterback at this point, or would you just try to calm Peyton down a little bit and try to get him back in his own good headspace?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. I mean, I think I have to trust that they made the call for him starting week 3 in last week and the first half this week based on what they've seen in practice. So I think you've got to ride it out, but I think you have to play to his strengths and not put the game in his hands as much as you possibly can. Really have to. I'd like to see, run first down, run second down, run third down if you can, and then get some more play action type passes with him versus some of the drop back game. I liked some of the stuff they did to get him in the rhythm. They had that sprint out pass when he was kind of looking a little shaky. I'm not sure what else they have in the arsenal that he's really comfortable with running, but I would really kind of maybe limit the playbook a little bit to what he feels comfortable with. That's where I see it you having success. But I don't think there's a ton of success in, if Auburn gets down by a touchdown or something like that in the second half and having to throw the ball consistently and constantly. I don't see that as a winning recipe. So Robbie or Holden, I just don't think this is the right stage to make that move. Hopefully you put this trust in Thorne, and I think you got to die on the sword if it's not him.
Well, I agree with you. I think I do. You've talked me into it, Alex. All right, brother.
Yeah, let it rip. Let's go.
Yes. All right, man. Thanks for giving us some time, my guy.
Yeah. Have a good one.
See you.
Bye.
Bye. There he goes, Alex Kozan. Always has some really good, level-headed analysis to share. Of course, those of you, pretty much everybody in the chat knows Alex played guard at Auburn for a number of years. He's from the Denver area, and he's a very intelligent and bright individual, so we like getting his ideas. He is clearly against making a change at quarterback, and I probably am too, and then he just talked me into it for sure. So the idea of they're going to run – if they're going to win this game, they're going to run the football. It's not going to be from Peyton making great throws. We know that. And it's not going to be from Robbie making great throws because we already know he's not going to do that consistently. So just find ways to accentuate your run game, and let's get going. Now, we got to take Alex. Alex is a physical run-blocking former offensive lineman, so he's going to want peak physicality. But nonetheless, I agree with his. I think his logic there is sound, and it's great that he gives us some time. And also Coach Hunter as well. Two absolute studs right there. Cassidy P had a super chat when Alex was on. How many field goals does Kozan think win this game? He thought 2 touchdowns, so that would be quite a few field goals. Let's just say 6, just like you have been saying, Cassidy P. Also, War Eagle 0008 says, any of these quarterbacks can miss throws by 5 yards and misread RPOs. It's time to pull Peyton. Guys are open. Thanks for the show, JDT. Let's get this W. War Eagle 0008. We love having him as part of the show. If you're going to make a change, like even if you're just going to dally with it, you got to do it right here out of the gate. If you want to give Robbie an opportunity, it's just if A&M was scoring a lot, I would not be on board with that. But Auburn's defense has A&M pretty much corralled. I don't necessarily see giving Robbie a possession. It's not akin to making a change. It's just kind of hunting and pecking and trying to find something that works, Maybe Auburn's run game can be enough to just get a couple field goals or a touchdown and a field goal, and that might be enough in this game. I don't think it's a big margin here. I don't think Auburn's got to score 3 touchdowns to win this game. It's not going to take a lot. They just got to make enough to get about 20% more production out of their offense, and I think they can win this bad boy, and it would be a huge dub. Let's see. Josh says Alston in a sling, not coming back today, so that was a shoulder. And that stinks. Absolutely stinks. JB said he hurt the shoulder, not from the fumble, but from trying to make the tackle. We got Brain Drain, Bunker, and Madison legend D. Lucky in the chat. Says we have no quarterback. Why try to implement advanced passing concepts? He can't complete these elementary routes. Well, I mean, D. Lucky, I think you're talking about what Coach Hunter was saying. He was just saying maybe have the routes break apart from each other rather than into the same space. It kind of makes it, particularly when you don't have the correct spacing, it makes it easy to defend. He was just saying maybe change that up a little bit. Not necessarily getting more complicated, just making that adjustment. Or you may be talking about something else. I'm not sure. See, Blake says, I love Alex. He definitely knows way more than me, but I just disagree with him about Thorne. But I'm just a dumb fan. Hey, I'm just a dumb moderator, so I get it, bro. Kanuman says, listening to Kozan is similar to D. Lucky. Level-headed and gets to the point. That's what you like. That's what I like, anyway. Love having Kozan here on the site and on the calls, too. Runner 24 says, Razor Ramon hair. I know Cats DP is going to be fired about that. Now just need a massive infusion of Razor Ramon attitude and confidence. Appreciate you, Runner 24. He is a swoogan from the old days. Sam H. jumps in again. I believe that's his third super chat of the day. If the run game is going to win us this game, then call run plays to hot RB and stay with it. Well, if you do that, like, it makes you predictable. But Auburn is, I mean, Texas A&M knows what we know. They know that Peyton Thorne is, we'll be nice and say inconsistent. We know that he tends to get in a funk. We know he's in a funk. They know he's not throwing the ball, and Auburn's still able to run it fairly well. And they're not even really populating the box that much because they have that much faith in their defensive line. I don't know what the answer is, Sam, but I think that's one idea. Yeah. JB, I don't know if somebody misinterpreted or what. I don't think I did, though. CJ says, would super chat, but can't today. We appreciate you, bro. You always do, though. Trust our defense. I think everybody's trusting them. The trust, the one that's hard to trust is the offense. I honestly feel like 16 points wins the game. I think 16 total points, so 13 from here. A touchdown, 2 field goals, I think you win it. But considering that first half, that might be too much to ask. I don't know. I'm going to reload that chat widget. All right, we're kicking it off, guys. Third quarter starts right here, right now. Auburn Tigers receiving. Batee gets out to about the 19. Could have gone better. Could have gone better. Could have gone worse. All right, guys, this is not the game I thought it was going to be. I had Auburn winning this game 24-20. Don't think either team's getting to 20. But when in doubt, right, you pick against Jimbo. I mean, that's just reasonable, rational SEC thought. All right, Jeremiah Cobb looks like he's at tailback right now. I love this. I love Jeremiah Cobb. No, it is Hunter. I take it back. I thought it was 23. It's 27. All right, so similar to the first call of the first half for Auburn, where they were running a counter and got chased down from behind. They ran another counter and they got chased down from behind again. Wait, Cincy Blitzboards, Nick says Chris Budden equals average. What? Come on, bro. She's better than that. I got a 2nd and 11. I think Josh is concerned about what Peyton does here. And he was right. Josh, I don't know how to answer that, my guy. You know, they talk about the clock in a quarterback's head. I mean, it's like he doesn't even have the clock. The coverage was good on his 1 and 2 receivers, though. I mean, to be fair, but I think he's got to run. He had a hole there. He could have gotten 5 yards rushing if he had just darted through it, but he's holding on too long, waiting for something to materialize in the passing game, and he's got to make that switch. Oh, that's got to be offside, right? Or it can't be delay. Oh, wow. Gets the Auburn Tigers. I didn't see it, but that may have happened. CDF using one of his favorite phrases, second half script looks like poo cheese. And Josh is asking about Stutz. Stutz was playing earlier. I haven't cataloged the offensive line that's out there right now, but he's playing earlier. 3rd and 19, guys. This is wonderful strategy here. I think it's going great. I think it's going really, really well. Me. Raven says diaper change, please. You say Raven thinks he sees a poopy diaper out there. Metaphorically speaking, of course. What in the world is going on? This is bad, guys. Yikes. So Kozan made a parallel to the 2017 game against Clemson, and boy, that one's starting to sound really, really on point there. Wow, that was a creative catch by their number 0, similar to the one that Auburn's number 0 had in the second quarter. All right, so they're going to have decent field position now because Auburn's offense went backward, and now they're going to take over plus 45. Runner 24 says, way to come out strong to start the half, guys. Mm-hmm. They just don't look ready. They just don't look ready. Plus 46 is where they're at. I got a 1st and 10 for A&M. They ran a split zone concept, and Auburn had it covered pretty well. Jalen McLeod's played a bunch today. I haven't noticed him as much, but he's played a lot. And Marcus has played a ton as well, number 50. You hate to see your defensive linemen work too long. They just get tired, particularly when it's 95 degrees out and stuff. So they are going with their backup quarterback. That Wegman got hit by Jalen Simpson on that blitz, and he had some kind of a hip problem. So they've gone to their backup. Max Johnson, of course, played at LSU previously. Good protection, and he's sitting down in the zone, in a soft part of a zone. Hey, there's Steven Sings, number 18, playing a little bit. I thought Keldrick was playing pretty well early on, and haven't seen him as much lately. Damn, Jalen really working to get that ball out, isn't he? He's just going straight Mike Tyson on that. That's got to be false start on the tailback. Number 0. I said number 8. Let's see. A. Robinson says Max is better than Thorne. Well, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that was true, actually. Look, man, we can't even really judge Peyton right now. He's just so messed up in the head. I mean, we know he's better than this. He's just tentative, so tentative. Oh, that's a nice blitz pickup right there. Eugene came in on a delayed blitz there, and they just picked it up like champs, man. Really nice job. And he was coming hard, too. Spread says, punch it out on a whole nother level. Yeah, he was really going at it there to try to get that ball out. All right, this is the same group they've been going with a lot today, which is Jason Jones and Marcus up front. I bet you Marcus is going to end up playing 55, 60 snaps today, which is too much. So that's great play right there. So what happened was Marcus ate up a double team. That was supposed to be a combo block to get up. They couldn't do it because Marcus was moving him too much, and then Nixon diagnosed the run coming off that double team block and made a great stop. I mean, that's quintessential run defense right there. Great execution by both players. They got Lawrence Johnson in now, the Purdue transfer, playing nose, but they still got Marcus in there. Oh, geez, he's on the ground. I haven't seen shit out of Lawrence Johnson the whole time he's been. I've not seen him make an important play yet. 4 games, well, 3.5 in. He's literally on the ground and getting just destroyed. Yeah. Newman says the mental part is an absolutely massive part of quarterback play. So, yes, we can judge Peyton right now. That's fair. I'm not saying he should be absolved of responsibility. I'm just saying I still don't know what kind of a player he is. To me, it's kind of like, he's got the flu or something. Like oh, geez. Yeah, it's going to be a touchdown.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
Well, guys, just a coverage bust of some kind, and that's a touchdown. I mean, Auburn cannot let the advantage get bigger than this. So Auburn's got to go down right now and get points. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Frustrating, man. I mean, the defense has been so good all day, so you got to give them a little bit of leeway. And they got their extra point. So it's 13-3, Auburn down 10. This is not ideal. This is not ideal. Ryan D says, must be nice to be able to throw the ball forward. Ed D thinks that might be game. And War Eagle 0008 says Thorne can't come back, as in they can't allow him to continue playing at this level. I think they can, and I think they will. I'm still just kind of thinking about what I would do here. I mean, to have stuck with Peyton this long, you've got to feel like he has been in practice many times and clicked out of it. You know what I mean? Because if you see him in practice and he just gets into a rut like he's in right now and he just stays in the rut for the rest of the practice, you'd have to pull him. So maybe he pops out. I don't know. Because if you go to Robbie, you're going to have to run predominantly, and that's going to bring another defender down in the box, and it's going to make it harder. Do you trust him to throw the ball? He threw the ball decently last week, but in general, he's not someone I would trust to throw the ball. Let's see, Uvid says, at this point it's over. The offense isn't built to come from behind. Until something changes, this will be the story all year. And John C. says, you're being way too charitable to Thorne, LOL. I mean, yeah, kind of. I mean, I'm not really here to talk a lot of smack, but if you just, I don't trust Robbie. I don't. Maybe some of y'all do, and maybe I'm wrong. And I just don't even know. I mean, Holden to me is just like literally just throwing a dice on the table and saying, I hope it's under 3. You know what I mean? Like, I hope it's a 1 or a 2. I don't know. I mean, situations where covering Auburn as long as I have, situations where they have just put a dude in and hope for the best, they don't work out. That's the kind of stuff they were doing with like Clint Mosley back in the day and Barrett, and like Neil Caudill got some of that. Gabe Gross got some of that back in 98. Like, it just doesn't work out. Chuck says Gus 2.0. Where are all the Hugh Freeze offensive guru fans at now? I think the standard issue Auburn fan is still fine. It's still totally fine with Hugh Freeze at this point. I'm not sure that, aside from just losing control of the program, I don't think that nothing of significance is going to happen to his reputation this year among Auburn people. Sam H says Peyton is done. He can't play on the road. It's certainly possible. Chuck says at least Robbie has the balls to handle the situation. He is fearless, so I would give him that. Jimbo Fisher is one of 5 active FBS head coaches to win a natty. So Saban, Kirby, the guy at Clemson, Dabo, and who else? Because Chiz is not an active head coach. Coach Chisnick. To be fair, Mark makes a great point. He says Hugh tried to warn us. He did say that. But he always hedges all of his bets, though. He's been saying this forever. Randy says, can't pass block. Peyton running for his life. Recruit heavy on the offensive line. I think they plan to. Yeah. And Glennis says, just need help understanding the strategy. Yeah, that's what Coach Hunter was saying at halftime. He didn't really understand specifically the pass game strategy. He didn't understand what they were trying to do. Burner says, point blank, Thorne is hesitant, and that is not the attitude of the other. Let's see. Christy's husband says, Hoke says that Robbie is warming up on the sideline. Well, there he is. All right, so they go to Robbie here and run a little gap play and get like a yard or two. But that's not going backward. So that's better than what they were doing because they lost a grand total of 9 yards on the last drive. It's sad that you have to kind of 1 yard forward is considered progress, but it is. Okay, he's going to try to throw this ball. He feels like he's got something, and Christ almighty. I mean, that pass right there was as overthrown as anything Peyton did. Damon says it was a 10-yard overthrow. I don't think you're wrong. I think that's pretty accurate. 3rd and 9, guys. 3rd and freaking 9. It's going to be 3rd and 14 now. It's Britton. Britton had the phantom hold earlier. That was not a phantom call there. Nick says, okay, I was wrong. Back to Thorne. I love it. Ryan S., now of Nashville fame, says we don't have a competent quarterback. It does seem that way, and it's alarming. It's alarming. Auburn RN says Holden must be the worst quarterback in America. Well, Holden's young. Holden doesn't have any experience. And Holden, when we saw him last time, was more panicked than Peyton was. Now they've given Robbie an opportunity to dig out of a 3rd and 14. This is not helping him at all. This is not his game. He's got great protection. But as has been the case, there's another fucking hold. As has been the case all day, he didn't really have any options. And he just kind of ran the ball out of bounds. Brandon J says, LOL at me. I don't know which one, but oh my God. Another hold. They're just going to decline that. Yeah, that's what I would do. Oh, I love it. Midro says, do we have a defensive back from Georgia we can play? Please, Nick Marshall, come back. Come back. We miss you. I think if I was reading lips right there, he asked, did you see the post? And then Robbie answered, and then Hugh was satisfied with the answer, and that was it. I mean, I think it's fair to say he didn't see the post. Wow, that was kind of a creative catch, too. Man, I hate it when it's like this. Josh C. says A&M about to blow it open. CDF jumps in with another super chat. He's been great today. Over it. Hugh needs to tighten the F up on this offensive BS. I'm going to be interested to see what he has to say after this one because this is bad. I missed Mac Brown. Golly. Forgot that he'd won one, honestly. Ryan S. also thinks that the floodgates are about to open. Yeah, I think points here probably end it. That ball was on the ground, but Auburn was not able to get it. I think points here probably end it for Auburn. I mean, that's not a hot take, but it's weird to think you're in the early 3rd quarter and you're already at that point. I just don't like when Lawrence Johnson is in there. It just seems like they take a step back. Number 92. I mean, you can't play Jason every snap. I get it. And Justin hasn't been playing much either. Boy, the reaction by Puckett on that to come down and defend the run was great, man. Triggered really, really quick. Man, oh man, oh man. Let me see what the play disparity is on this. Auburn has, it's about even. Auburn has 38 plays, and they have 35 plays. Auburn is 1 of 9 on third down. And they are now 4 of 9. Oh, Jalen. Yikes, bro. Gotta do that. CDF jumps in. UGA with the slump buster next week. Love the optimism, my guy. Thank you again for your support, brother. Cassidy P says, just getting back to the game. Sorry we missed you, bro. If we hold A&M to 3 on this drive, how many field goals will we need to pull out the W? It's a good thing that McPherson has a great leg because they're going to need it. I haven't even been drinking lately. I think that's the problem with me. I haven't been drinking enough. God, I hope it doesn't end like this, guys. Not like this. Not the Jimbo. Spread says it feels like the score is 40-3. It does feel that way, kind of. It feels like they're way better than Auburn, but Glennis says today feels like last year. Makes my stomach hurt. The problem with going to Holden at this point is it just smacks of desperation, and maybe some of y'all are like, "Hey, desperate times, bro." I'm not sure that they think it's quite desperate yet. I think we're looking at it, but Jonathan T says Jimbo revenge game. LOL. Fenrir says put Holden in to get him the experience. Yeah, Frank says, "Well, aren't we desperate?" I don't know. Jeff agrees. Jeff thinks that Auburn's desperate. Locked On says we're desperate for offense. So obviously, I'm probably a little bit off on my radar there about how desperate the situation is. I mean, I understand that they have 3 points on the board, and that's not good in the third quarter of a game. Anonymous preaching patience says Rome wasn't built in one off season. And Stu Pup jumps in to say we are desperate, all caps. So and Jeff B says nothing to lose by making the change to Holden. I don't know. It just seems very reactionary, but we'll just see. JR just says AIDS, J AIDS. Man, that vodka must have really gotten to you, bro. Ed D says you have 113 yards of offense. Yeah, still. It's getting a little bit worse now. It's 200 to 113. 1 of 9, 3 of 8. Maybe you guys are right. Maybe it is desperation time. I just feel like you put Holden in and you're just saying we're rudderless. I don't know. Maybe that's where you're at. Maybe that's what needs to happen. Bego says, JG, it's just the thought of losing to Jimbo, man. Listen, nobody takes that threat more seriously than me. I promise you. I just don't want to see good things happen to Jimbo Fisher ever. Man, this is just so frustrating. Mega Tiger says, Hugh is about to see how warm and welcoming the family can be. Yeah. He's about to learn, isn't he? Well, let's focus on first things first, right? We need to have a stop here. Preferably a negative play to get them out of field goal range. Max Johnson thinks he sees something, and he does. Oh, my God. Did he catch that? I thought that was going to be a pick for sure. I thought that was a guaranteed pick. I don't understand how Auburn didn't have the ball. Auburn had two guys there, including one like literally in his grill. No, that's a... I felt like Jalen had that angle. Boy, that's a good catch, man. Because he had to know that pressure was coming and it was going to hit him right in the face. Good golly, Miss Molly. Sam H's backup quarterbacks. Oh, man. I don't know what to tell you guys. Yeah, our ambitious engineer said misjudged the ball. He was right there. Yeah, I felt like he was just gonna intercept it, and then he was instead lining up a hit, I guess. And he did deliver a blow, but the wide receiver made the play. I guess I owe them one of these things right here.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
Yeah. CDF always looking at the bright side of things. Cam Coleman, he gone. The great, terrific wide receiver from Phoenix City who is committed to Texas A&M. That Auburn was hoping to kind of lure away from Jimbo and over to the Plains. But in this head-to-head matchup, if that matters to Cam Coleman, definitely advantage to the Aggies on that one. Mang says, we absolutely suck. Chuck Holmes says 5-7. D. Lucky says, how, Jalen? Jalen's made a lot of great plays this year, but that was not one of them. See, Paul King says, I don't understand any Auburn fan that thought we would win this game. Going to be a rough year. We all knew this. And Jonathan T says, man, that press conference will be something to see, LOL. Bob says 4-8 at best. Now, they're already 3-0, so he's got Auburn, I guess, beating Vanderbilt and losing everything else, including New Mexico State. So that would be bad, Bob. That would be incredibly bad if it were that bad. A. Law just says, I'm going out to mow the yard. It is a beautiful day outside, probably where you're at. I think I know where you're at in general. So, yeah, that'd be a good day to... I'll tell you what, if I was in your shoes, I would consider doing the same thing because I just don't deal well with it. Cassidy Pieces, as Doc Dumpston would say, they got dogs who can throw and catch the darn ball. We got to get better. Now it's out of reach with 6 field goals. Well, hold on. If they got 6 field goals, well, 6 more. Hey, man, it's all good, bro. Cassidy B, thank you for your super chat. I know you've dropped a bunch today. Sorry for my crass language, Mang says. Just tired of never having an offense. Thanks for all you do, JG. Sorry for being so negative, everyone. Man, you're good, bro. You're good. We've all been there, man. This is a safe space, okay? You're good. Everybody in here, well, almost everybody in here is feeling the pain, okay? And probably wants to cuss or maybe cussing in real life. They're just not cussing in the chat. Locked On says, could have had Prime, got this bum. Oh, wow, we're going. Wow. He's out. He says, Hugh, I'm done. Ay, ay, ay. Scott Chapman, I guess, is just putting money down, saying 3 and out. He knows what's coming. Blake says it's 110 proof or more kind of bourbon day. Yeah, what do I have over here? I got 112 here. See, this is 109. It's some a little stiffer. That's what she said. We'll just continue to drink the Armida. Hayden says, I thought we fired Harsin. You guys are creative, man. I love it. Let's see. B. Worm says, if Harrison wouldn't have run off Bo, maybe we could have had a quarterback this year. That is a good point, man. Ravin, says, are we breaking out the Rowan's Creek? I would drink Rowan's Creek for this because it hurts me so bad. I deserve to have that drink. I would have to stop the show. Well, not stop it, but I have to go downstairs and get it myself, which I'm not sure I want to do. But I owe this chat at least one big swig of Rowan's Creek today because I thought Auburn was going to win this game, and losing to Texas A&M just hurts me. It hurts me, man. It hurts me. That means you leave it up to somebody else to knock Jimbo out. Mama Do That coming to us live from Indiana says, yearning for the Gus days in all seriousness. Yeah, guys, I can come back. Kirk Herbstreit said something funny on game day today where he was like, a lot of people forget Gus is even coaching at UCF. It's just like Courtney goes, God, that is so disrespectful. I guess it's true. Maybe people on the West Coast are just like, Gus who? What? Oh, that's a bad read, man. Robbie had a good block in front of him. Jay Fair was doing a tremendous job, and he just misread the block. I don't understand. Terrence says, all right, so basketball? Man, that would be bad if I just switched over to basketball and we started breaking down the roster right in the middle of the A&M game. Jeez. Doubles formation here. Oh, they're going to formation out of that. It's the same problem as before. That was going to be like a counter, and it was backside pursuit that got him again. That's 3 times. The same rushing concept had the same problem. I mean, to me, that's a coaching problem right there. You could also argue it's an execution problem, but spread says stack the box is what I would do. 3rd and 7. They got a trips bunch over here. They typically run away from that. Or they get sacked.
I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC.
Oh, my God. This is getting bad, guys. I mean, you could argue it's already gotten bad, but it's bad. This is hard to watch. I understand the frustration that you guys are feeling. I do. I really get it. Let's see. Ed D says it's one-on-one on top, just like Hunter was saying at halftime. They're getting the one-on-ones. But they don't. Both guys are afraid to kind of challenge them. I was scratching and clawing on that coverage, man. It was high effort. Cats DP jumps in with another super chat. The guy's been an absolute super chatting legend today. I think this is 10 maybe. Says, any chance we can move up the bye week to work out these kinks? I feel this bunch will make big strides from week 4 to the bye week. After that slump buster against Georgia, they'll be fine. They're going to need an off week then too, if you know what I mean. Appreciate you, Cats DP. Also, ambitious engineer jumping in as well. Been in the chat all day long, but the super chat now says we got our pants pulled down today. Now we all know who we are. Interesting. Damn, Eugene just got knocked down on that one. Jeez. I think defense is not necessarily tired. I just think they're kind of running out of fortitude. I think it's hard to fight. It's harder to fight when you know the offense is just toast, because they've only defended in the 40s here. I think. See how many snaps. Okay, this will be their 40th snap coming up right here. So, I mean, it's not a long time to be on the field, honestly. Oh, no. Whoa. Kaufman's going to kill somebody. he was just kind of stumbling out of bounds. He just couldn't get himself slowed down. He ran over the yardstick guy. You always hate to see when older guys like me get hit like that because we're not as bendable or pliable as the kids would say, as the players are. Well, ambitious engineer, I think you're speaking straight. I think you're telling the truth there. This is a pants pulled down kind of game. Not so much because of this score; it's not that bad, but it feels worse. And the fact that, oh good God, the fact that it's a backup quarterback doing this is just demoralizing. A. Robinson says Georgia will beat us by 40. T-Tiger says, I think it's a coaching problem as well. I definitely think they deserve their fair share of the problems today, fair share of the grief. Absolutely. This is not all players here. I don't. Some of the running concepts I don't understand. They have like a flaw with them. We've got a pass rusher taking himself down on that play. I don't get it. J.O. says, looks like Wegman to the transfer portal. You think we've got a shot? Hey, the last time that Auburn pilfered a quarterback from Texas A&M, it went great. Cred says, this team makes me real sad. I understand that. We're looking for the hold here, I guess. Do they call it on 64? I felt like McLeod just kind of went down almost willingly. But whatever. AU Law 20 says, is Phillip getting fired tomorrow? Damn, son. Picked up the blitz again. Oh, my God. Ammo Tiger says the service academies have a better passing attack than Auburn. Hey man, Air Force is pretty good this year. You could make the argument that they might be the best Group of 5 team in the country. Honestly, I still think we should call them mid majors instead of Group of 5, but whatever, it's fine. The Air Force is legitimately good. Let's see. Neil asked a great question. Can we find a single positive to come out of this game? At this point, I don't see anything good. I mean, the defense played a good first half, but it's not been as good the second half for sure. Max Johnson's just cut him up, man. And really, I mean, penalties have bailed Auburn out twice now on this drive. First and 35. It has a very Auburn sound to it. At least in this game. So, Neil, at this point, man, no, not really. I mean, I thought Jarquez individually had a pretty good game. Oh, there's a sack. Jarquez had a good game individually. I thought Batiz had a good game individually. That's about it. Cam Riley getting a little something. And his kind of newfound position on the edge like that. It's kind of a weird sack, though. I felt like we saw it coming from a mile away, and Johnson just kind of willingly went into it. Neil says, not even the punting. Yeah, he did good. That's fair. He had a really bad situation earlier where a snap went way over his head, and he corralled the ball and got a hell of a kickoff. So, yeah, Oscar's had a good day, and McPherson had a really nice long field goal, so. But those are bit players, right? Those are supporting actors. The leads have not been good today, although I still think the tailbacks have been good. Jason says it's year one. What can we actually expect? I mean, better than this. I mean, if Auburn loses the game, I don't think anybody here's actually ready to fire Hugh over it. But I don't know. I expected more. I expected a more functioning offense, an offense that makes sense, that functions. You ain't got to be good to execute. You don't have to have 5 stars. You don't have to be a great football team to execute cleanly. And we know that's Hugh's number one thing. He says, be clean, 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 clean. And they're not. They're not. They're not clean. The offense is not clean. So for me, that's why I would be pissed. Yeah, you can deal with just getting outmanned, but that's not what's happened here necessarily. Damn, Auburn almost got to that ball. Oh. So Coy let that one go, and they got an extra, 12, 15 yards on that. So Auburn's going to take over minus 22, looks like. Ryan D says, JGT, you expected us to be competitive on offense. We got disappointed again. Not this time, bro. Yeah, GW, that well put, GW. Says, winning in year one isn't a must, but playing competitively is. That's exactly how I see it. Exactly how I see it. Back out with Robbie. I think some folks are expecting Holden to come out of that tunnel, and I just don't know, man. All right, at least he's taking a shot on a one-on-one. I didn't feel like VAR was looking for the ball until the very end. Now he's hurt. Hamstring. Great. Hey, you gave him a chance to compete on that. He had a chance to compete on that. That's more than we've seen lately, but VAR was, I agree. Jonathan said that was a very good throw. I thought so too. He definitely had a chance to compete on that. And he just didn't even look for the ball until the very end. Let's see, Jeff says, instead we're getting conservative, unimaginative cluster of a jumbled mess and no willingness to adjust, giving us all Gus PTSD. That's fair said. That's fairly said, in my opinion. Stupup says, offseason 2022 was a bad time to hire a coordinator. That is how Auburn ended up with this trash OC-DC combo. Wow. I do not think the defensive coordinator is trash. I would defend him to the death. Must upgrade next offseason. I do not think Ron Roberts sucks. I do not think he sucks. I think 20 points right now is fine. J.O. says this offense looks like Gus's offense when we played Georgia. You mean punt, 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 punt. I don't know what's going to happen with Peyton at this point. I don't know. I mean, do they just reset it and go every week and say, okay, well, Peyton's had the better week, we'll start him. Robbie's had a better week, we'll start him. I don't know. Let's see. Cassidy P jumps in again. Says, hear me out. 58. He's back on the field goals. Hear me out. 58-yard field goal bomb to cap off this drive. Onside, recover, 45-ish yard field goal. Lather, rinse, repeat 5 more times. Alternatively, toss into pick 6. Guys, I think this would absolutely work.
Well. The most diabolical haters this side of the Mississippi.
All right, I just want to play that soundbite. I don't know. Got to break it up somehow. If Holden Gerner checks into the game to start this next drive, I've got a special sound effect just for him. We can also blame the orange face masks if we want to. Crystal B says, have we played well with orange face masks? No. The answer is no. Auburn plays well with the regular outfits. Like, I don't know why we keep changing. J.R. Harris says, morning rain clouds up my football. Where are you at, bro? Let's see. Ed says they gave Peyton the job because he was in his head. That should tell you something. Stu Pup says Ron Roberts is straight trash, too. No pass rush. Wait for a competent offense to play Auburn. I don't know, man. I think the defense has been pretty good, but I totally understand where you're coming from on Philip Montgomery. Mama Doodat says Hugh and Gus have very similar ceilings. Just want to be on record that the Gus haters turned Hugh apologists have a lot to explain. God, Jimbo. Oh. Mo says maybe we're still holding things back for UGA next week. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. All right, so they're going to go. Oh, my God. They're going to go back to Robbie, which is fine. He had another misread on that run right there. AU Law 20, who is not actually cutting his lawn, says, did Thorne get into an accident that wiped out all of his football acumen? Let's not joke about head trauma, bro. But no, I don't think so. CDF jumps in with another super chat. The guy's been absolutely amazing all day long. He says, Jay, what do we practice all week offensively? You've been asking since 2014. Well, handoffs. They do mountain climbers. They throw the ball against no defense. They're pretty good at that. Guys, what in the world? So they go back in with Peyton, and then he's going to, get a couple yards running, and then he throws the ball, and then the ball gets tipped. I mean, it's so bad, like you can't even really. Feel like a stranger says, put Harold Joyner in at quarterback. No doubt he's got that. No doubt he's got that it factor you hear about. There's no doubt. I like him a lot. Harold Joyner. How about Charlie Joyner? Could they put Charlie Joyner in? He might be athletic enough to be able to just run around Texas A&M. I don't know. JR, you've been full of non sequiturs today. It's pretty funny. Stick with it, man. T Tiger says, well, at least I can now plan something else on my Saturdays. Not going to watch this offensive mess every week. I hope you do. Because here's the thing, man. Suffering like this, watching your team like literally wipe its ass like a baby all over the field. It's the price you pay for the fun times later. The suffering is redemptive. It will be redemptive. If we know anything about Auburn, Auburn is always a roller coaster, and Auburn has been at the bottom, which means it's going up. They're going to get better players. It's going to be satisfying to some degree. So don't quit now. Just hang in there. Blake says that Gus impersonation, there's no doubt. Oh, I'll tell you what, I like him a lot, and Christy likes him too. He's a good kid. Plays hard. Oh, there's no doubt. I really like Oldham. Yeah, he throws the ball real good. Yeah, he's got a good arm. Yeah. Terrence says, so basketball hallway the real deal. I'm not sure yet. I haven't really seen him scrimmage yet. It's really hard to tell, like in just regular practices and stuff. So yeah. Let's see. Bradley says modern solutions, modern problems require modern solutions. He says run Jarquez at Wildcat and put Cobb and Battie at the wings. Screw it. That sounds to me like you'd like to see some Chandler Cox pirouettes, huh? Like the Apopka Blue Darters. That's what I'm hearing. Jason says we haven't been really great offensively all year. This really isn't a surprise. Like in a conceptually to say Auburn's going to go to Texas A&M and suck on offense. Like, no, that's not a surprise. But like the depth of this shittiness, like, is surprising to me. Like I can see 3 points. I mean, it happens if you've got 4 turnovers or whatever, but they haven't really turned the ball over. They've just been sucky. John wants to know what's up, Starnes? When does Bruce's boys start practice? Next week officially. I believe Tuesday, and they usually go Tuesday, they usually go Monday, okay, let me rephrase this. I got my days mixed up. They start practice Monday. They're going to go Monday, Wednesday, Thursday for a little while. They've been going Monday, Wednesday, Thursday for a little while now, and they'll continue to go that. They can do a little bit more as it ramps up. I just, the depths of the shittiness it blows my mind. DP says, I'm a better quarterback than Ashford and Thorne, and I can't even walk. And Glennis says, fire the last 2 coaches for the same shittiness. Hold on, man. They did habitual shittiness. This is one game. I realize that Auburn hasn't really been setting the world on fire, but everybody's entitled to a bad game every now and then. Just one person's opinion. CDF jumps in and says, Jay, can we work through the basketball depth chart? How's our new kids look? We will do that today. I'm not going to do it during the A&M game, but we will do that. Mobile alum, who hopefully is at the Shindig in Orange Beach. Wish I could be there. Says Peyton got in the portal because he was going to have to compete for the starting job after starting for 2 years. Now we see why. Ooh, that was a lick right there, but he almost stayed on his feet. He actually did. Look at Reed Hughes with the tackle there. Good effort. Don't push him off. A little bit of an acting job there when he got pushed, didn't it? Marquise says we should have hired Dion.
Who is Swag, baby? Who is? Oh, prime preach.
I'm not really doing the whole, shoulda, coulda, woulda thing, but I pushed for Dion. I was on Team Dion. I'm just saying. CDF said, need it now, Jay. Dark Side jumps in. Thanks, Mobile alum. Appreciate you. Hope you are down there at the Shindig, though. It says Thorn equals unwiped cheeks. Man, do we have a sound for that? I wish we did. Oh, I don't see one right now. Dang it. Wish I had one. I know we're definitely in this area, though.
The danger zone. This is your redheads, your strippers, anyone named Tiffany. This is where your car gets keyed, you get a bunny in the pot, your tires get slashed, and you wind up in jail.
We are in the danger zone, guys. There's no joking about that. Shane Hunt jumps in with another super chat. Says, gotta take the bad times to enjoy the good times. After the Grayson McCall debacle, I figured we'd struggle at quarterback, but not this badly. I'm glad you have that attitude, Shane, about just kind of trying to enjoy the shitty times, because that makes the good times even sweeter. And they're coming. Auburn's going to be better. I mean, we know that. They're recruiting at such a high level. And I mean, they're better now. They're just young. Got a lot of young, like freshmen. I mean, like guys like Kayan Lee, Terrence Love, Sylvester. They have a really good wave of young players in the program. It's just that they're third tier right now because they're so young. Let's get those guys up and get them coached up and start filling up the depth chart and get some better defensive tackles in here, although I think Marcus has been pretty good. But, Jason isn't as good as you'd think he would be. Oh, God. There's a flag down. Like, that's a hold probably. I give Max Johnson credit for getting back and trying to make a play on that. But I think it's going to be a hold, right? Well, our chat is really hot right now. It's hopping. Ryan S. says, no matter what, we have to hit the quarterback portal hard. Wow. We were all joking about, well, I guess the defense has to score. Well, guess what? They did.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Touchdown, Auburn!
Kay and Lee. Eugene wasn't sure that he had scored there, but he did. Well, that's good. That was needed. So that makes it 10. It doesn't alleviate any concerns on the offense, on the Auburn offense, I should say. But hey, it's points, right? Spread says Jimbo tried to trip him. Neil says greatest comeback since Lazarus. Well, for us over here, Lazarus is a department store. But yeah, I understand the biblical reference, my guy. Hope your train's moving again. Ed D also was frustrated about Jimbo being on the field. I understand that, bro. I didn't actually see him. How far out was he? You got to do better than that, man. Don't be cheating. Don't be cheating. Don't be cheating. Ooh, BRT back. What up, man? Thank you for the super chat, my G. Says this offense is just broken and embarrassing. Penalties and mistakes. They just look unprepared. Holden to the rescue. That's scary. It is kind of scary to think about that. You might actually think that Holden. I mean, like honestly, you think he might be a legitimate option at this point. Is like you know. Thank you for the super chat, my G. It's great to see you back over here in the chat. I need to update some of these numbers, although they haven't changed a whole lot. Peyton is now 5 of 11. He's thrown one pass in this half. One pass, and it is incomplete, of course. Jarquez, 8 carries for 49. Wait, 8 carries for 49? Jeez. Gotta do better than that. Look at Warwick jumping in. What a stud, man. Warwick did a little... He dropped one the other day and just... What a stud. In Asante we trust. Motherfucker. Big time play right there. Kay and Lee also gets credit for the forced fumble, and then Asante had the speed to get away from Max Johnson and get all the way to the end zone. So good effort all around. It's crazy that we were all just saying the defense is going to have to score, and by God they did. Neil says his train is moving. Thank F that Peyton ain't driving it. They would be passive and uncertain if he was in charge, that's for sure. Let's see. Midro says that was all Thorne needed to break out and dominate. BRT, Ben, thank you so much for your super chat earlier, though, bro. It was really, really nice. And Warwick, too. Thank you, guys, for jumping in. All right, so 2 more defensive touchdowns, and it's all good, right? And that's really all. That's all it takes. We're talking. Someone in the chat asked about defense not getting a break. The play breakdown really is not out of hand at all. It's 46 plays for A&M and 44 for Auburn. I mean, that's not a lot of plays to defend. Let's see, Josh. You said you just tagged me on Twitter. I don't monitor Twitter during the game just because I'm focused on you guys. But I don't see it. Uh-oh, Ryan Davis. My guy's a little concerned about what's going on out here. Justin asks if Nehemiah is playing today. I think Nehemiah was cleared to play, and then it was his decision as to whether he thought he could go when he got out there, and I guess he chose not to. Oh, wow, you guys weren't kidding. He should have just plowed into him. No, not really. It would have affected the ability to score a touchdown. That's really weird. That's way out on the field at a weird time. Boy, if he ran into him, though, and Jimbo affected a play like that, oh, my God. That would be huge. You'd almost have to suspend somebody for that. I don't care if it was an accident or what. Stay the fuck off the field, dude. JB said he started. That's right. I forgot. Talking about he might be playing here now if DK's down. That Pritchett was out there to start the game. Maybe he just didn't feel like he was up to it. Blake says, honestly, what would I have given to see Jimbo get trucked? I know you kind of have to weigh it, right? It's like defensive touchdown or a lifetime of infamy for Jimbo. Like, it's tough. I'd probably take the touchdown. But that is very close to a truly embarrassing footnote to a guy's career right there. Jeez. TJ, I completely agree. Everybody else does too. We need another turnover here. I completely agree. Ambitious says DK down for the 32nd time. He does go down quite a bit. Ravin wants to know, where was the get-back coach? That's right. With Ryan Russell now at Missouri, they have the best get-back coach in the game. Texas A&M, not quite as good. Terrence said more commercials. Yeah, this whole effort to try to speed up games really has just made it so that there's more commercials, right? That's the cynical take on what's been going on with some of the rule changes and the emphasis on getting these games to be quicker. Yeah, Stu Pup, great question. What would have been the call on that if Jimbo had stopped Asante? Well, it would have absolutely been a personal foul. For like somebody who's not participating in the play. But I mean, he might have gotten suspended for something like that. You just can't do that. But he wisely just kind of stood still, and that was the right thing to do. Mr. Matzer said, if we're going to lose, I would just take Jimbo getting trucked. Highlight for life. Zachary says, Robbie beat them last year. Let's at least just lose with him. Okay. Yeah, Terrence says ejection. I think he would get ejected. I think so. I don't know how you would adjudicate that on the field. I don't know if you'd say gratuitous lack of sportsmanship. I don't know what you would do. It's not targeting per se, but you know what I mean. Frank says Jimbo would have been suspended 4 games at least. Yeah, I think so too. It would have been a bad one. You just never see that. Get off the field. Like, just get off the field. We don't have to worry about it. GW says games aren't quicker. ESPN and Disney just trying to recover revenue via commercials. C-Red says, I wish a defensive lineman would have knocked that headset into the third row. Oh, man. That would be something to see. I'll tell you, Keenan Slovis has literally played at like half the schools in the country. Is it his 4th team? I heard some people talking in the mall yesterday. I was walking around the mall. Long story, but people talking and clamoring for Colorado jerseys. They're like, I want to get me a Colorado jersey. I was like, really? We're down here in the SEC and you want a Colorado jersey? But, I mean, it's cool. I get it. Prime is fun. I wish Peyton had made a few plays like that, right? The situation was Fubar, Max Johnson just threw the ball out of bounds to avoid a loss. I mean, I would say that Peyton's probably had 5 plays like that today where he should have just thrown the ball away, and then he just did whatever he did and lost another 3 yards, 4 yards, 5 yards. It's 20 yards total that he's probably wasted. I don't know if it matters, but Auburn had all 3 defensive linemen standing up for that snap. Probably not ideal. Auburn was slow to get set or get that call in. Raven says, who goes to the mall in Montgomery? I mean, I was over there for something else, and, you know, I've been having that hip problem, and so I felt good, and I was like, I'm going to walk around here a little bit. And so I did, and I didn't have any pain, and I was really stoked. First time since the middle of August I've been able to walk without pain. I knew it would get better. Blake R says, notice how Johnson knows when to run? He has definitely been better like that. Chris M said, did you have a security detail with you at the mall? You talking about Paul Blart? It's an outdoor mall. It's East Chase. But, yeah, you might even argue that's not a mall. I probably should have just said East Chase. I still think like an old person, though. Is this unbalanced here? We got a tight end here? Oh, it is. I'm sorry. Oh. Nasili Kite got just enough to kind of make him stumble and worry about it. Frank says, how was Sabaro? Hot dog and a stick was delicious. And I finished it off with an orange Julius. Hell yeah. There's Bobby Petrino, Mr. Nice Guy. Hey, guys, he was Auburn offensive coordinator in 2002. That is true. Tuberville plucked him from the Jacksonville Jaguars, as I recall. He was kind of an up-and-coming guy at the time. All right, so on 3rd and 8, that pass was not going to get caught, and so that's a stop. Auburn is down 10 points with 10 minutes to go. I'm not ruling anything out. I think Amazon Web Services is giving Auburn a 2.2 chance of winning this game, but I'm sticking with it until there's a 0% chance. And even then, I'm probably just going to keep going because that's what we do around here. We stream and we talk shit. Let's see. Raven says, got your New Balances on. Look at this, trying to talk smack at me. Don't be an old JG, but for real, good on you for the exercise. I exercise, despite being fat, I exercise quite a bit when my hip is working. And even when my hip's not working, I can still ride my bike, which sounds even worse. But it's the only exercise I can do that doesn't hurt. So I've been riding the hell out of my bike the last 3 weeks, just around the neighborhood. It's about 1.25 miles. And I just roll. Let's do 5, 6, 7 laps and push it as hard as I can reasonably do it, and that helps. Let's see. A. Robinson disagrees with my Amazon Web Services saying that Auburn has a 2.2% chance. He says it's too high. It's too high. Guys, it's like from Major League. Too high. Who gives a shit? It's gone. Blake says, why did he fair catch that? I don't know. I would think inside the 10 you would just take your best gamble, right? They're going to go with Robbie again. I just don't, whatever. Now, he can do that for you. If they're going to run read zone, he just got you 11 yards on that one, so he can do that. Sam H says, on clouds for JG. No, I will tell you guys, honestly, I've been wearing the same exact shoe for the last 19 years. I got fitted officially in 2004, and I've never changed. Damn, I thought he was going to get out on that. I wear Asics Nimbus. Every time they change it to like whatever, Nimbus 20, 21, 22, 23, I get the new one. So it's Asics Nimbus. And don't you rag on Asics, Raven. That's a good shoe. Better than New Balance. Spread says important drive here. I completely agree. If they could do something here, it would be amazing. It would completely revitalize what's going on here. I love that call right there. That was a double power coming into the field, and then they ran the ball backside. So really, that's a gamble. It's a gamble to think that those linebackers are going to lock onto those blockers and follow them, which they did. And it gave Battie room to run on the outside because that backside corner did not lost his eyes on contain. Battie has been the secret weapon today for sure. 66 total yards. Sam says, LOL, I knew it would be Asics. Man, get off me, bro. They're comfortable to my faces. Yeah, Decatur says Battie looks a little bit like McCaleb. He does. Very similar. I think Battie is actually a better receiver than Ontario was. Ontario, if you guys remember, got used quite a bit in that championship season and averaged more than 10 yards a carry. Like, it wasn't like 5 carries for 50 yards. It was like 35 carries for 400 yards or something like that. Like, he was amazing that year, pound for pound. Ontario McCaleb. Uh-oh, they're going to try to blitz. This is where those hot reads have got to come in. It was a creative play. My God, he had that ball up in the air. I knew he was going to fumble it, but he didn't. Whoa! Easy, bro. Jeez. Hey, I'll give Robbie credit, man. He's fighting, dude. I mean, I know he does. He does that. I like that little hop throw. But when Rivaldo had the ball up like this, I was like, shit. They throw a penalty on that? I think they could have. I think Jimbo's getting nervous, man. I really think he's getting nervous. I mean, I think Auburn's putting a palpitation in there a little bit. I mean, because they're moving the ball a little bit. Oh, God. Oh, he's fighting, man. Robbie's fighting. He is absolutely fighting. Cleveland asked about the flag. I completely agree. I thought that was a late hit on Rivaldo, but so it is. Looks like AU Taxman is a Fairweather fan. He's a Rob Deere. He's either hitting a home run or he's completely striking out. He either completely whiffs or gets in the wrong alignment or he makes an amazing play. Like he's kind of hit or miss. Auburn RN says running clock sucks. Yeah, for Auburn right now, it sure does. Hey, a little patience on the run there. I like it. That's first down. Hey, man, Robbie's getting it done right now. Let's be honest about it. Let's speak it like it is. He's making the right reads. He's pushing his fucking blockers. I like it. He's taking command of the situation. A. Robinson thinks they need to move it at pace a little bit more. I think I agree with you. I mean, on a first down, shouldn't they be pacing? A decent blitz pickup right there. Fart. I thought he had a chance. That was a throw to Hooks there. That would have been a touchdown if he would have been able to get in front of that ball. I think the ball was positioned incorrectly, but he still had a chance. I can't tell if that ball was tipped or it bounced off of him. I feel like he should have had that ball. Anyway, that's an opportunity to compete right there. You know what I'm saying? Which he gave VAR earlier in the third quarter. He gave him that long throw. It was a really nice throw. And VAR wasn't even looking for the freaking ball until it was too late. Jonathan E. says, got to catch that. I think I'm with you, bro. I think he had a chance. Again, definitely gave him a chance to compete. Spread says solid throw. That was good. No arguments from me. Robbie's passing, aside from that first throw that was terrible, it's been pretty good. Got to catch that. Got to catch that. I mean, you're down 10 at Texas A&M in a game you don't even have any business being in, and you got a chance to sneak in there and smash and grab it. You got to have that catch right there. Wow, I did not see Robbie Ashford as the secret sauce of this game. Did not see that coming. All right, so we've got a 2nd and 10 on the 28 when we come back. I was going to update some of these other numbers. Battie is now 7 carries for 51. So he's had himself a nice day. And Thorne as a ball carrier was 11 carries for minus 34. We'll just let that sit. Third down numbers. Auburn is a robust 1 of 11. They're 5 of 12. 1 of 11. Oh, my goodness. And they're 5 of 12, which is, they're probably not too upset about that. 1 of 11, guys. I was telling Courtney in that game the other day, the New York-San Francisco game, that third down is so important. And in that game, the 49ers were just killing them on third down. I think at one point they were 6 of 8 or 8 of 10 or something like that. And I was like, they're going to win this game easy. That's right. Scotty P told me to pump the brakes, and Spread said, no pumping brakes, full speed ahead here. Absolutely, man. We're going to boog it all the way to the end, bro. No doubt about it. I don't like the way it looks. But it's working. Interesting stuff from D in Atlanta there. Thinks that maybe we should just switch to this paradigm. and just start running this, this kind of base ground game with Robbie and try to maybe just add complexity to the passing game little by little as we move forward, just enough to take some of the pressure off the run game. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think this team hits its ceiling without Peyton Thorne because I think you're just having to forfeit too much in the passing game. But none of us give a shit about ceilings at this point. You just want to win this ball game, and I think Robbie definitely gives you the best chance to do that right now. So, 2nd and 10. Let's see what they can pull out here. 6:45 to go. Here comes a corner blitz, and he's just fucked. Too much pressure there. That was kind of what Hunter was talking about, where you've got to have some facet. When you know there's blitz pressure coming, he's got to have somewhere to go with the ball. It can't just be like, well, good luck. And they're going to blitz here, too, on 3rd and 15. You know it, so let's just... Bego, he said that did the offensive line forget to block? There was somebody downfield so far that I've got to believe that that was just a miscommunication. Oh, man, that could be offside if they didn't call it, though. Robbie running for his life again, and he can't get the ball because he's pressured too much. Got a flag down. It could be a late hit on the quarterback. Robbie's looks like he's hurting a little bit. We got a personal foul. No, we're going to call a hold. Cameron Stutz. I think that's his first flag of the year. Jonathan T thought he saw a late hit. Josh did as well. I might have considered taking that penalty, honestly, if I was Texas A&M, because, yeah, they get another shot at it, but then they're out of field goal range. Oh, that's what they're doing. Okay. Let's see. So Stutz' hands are inside right now. You normally wouldn't call this. Okay, yeah, that's probably a hold. Because he was trying to move laterally, and then you could see Cam's arms getting kind of out away from him a little bit. I do think that's a hold. All right, so 3rd and 25. Auburn is out of field goal range right now, so they're going to need... Okay, timeout for Texas A&M because they were having personnel problems. Man. That was a costly penalty there. Costly. Frank says Bama gets away with that hold 10 times per game. Chat believes the 35-yard line is the place to get. That makes sense to me. Maybe even further. It's a nice play. I mean, I like the play design. It's just a nice play. Kind of slow developing, but Jesus, man. 4th and 27. They're going to punt. I mean, I get it, man. It's 27 yards, dude. Auburn RN says that's the best play call we had there. I mean, yeah, kind of slow developing. All right, so they're going to start around the 10. And Auburn's still down 10. Really, really, really needed points there. Like in the worst way possible. Auburn is now 1 of 12 on third down, guys. 1 of 12, man. Shit, you cannot win doing that. That's really bad. That's super, super, super bad. She looks happy. I bet she's seen some shit, man, being a teacher like that all those years. Clock is the biggest problem now. Well, hell no, not the biggest, but it's the most pressing problem now. Auburn currently has 156 total yards, guys. Good golly, Miss Molly. They have 301. Auburn's run 54 plays, and this next snap for A&M will be their 54th play, so even on plays. Auburn has no turnovers, though. Oh, look at this. Come on, guys. Oh, my goodness. Wow, Nixon with a nice, valorous effort to get back down there, man. Try to get the ball out. That was masterful running when you attack that deep safety. Really, really nice. That's exactly how you do it. You just keep changing, or at least threatening to change directions, and you keep flipping DJ James's hips. And he just loses his ability to make a play. Fuck. Well, that's it, guys. That's a wrap. Feel like a stranger jumps in with a super chat here. Would rather have thrown a Hail Mary to Fairweather. I could see that, yeah. I could see that. Midro says, who is Nixon? It's Larry Nixon III, linebacker that came over from North Texas. He's been playing, he's been playing all year, really. He was kind of a backup in the first 2 games, but here the last 2 games he plays a lot. Sean says, maybe Freeze is already working on the Alabama game plan. I absolutely love Prime's whole I ain't hard to find thing. I get just joy out of that. I just love it. If you guys want to play, I ain't hard to find. I just love that. I love it. Just I find him so funny. He's so entertaining. I didn't like him that much as a football player. I thought he was like a hot dogger, which he was, and I'd hated that about him at the time. But now I think it's hilarious. And he gets some people so shook, dude, just by him being him. Like, if you just watch The Bunker, people get so shook up about Dion this and Dion that. I'm just like, enjoy the ride, man. He's just having fun.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
CDF says, so about that round ball. Thank you, bro. All right, guys. So let's take a look at the basketball depth chart here. As Texas A&M works to put the PAT on this latest touchdown drive, and they did hit it. Wow, that point guard situation sure does look good, though, doesn't it? Oh, Bobby Petrino and Jimbo Fisher. Like Emperor Palpatine and Darth Vader. Like the bad Darth Vader. Just, man. People want Holden in there now. I mean, that's cool. I get it. Please try Holden. It's the right time. All right. I mean, I don't know if he's already wrecked. If his confidence is already not very good, might as well just put him in there and let it get tore to shreds. I don't know. Robert B says Freeze is going to have to take over play calling. I mean, that's assuming he hasn't already. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. He said before, I don't do that unless there's a serious reason. Well, to me, this would count as a serious reason. This is not good. I mean, this is they have 10 points, but 7 of those are from the defense. So it's really a 3-point day for the offense, and you've got, you know, quarterback situation is you know, as bad as we've seen it at Auburn. It's down to Clint Mosley and Barrett. It's just absolutely lost. I can't imagine even Vanderbilt having worse quarterback play than Auburn at this point. Honestly, I mean, I think I might try Holden now. I mean, because all hope is lost, and you might as well. And, I mean, I think he can pitch and catch the ball a little bit and get you down the field. I mean, potentially, as long as he's not getting hammered. So, yeah, I think I'm on board with that now. I was not on board with that at halftime at all, but I am now. I mean, now you're in you're past desperation time. You're going to lose this game, but might as well just see what's going on. I don't think they'll do that. And they're not. They're just going to roll it with Robbie again. Oh, no, I'm sorry. They are going to go with Holden. Sweet. I'm sorry, guys. My eyes aren't what they used to be. And they start off with a throw that was not great, but was catchable, and it didn't get caught. Josh C. says Vanderbilt has scored 21 today. Yeah, they've also had 2 pick sixes that they gave up from the quarterback screwing up, so hold on about that. All right, so let's see. Let's see what Holden G can do. His first throw was okay. It was just the receiver could have done a better job. Okay, that pass was nowhere near where it needed to go. Not sure if that was a miscommunication or just a bad throw. I don't know. Man, that was a throw right there. Florida State quarterback. He's got an arm. Let's see. 3rd and 10 for Holden. Let's see if he can complete a pass here. Boy, number 4 really got a great get off on that snap. That's going to be a first down throw to Jay Fair. It was kind of a duck, but it was where it needed to be. Auburn did a nice job absorbing that really quick get off on the field side, on the boundary side there. Kind of got beat off the snap, but then caught up. Stoop up. It's funny. There's Petit again. He's been really quite good. Stoop Up says, Hank Brown? Sure, why not? Jonathan says he has a nice arm. He really does. Holden definitely has arm talent. The question with Holden has always just kind of been like decision-making and does he watch the rush? Ay. So they were trying to do like a little screen, 2 hooks, like that quick screen, and they just got overloaded. Too many defenders in the area to block. So now they've got a 3rd and 4. Let's see. Robert says, stop with the personnel reasoning. We have ball players, D1 ball players. I just think a lot of them are young. Is this Mardner down here? Who do they got out wide? Who's right against the sideline here on the closest side? It looks like Mardner. Oh, Sean Jackson out of a fucking cannon. Look at this old boy. Look at him. Yes, sir. Got like a 25-yard run right there. And that dude got to the line of scrimmage in a hurry. Like a freight train, yo. I guess they should have been playing third-teamers all along. I'm just teasing. That is Mardner down there, I guarantee it. I didn't really give him a chance to compete on that. Hey, at least he's challenging them. I bet Hugh told him and said, go in there and do the thing. Throw the fucking ball downfield. Don't worry about it. We're already FUBAR here. I know you can throw the ball downfield. Do it. If you get picked off, you get picked off. Oh, my God, what a catch, if that's good. I guess they're saying incomplete on that. It was very close to me, or at least it looked that way. Yeah, he's out of bounds. I would still say he gave him a chance to compete on that. Raven says, Sean Jackson running with 2 Christmas hams in the back of his pants. God, Texas A&M only rushed 4, and they still got all that pressure. 3rd and 10, ball goes incomplete. This is what happens, man. So now Holden had this series, and he showed a little bit of promise, but he's also missing some throws. And we end up walking out with results inconclusive. There'll be people that will say, well, you know, I'd like to see more from Holden, or have him have some more advantageous situations. Then you'll have people that will say, you know, all this flip-flopping with quarterbacks is just not good anyway. Jeff B says, has Cobb played at all? He played on special teams for sure. I don't think he's played on offense. Yeah, that's not good. 4th and 10, and we're getting pressured. Oh, man. Mr. Matzer asks, why didn't Auburn throw to the middle? Seems like for years we've thrown so much to the sideline. Auburn did throw some slants in the Cal game, but, I mean, the problems today I think are more complicated than where the passes are going, I guess. You know what I mean? You're just looking for, like, snap count, no holds, block the right guy, I feel like is kind of where they're at right now. Hugh has got to feel absolutely humiliated. I mean, seriously. Not that they lost. I think we can all kind of deal with that. But the fact that his offense looked like absolute dog shit today, I just got to think that embarrasses him to no end. Cassidy P is still hanging on, though. He says McPherson time. If he could just hit a 78-yarder, everything would be fine. Probably wasn't the finest. There's Terrence Love playing. Still got Marcus Harrison there, though. Jonathan T says 7 sacks. Is that right? Let me see. 7 sacks. You're absolutely right. Auburn has 2. They have 7. Texas A&M has 15 tackles for loss today. Jeez Louise, man. That's amazing. Auburn is +8 in plays run today, by the way. Texas A&M has run 56 plays. Auburn is at 64. Whew, man. 15 tackles for loss, guys. 15. I'm amazed. I can't believe it. Auburn is now 3 of 15 on 3rd downs. Ain't much better. Good golly, Miss Molly. Well, we're going to put that one up as an L, guys. Yeah, I'm afraid that's what's going to have to happen here. $27-10. Let's see. Eric said Gata. He is humiliated. I'm just saying. I mean, he's going to be humiliated. The 6 said, did the Eagle fly good? That's all that matters, I guess. That being a Church of the Highlands football team. Well, hold on, bro. Did the band play good? Did the Eagle fly good? Was the food good? Did you have enough water? Scotty P says our optimism over the new offensive line might have been misguided. No, not misguided, but maybe not quite in concert with real life, right? Little projection. A little bit of us saying, man, I sure wish the offensive line was better. And then we go, it is better. Okay, maybe not. And then that's Scotty P going, what are they doing out there? I never know what they're doing out there. Ma, meatloaf. Let's see. My World of Sports says best O lineman on the bench today is Wright. When you say Cam Stutz is the mauler and Wright is on the bench, I question coaches. All right. Terrence says, I'm going to the gym. Try to salvage your weekend, everyone. And My World of Sports says, I don't know why people are mad. Most fans said A&M was going to win. Daniel N says, how many baptisms do we have today? Boo. Come on, man. There's more to life than just football games, right? You got to be champions of life. Give that one an F right there, which isn't necessarily for final, if you know what I mean. 27-10 with the Auburn Tigers, under 200 yards of total offense. They were right at 200 at the end. They had 402, so they got doubled up on offense. I mean, sheesh, guys. Embarrassing. Well, moving on. Let's do basketball. What do y'all think about that? Let me see if I can get some more of these stats here. Stop. I'm going to try to get a screenshot for you guys here real quick so we can take a look at some of these overall numbers. All right. Let me put this up here. These are the final numbers for this game. We can just kind of take a look here. So 27-10. First downs are pretty close. Total yards, they doubled them up. See, Auburn did not have a turnover, right? 0 interceptions and 0 fumbles lost. So that's a step forward, right? We're looking for positives here, guys. They had an advantage in time of possession. No red zone. They didn't blow up in the red zone at all. Of course, they didn't get to the red zone, but that's fine. It's fine. No red zone meltdowns. As a Raiders fan, I see a whole lot of red zone meltdowns. Didn't see any of that today. My game ball goes to Brian Battie. I thought he was fantastic today, and I thought Jarquez was good too. Thought the receiving core was terrible. I thought Oscar had a good game. I thought Coy Moore deserves commendation for at least fielding punts and not giving them away. I don't think there's much else, guys. Let's see. Robert Burton says, all right, I'm going to go hydrate on some vodka and get ready for Georgia, LOL. That's my guy right there. Well done. That's what we're looking for. XTDB 1993X says, Thorne is trash. He did not play well today, that is for sure. And he kind of tends to not play well, you know? He just doesn't look good. Let's see. My World of Sports says this is the most important game on the schedule. Wow, long next several weeks may end up 4-8. I do not see that happening. But guys, remember now, I this is just my view on this, and you guys can disagree, and I appreciate y'all's ideas on this. But I do think that Auburn, with so many new pieces in the puzzle, particularly on offense, I think they have the potential to get better quickly. They have not done it yet. From Samford to Texas A&M, to me, was probably a step back, but certainly nothing step forward. I just don't not sure what to say about that. I thought they were going to take a step forward. I thought they were going to be up to the challenge today. I really did. Didn't necessarily think they were going to win. I picked them to win. I just didn't expect them to just get outclassed like that because Texas A&M is not great. And Chris Brown says, was this a surprise today? Laugh. Like, yeah, it is a surprise to me, Chris. Not that they lost the game, that they just looked so bad doing it. It's just not good. It's not good. Chris said, he followed up and said, Thorne is not it, plain and simple. I think that's a fair take. I do. Knuman, who has always encouraged everyone to give lots of thumbs up, and I wish he would. In his honor, I wish that we would do more thumbs up on the video. He says, "Well, that sucked." Well, that's a short and sweet way of telling it like it is, my G. Which is what we love from Kanuman. He brings it straight to the point. Also, Runner24 with a super chat. I know you were probably going to put a message in there and you forgot it, but the next one you put up, I will definitely post. There it is. F all the portal work this year. Such an utter whiff on quarterback. I got to agree, man. I just thought that since they really wanted Grayson McCall, but when it was obvious McCall wasn't going to be able to qualify anywhere, they immediately went to Peyton Thorne. And so they had some idea that he was the guy that they thought could be their solution. I think now 4 games into it, we're kind of looking at it going, I don't really see it. And I think some of the Michigan State people felt the same way. Kind of that he wasn't super awesome. I think this is a mistake right here. Chris Brown saying, I don't know why folks are so high on Freeze. Laugh, laugh. Like, come on now. I mean, look, this is a sucky loss. I hate losing to Jimbo Fisher more than anything. And there's more coming. I mean, Georgia's going to do some rude things next week. But, I mean, I think it's really wayward to give up on Freeze at this point. Or to even look at what's going on right now at 3-1 and be like, he sucks. Like, he doesn't suck. He doesn't suck. It takes a little bit of time to get out from the problems that Harsin created. We've got Chip on the horn. What up, brother?
Hey, man.
You gotta hit mute on that, bro.
Yeah, let me mute you. Hold on a sec.
Yeah.
All right, I got you covered.
What up, brother?
Because I mean, what else would we watch? What else would we watch with the brain drain versus Auburn football? We watched it all together.
I know, man. So, did you get a good turnout, bro? Down at the Orange Beach event?
Oh, we just had a couple of us down here. Mobile alum bailed on us, but she had reason to. So,
cool. Yeah.
But I don't know where B and OBA showed up, but he never showed up. But we had Ravine's here.
What a
number
stud.
19 and CJ are here. They made the trip all the way from Montgomery.
Studs.
Another guy, I forget what his name is. Tim something. I got his handle on the bunker somewhere. He showed up. He lives in Gulf Shores. And a 247 guy showed up. So cross-pollination, of the boards. Hey, it's great.
Wait, why would he do that?
They're Auburn fans, man. That's why.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what you want to do. How bad did that suck, bro? How bad did that suck?
I have to take full responsibility for it. I didn't get drunk enough before the game kicked off.
That's what happened.
So, yeah, that's what happened. That's all on me. Can't help it.
I wish you could.
I tried.
You need to get in mid-season form like right fucking now, bro.
Yeah, I know. Well, hey, we just changed it over to the Bammer game, so hopefully we can pull them out for a loss, and all will be good.
That would be amazing. What is, for the game today, what was your most disappointing part of it?
Besides all of it, yeah, that's about that much. So, yeah, dude, that was bad. That was bad. The offense is terrible. Hey, I agree. I agree. I think everybody here agreed with them pulling Thorne when they did. I don't want to speak for everybody, but I think they did the right thing. And I don't know where they go from here. Thorne clearly is not the answer, and I don't want to throw it all on him because it could be the offensive line is just as much to blame. I mean, they're not giving him any protection. So I don't know what you expect out of him, but he has windows to throw the ball, and he just doesn't. And that's what we saw. But I don't know if maybe that's what you saw or not, but we think it is.
Yeah, he had some opportunities for sure. I mean, the throw to Jay Fair in the first quarter, good God, man, that's 6 points right there. Like, just put it up.
Easy. So I don't know how you missed that one, but it is what it is, I guess. But I don't know. They got a lot of work to do to try to figure out how to win some games after this one.
Well, yeah, the next few games are going to be rough. I mean, Georgia, LSU, yikes, Ole Miss.
Yeah, it's not going to be good. But yeah, I mean, we're having fun down here anyway. So wish we had the internet speed for you to drain reliably from down here. But hey, it is what it is.
I know. I hope that I was there in the spring, and if we do one that's out of football season, I'll be there.
Well, we are. I've already talked to folks. We're going to do another one the spring, April, May time frame, same kind of thing. So
amazing.
Come one, come all. You know how it is.
Well, we appreciate you, and also I do shout you out like every single show about the Swoogan glasses. You've done amazing work on that.
Oh, I know. I've got to get whoever won last week. I can't even fucking remember.
Nurse RN. Auburn
yeah,
RN.
Nurse RN. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, his is coming. I meant to have one to give away here today, but I didn't get a chance to make it because of work. But we'll get that done. Yeah, I know it gets in the way of fun all the time, but I'll get it done. So figure out who we're going to give it to. I hope to have one to give away here to somebody here today, but didn't work out. But
it happens.
It may still go to someone here today. You never know.
We appreciate your professional work though, because you're helping the world. I know that.
Well, yeah, it's a lot of fun doing that kind of stuff because it's just fun. I like doing it.
I'm glad you're in that business then.
Well, hey, number 19 is here. Sans his number 19 Swoogan glass that you still got apparently.
Well, tell CJ to come over here and get it because he said he was going to and he hasn't done
it. Yeah, I know. CJ's here as well, but Ravine is kicking it with us. So got a good group here. But we're gonna watch the Bammers lose if we can help it. If we will that to fruition, and that's not a good sign of what's going on there in that game right now. But it is what it is. But all right, War Eagle, everyone.
All right, we'll see
I'm
you,
gonna
Chip.
keep drinking for the day, and hope things get worse for Bama from here on out.
All right, bro. See you.
All right, bye, man. See you.
There he is, Chip. What a stud. Skype asked me about the quality of that call. I said 5 freaking stars. The rumor was that CDF is going to be calling in from his location, his secret location in the western part of the United States. AU Law had a super chat. Cassidy P did as well. Said Chip the legend. He is absolutely a legend, one of the most valuable members of the entire community. Always just so loyal to everything that was going on auburnsports.com. AU Law 20 has been with us all day. May or may not have actually mowed the lawn today. Says Holden will start the second half against the leg humpers. That would be nice. Here he comes, CDF. What up, my G?
Hey, Jizzle.
What up, man?
Man, what a day.
Well,
what a day.
I know. And you were hoping for the best. I was too.
Yeah, I think it's just from an emotional standpoint, it's just disappointing, right? I mean, I think that if you look at now 4 games in, 0 offensive identity. I know that quarterbacks look like shit, no doubt. But I think everything's been pretty close to shit. I mean, our game plan isn't great. No. Our scripts haven't looked good. We've been extremely undisciplined. Lots of penalties, obviously lots of turnovers. We're lucky today that the doors didn't get blown off earlier with that touchdown reversal. It's troubling, and I think my biggest hope when Hugh was hired was that we'd have an identity, we'd be disciplined. Yeah, we might not be the most talented, but we'd be able to compete via scheme, and our scheme's shit. I mean, that's all there is to it. So I don't know. It's still early, but I think after the next couple games, we're going to see a shift to him taking more ownership. I think that's what's going to have to happen. As far as quarterbacks concerned, they're not putting any of them in a position to succeed. And we've talked about this for years upon years. Even when Bo Nix, who's driving already, looks like they're in a good spot. You got to put your quarterback in position to be successful. You got to get them in a rhythm, give them good throws. And that goes back to scheming and script and just having a solid plan in place. And so as bad as all the quarterbacks have looked, I don't know that I necessarily put it on them. It's just a complete failure systematically is what it feels like.
And
even with the record of 3-1.
Yeah.
I mean, Cal was terrible. That was an awful game to watch. This was an awful game to watch.
I think your expectations coming into the season, Duff Diver, were that at least they'd have a good plan, right? Like, we'd get outmanned, but you were expecting competence, 100%. Right? Yeah.
100%.
And what we saw today was not.
No, you knocked yourself out of field goal range a couple times. You know, when you can identify like, ooh, that was a good play call. You know, 3 or 4 of those a game, that's a problem. Like when there's only 3 or 4 good play calls a game, that's an issue.
Yeah.
I was joking in the chat. You look at the drive chart from the second half, and it was like, you know, there was a game in Georgia, maybe it was 2012, Gene's last year, where, you know, it was like punt, 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 fumble, punt, punt. You know, it's just not good, you know, and it's disappointing. That's what it is. Defensively, you know, I'm actually pleasantly surprised. You knew the back end would be pretty solid. Not getting enough pass rush, that'll be exposed. We gotta scheme that, but you at least see attempts, right? You see flashes.
Frank,
special teams.
Frank in the chat says there were 3 or 4 good play calls today.
Yeah, and that's a stretch, right?
Yeah,
I mean, but there were a few. Now, there were a couple of good play calls that just weren't executed, right?
Yeah, the throw to Jay Fair.
That's going to happen. Yeah, that was a good play call.
That was a good play call.
You know, and so there were a number that, in my mind, that were good play calls that just weren't executed. But that is going to happen. You come out the first 2 plays in your third and whatever, you know, third and 12, third and 13. You know, that's the end of Gus's tenure, and that's all of Potato Bowl. You know, that's how we've looked for as long as I can remember. So, you know, we've got to buck that trend. We've got to do something different. And you know, my hope is, and there's signs, right? I mean, there are positive signs. We're willing to switch things up at quarterback to try to get get some energy. It's not working, but at least there's attempts being made. I just think schematically, whatever's happening, in those offices during the week, it's not efficient. It's not working.
It's not working.
And, you know, he has a track record of being that guy. So I'm hopeful that he can take ownership or more ownership in that.
Yeah.
And at least get to a place where we can be competitive, because, you know, the score could have been a lot worse today. Probably should have been a lot worse today. I don't think A&M's a great team. I think they're going to, you know, I think we'll see that by the end of the year. But things could have looked a lot worse on the scoreboard than it did.
I agree.
You know, and it's only going to get worse the next couple of weeks.
I know.
I do like, 21. I tell you what, our running back room's deep. It'd be nice if, we could get a little more consistency with the blocking. 21 looks sudden, and he's definitely, I know you had mentioned it earlier in the year, or maybe it was in the fall practices, that you wouldn't expect him to be, able or willing to run in between the tackles, but he does he's a good little back. He might be he might need to be a bigger part of what it is we ultimately need to be doing. So that's exciting.
Yeah.
But all in all, you're exactly right. You stated my position at the beginning of the year and still today accurately. The hope was you have enough to piece together to maybe win one or two that you shouldn't, and be competitive in the ones that that you would hope to be competitive in. And frankly, I don't see that moving forward unless there's drastic change.
I didn't see they weren't competitive today, in my opinion. I mean, it felt like a 40-10 game.
Well, and it's not even a scenario where you're necessarily predictable either. It's just like they're throwing darts and picking plays, and then bad things just continuously happen. Nobody's in a rhythm. There's not an identity. It's you have a couple people who make a couple plays here and there. I think you mentioned Batty, who I'm giving praise to. You gave praise to. His stat line at one point was 5 rushes for 19 yards, right? And it's like, damn, that's good. Like, no,
that's terrible.
That's not good, but it's good relative to the shit show that we just observed.
Yeah. Got to get better, man.
Yeah. That said, appreciate what you do. I'm hopeful there's some tough questions. I know Stolze has a close relationship, but it's definitely going to be interesting to gather some insight. He seems to be rather transparent, which is nice.
Yeah.
But I think the questions are going to start getting a little more challenging.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes.
Hey, thank you for the super chats early, my guy. Appreciate you.
You got it, buddy. Appreciate you. Have a good day.
I'll see you. Bye. There he is, CDF, a true Auburn fan. He loves Auburn. He loves Auburn. it comes across as negative sometimes, but I think it's just because there's been a lot of stuff going on lately that makes you feel down a little bit. I'm going to call D Lucky because he called in or was trying to call in during CDF's call, and I'm going to call him and try to get him on here.
Hello.
Hey, D Lucky, it's JG.
What's good, JG?
Word.
Horrible out.
Yeah, I know.
Horrible out.
You were not fired up about that at all, were you?
No, but I think there's a lot of overreaction in the chat too. I think we don't have a quarterback for sure, but I don't think that's been a surprise for the first 3 games. But I think people just got, I don't know, misguided on what we were going to be this year, and that's fine. There's a lot of optimism. But to think about all of the transfer players that we got in, and now to see what we have on offense and defense compared to what we would have had otherwise, it's still a vast improvement. So just think about what our team was before he brought in the folks that he brought in and what that performance would have looked like with those particular players out there.
Thanks.
So quarterback's still a shortcoming, but there's still fundamental pieces that we can kind of I think we can build on.
What would you do, quarterback? What would you do?
I think that Thorne's just he reminds me, like somebody said, Stidham at Clemson. I was at that game, and there were plenty of plays on the field at that game where Stidham was too busy looking at the rush to see wide open wide receivers. And I'm not saying he had tons of time today, but Thorne had open plays that he just completely missed. That throw to Fair, there are high school quarterbacks that can make that throw.
Mm-hmm.
You can't miss that throw. You can't scheme it up any better than that. Kid's running wide open down the sidelines. Just got to lob it out there, and it's a touchdown. When you can't complete throws like that consistently, I don't know what your purpose is on the field. So if we're going to have a quarterback that's erratic and can't throw the ball, then at least get Robbie's legs back out there and let him use his legs. So that's kind of where I'm at with that part.
Man, that's not a good situation. And Holden didn't really show. I mean, he didn't do much for you, did he? I mean, he only had one series. So.
No, I'm not one of those folks that think that somehow, the coaches watch practice every day and they put the best player that, out on the bench. I think they're putting who they think can execute the best. And then they put Thorne out there and for whatever reason, when it's live bullets, I guess he just doesn't handle the pressure well.
I know.
And that's not great. That's the exact opposite of what we needed him for. We just needed him to be average. He didn't have to be great, just an average quarterback, and we're absolutely competing in that game. But to have one of your running backs go down and the other one with a bum ankle, it looked like, and I don't know where Ford was at today.
You say Ford?
Sorry, not Ford.
Cobb.
Freshman running back.
Yeah, Cobb.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
I don't know where he.
Well, Batee was running his ass off. I load Batee today, so maybe they just kind of felt like.
He was, but I mean, I would have liked to see him mix in a little bit more. Batee's a little smaller, so he was doing more on the outside, and we weren't getting great push on the inside. But when Jarquez was in and was doing something, he was having a little bit of success running up the middle. So I would have liked to see him a little bit more of that, but maybe that's not a strong suit of Batee. So.
Yeah, for sure. Defense, thoughts? I mean, I thought they competed well through about 2.5 quarters.
Yeah, that's about what you get when you're one deep at every position. At some point, you just get outmanned. I mean, Texas A&M recruited well for the past 4 years, and that showed itself. It's hard for us to compete against a team with that level of talent for the entire game without stuff going our way, and it didn't. There were a couple of times that was questionable. I didn't love the 3-man pass rush. A couple of times we didn't get there, especially in some situations where just a little bit of pressure would have been a game break. Well, not a game breaker. It would have been beneficial. A 3rd and 4 where we don't rush 3 and they quarterback just runs the ball for a first down because there's just nobody's finding him. Or we send a safety blitz from 15, 20 yards out when we got a 3-man rush. I don't know. That schematically wasn't good, but the effort was good from everybody that I saw.
Yeah.
We don't have enough D-line pressure at all. with the ones that we got. Defensive backfields played well, and I don't see any change there. Another big play by Asante. So, linebackers did their job for the most part. So,
yeah,
decent effort. C+, B- from the defense.
What are your expectations for next weekend, G?
Pain.
You Clubber Lang there, huh?
A little bit. I mean, they're the number one team in the country, similar to what we saw today. They've recruited well, too. We've seen what they can do to us. When we don't have an offense, it gets ugly quickly. So now you got to decide if we do have enough creativeness. Like I said, if you go with Robbie and we run the ball and can do some stuff that way. But Thorne hasn't proven that he's going to be able to give us anything that we need, so they'll have to be creative.
Yeah.
But I'm not ready to throw the whole season away. I'm not ready to throw Hugh and the staff away like some folks are already. It's going to be a work in progress. It's rebuilding. Everybody's saying we're at the Guffs level or this reminds them of Potato Bowl and all that kind of stuff. Well, the one thing that's consistent again with all of those three scenarios is we've got players that are not quite where we would like for them to be talent-wise, and it's going to take us some time to fix that.
Yeah, word. EU256 was checking in the chat, giving a hashtag Madison Mafia. Love you, D Lucky. So,
shout out to the boys from Madison.
He is representing his newfound home.
Exactly, he's a smart dude.
He was recently redistricted.
Exactly, he was annexed in.
Yeah, he was annexed. Yeah, exactly. But he's for life. He said he was for life.
Good.
Yeah. All right, man. We always love having you in. It's not a good show until you call in, D Lucky. So thank you for giving us some time on a Saturday afternoon, a beautiful Saturday afternoon.
It is, man. And like I said, the season's not over. Just everybody needs to temper their expectations. We'll see what the rest of the season holds for us.
All right, my G.
All right, bro. Stay easy. Peace.
Bye. I have communicated with Sir J. Head, and he is going to be available for a call in the relatively near future. I'm still trying to figure out when we want to do that. So I got to answer administrative assistant. All right, there we go. I got that done. You always got to answer your wife when she texts you because that's important. It sounds like Old Piss is up 7-0 now on Alabama. I turned it off because I can't concentrate when I've got that on. Let's see. No, 7-3 is what it is. Okay, good. I got to turn it back off. I can't concentrate when I'm doing that. Let me go real quick for a quick bathroom break, which I very rarely do. We have been on the air for coming up on 4.5 hours, which is not that long really, but I need a quick break. Just give me about 45 seconds, all right? Hold on a sec. All right, we good, y'all. My bad. I usually don't do that, as you guys know. I can usually go 6-7 hours, but today not the case. So enjoyed having D Lucky on. I think the biggest thing he was sitting on, first of all, was we got to temper our expectations. That goes for me too. because I picked this team to win 9 games because I thought this offense would come together. I trusted Hugh to do that. And whether or not my trust was misplaced, I don't necessarily know that I'm there yet myself. But personnel-wise, I just don't think that like Shane Hooks and Jair and even Fairweather to some degree, I just don't know. They're not really coming together. The pass game, Peyton is definitely not what I thought he was, and so it's affecting the whole thing, really. Christopher B. jumps in with a super chat here. He actually had 2. This one said Auburn had more penalties than completions, which I had to look up, and they did indeed have 9 completions and 10 penalties today. So, wow, that is a number that you do not want to have, a ratio you do not like. And see, Jeff thought I was dumping. That was a fast one if it was a dumpy. I mean, every now and then, man, it happens. Let's see. Blake says hearing J-Head's voice will help me feel better, but I'm still pissed and drinking. Well, I mean, it is a Saturday, so. Let's see. Damon says the only thing to look forward to is a rustled BMAT.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
That sounds like Brian. Let me, we'll give him a call here. Let me text him real quick. Okay. Let's see, J-Head. We'll shoot for J-Head in about 20 minutes. So we'll try to get BMAT on here shortly and let him just kind of vibe out on this Saturday of a fairly lopsided loss at Texas A&M, which is disheartening, one would say. Let's see. Kyle said a couple of those penalties were delay of game to give Chapman more room to kick. That is true, but it's still just kind of a weird – that's a weird ratio, right? I mean, 9 completed passes. And, obviously the emphasis today was running the football because Peyton Thorne was flatlined. But nonetheless, that's crazy. Poppy says, Henry at the game, can you call him? I can. I could. But he is in the middle of interviews right now. There's a lot going on after a game. It takes longer. Let's see. J-Head says he's Gucci. So why don't we just go ahead and hit J-Head right now? And, yeah. Where are you, Sir J-Head? Let's see if this is the right number for J-Head. I think this is the wrong number. I'm going to have him call me. Your boy gets a little overwhelmed sometimes. Oh, here we go. I get mixed up. He has a few different numbers. So we'll just let him call in. We've had more success when he calls me. So he'll get me here in just a second. There he is. J-Head. J-Head, you there, bro?
JGT, what's up, brother?
Gee, how you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Wish I had not watched what we watched this afternoon together, but it is what it is, right? And look, to be honest, now I never imagined the offense to be as discombobulated as it was today, but this kind of falls with what I saw for the season. I think before the season, and on your show, I think I said 7-5. I think on the show that I did for Jay Lee, I've been saying 6-6 to 7-5, and that truly, to me, Jay, with as much transition as we had on the offensive side of the ball, some of the things I heard coming out of fall camp, that's truly what I expected. With so many G5 players kind of stepping up a level of competition, it's going to take them a while to adjust to what they're seeing, and also kind of collectively together. Offense is one of those you have to develop together. And with so many parts coming in June that you're trying to count on that weren't able to go through spring, it's just, early in the year you're going to have some of this. Now, you touched on it on your show. I don't think anybody anticipated Peyton to kind of play the way he has to this point. That's the shocking thing.
He's been awful.
Right.
He's scared. He's terrified, Jan.
It certainly feels that way. I don't know necessarily. You know, there are times when I'm watching it and you can tell he's reading the wrong side of the field, where he's looking at the overloaded side or the strong side of the defense, and he's got one-on-one to the top end of the of the coverage, and he's just not even looking at it. So I'm a little confused if he's confused about the offense. If the moment's too big, I'm not exactly sure what's going on there, but it definitely makes you think that maybe he should have gambled on Spencer Sanders when he had the opportunity to in the spring. And that's not me trying to throw shade at Hugh by any means. It's just, I think given Auburn's situation with Robbie Ashford as your returning quarterback, you needed to bring in as many guys as you possibly could, whether they potentially be injured or not. And I know everybody obviously didn't want to relive the situation we lived with our previous Texas A&M transfer, watching him sit hobble on the sideline all season. But we just, Jay, right now, we just don't have a QB. That's the major issue. I don't think Holden's ready yet to play. I think Robbie's one-dimensional, and unfortunately, Peyton's just not seeing it. He's just not seeing it right now, and that's the difficult part. So you're going to have to grind some games out, which means, and I know I'm going on a I think a 5-minute monologue already, but it boils down to a handful of games this year to get where we want to be, which is to 6-6, 7-5. That's going to take you down to Mississippi State, Vanderbilt, Arkansas, and I'm not willing to concede Ole Miss just yet because we get that game at home. But it's going to be tough sledding in those next two games against Georgia and LSU, my man.
I just keep thinking he's going to click. I keep thinking that Peyton's going to click. He's going to finally start making some fucking sense with the way he plays the position, but it hasn't happened yet. And maybe I'm the idiot for thinking it will.
Well, I don't think you're an idiot, Jay. I think the competition, once we get beyond LSU, it gets a little bit easier for what he's going to be facing from a defensive standpoint. But you play the front seven in A&M is as talented as anybody you're going to play in the country.
Yeah, they're good.
I mean, they are legitimately top 10 in that front seven. Their issues there lie in the back end, and we didn't have the receivers to necessarily expose things. And when we did have things schemed up, like the plate affair, I heard D. Lucky talking about that. That's just one of a couple that we had schemed where guys were open. And unfortunately, our quarterback couldn't put it on the guy. So all the way around, it was just kind of a failure from an offensive standpoint. I know a lot of people are pointing to the game plan and being relatively upset with how some things were nuanced or sequenced. I thought there were some shot plays that were there. I thought we just didn't execute for what we needed to do, and some of our offensive personnel were beat up in addition to. Obviously, Var wasn't full speed. Jarquez is playing with one good wheel. You lost Amari very early on. Those are guys that have been strengths for you, and you knew were going to be strengths coming into the year. You really needed them to stay healthy, and they're not right now. So that was tough for us. But how do you feel, man? Like, where are you at as far as your expectation for the rest of the season?
I got to dampen it, man. I thought they were a 9-win team. I thought they were going to get their stuff together. I thought Peyton was going to be good. It's pretty obvious he's not, so I'm going to have to dial that back, and I'm probably with you now. I think 7 wins. Somebody earlier said 4 wins, and I'm like, guys, come on. I mean, geez. They're going to win some of these games.
Has anybody watched Vanderbilt play?
I
mean, they just lost it. Yeah, they just lost to UNLV. We've got New Mexico State. Mississippi State is not a great football team, and we get them at home. So 6 wins is doable for sure. Can you find that 7th win, to me, between Ole Miss and Arkansas? That's the one you're looking for. Or, look, Alabama's in a tailspin themselves right now. Maybe they find themselves today against Ole Miss, but to me, that game is going to be more competitive because you see a lot of the same problems on Alabama's side of the ball that you see on ours, which is you don't have a quarterback. Not at this point anyway.
Yeah. I'm concerned. I mean, I am. Peyton is a 0 right now for me. Robbie can run the football, and I don't know what to think about Holden. I just don't know how to even categorize him. He has so few snaps, like varsity snaps, and I would have to trust the coaching staff on that. They think he can throw the football.
He can. I mean, everything I heard was he spun it really, really well in fall camp. But do you want to shoot a kid's confidence by putting him in there when the rest of the team's not able to play well around him? And I think that's what the coaching staff is trying to avoid. In addition to the fact that you're right, he hasn't seen a whole lot. So do you really want to throw him out there against UGA?
You can't.
Do you really want to throw him out there, right, against LSU in Red Stick? I mean, to me, it makes sense if you're going to turn to Holden. If the quarterback play does not improve over the next 2 games and you go into that bye week, that's the logical time that you're going to make a transition when you come out against Ole Miss and you start to play against a defense that's not going to be in the top half of the league. Because you get Ole Miss, Mississippi State, who's a good defensive football team, but they're not a great team overall, Arkansas, Vanderbilt, and New Mexico State. None of those are defensive juggernauts, so it makes a lot more sense to probably put Holden in there if you're going to start toying with that idea. I don't know that Freeze is ready to go there just yet because that kind of means he's punting a little bit on the season.
I agree.
I think he's really going to try to get to that 6 or 7 win mark. He wants to get to a bowl game because that means improvement from last year. Anything 5 and 7 or worse is a regression. So if you can get to 6 and 6, 7 and 5, if you can get to that top 12 recruiting class, which we're on the way to doing right now, you still got a few more pieces that you got to get there. But talent acquisition is the biggest thing that Hugh Freeze can do this season.
And he's done a lot of that so far.
Done a lot of that so far. Right now, you have to win enough. You've got to win enough to hold what you've accrued to this point and still go win a few more battles. And that's important to show a team that is on the upswing and not on the downswing. And then you've got to be able to look. We all know that they have these now. You've got to have a department that's scouting other college talent. And when those guys hit the portal, you got to be ready to capitalize. Now, we don't need to take 20 transfers like we did this past year. I think we're kind of seeing right now it's hard to get that many moving pieces together and have some cohesion on either side of the ball, though our defensive transfers have played very well to this point.
Yeah, I agree.
Jalen McLeod, it's several of those guys on the defensive side have played well. But I think you need to find about 10 guys in the transfer portal to fill gaps for you. And if you don't have a quarterback, if you don't decide that there's a quarterback on this roster that you can roll with moving into next year, and it's got to be a platform all the way through, then you got to go find one or pluck one out of the portal. That's just kind of where you're at.
Because Walker White, I don't know, man. Like, maybe.
I mean, I think he's going to be great. Yeah, I think he's going to be great. But do you really want to throw a true freshman against the schedule that you're going to play?
No.
I mean, I don't. I think you need to go find a vet. And look, Freeze has been here now. It will be a full year come November. They're going to be much more in tune with who's going to be going into the portal. And you and I both know there's a knowledge aspect to that. You got to know who's going to be going in, and you got to be ready to pounce when they do. But you're going to need some more pieces from the portal. You're going to need to attack the JUCO ranks to make sure that you're upgrading talent in which way you can, and you got to hold on to the high school guys you got and win a few more battles. And to me, beyond winning 6 and 7 games, that's the most important thing that you can do because it sets the floor for everything moving forward.
Yeah. Sure would help to win right now, though. It would help to galvanize that class, yeah.
It would, and that's what I'm saying. You got to win enough. You got to look better next week against Georgia if that's possible. And I think playing in Jordan-Hare will help, obviously. The crowd will be a little bit different. They'll be into it. It's Georgia. But you need to show some fight. Then obviously you need to get healthy. You need to go down to Red Stick and not get completely blown out. And you need to come back home for a big Ole Miss game where there are going to be a lot of recruits. And you need to be ready to put on a good performance.
Yeah. Sounds easy.
Sounds easy, right?
Yeah.
It's always easier said than done. And I know that I'm not necessarily bringing sunshine to the chat today. I'm trying to stay realistic with my viewpoints and expectations for this team. And that's the only thing that I would encourage, the listeners that we have on this show today, the people that are going to be on the bunker later, any social media platform that you're on. Remember that this is a team in transition. This is a coaching staff that is trying to find a way to wheel this team to bowl eligibility and to slowly but surely put the pieces in place that are going to lead to long-term success. And I think there's so much hope with transfer portal recruiting, and it's easy to get lost in that. But the reality is when you have that many moving pieces, it's truly difficult. And I know people are going to say the Colorado thing, and what Deion's doing. I get it. But Deion has a quarterback. Okay,
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Shedeur Sanders holds that whole thing together. You put Peyton Thorne on Colorado's roster, it's not quite the same product. And that's not me trying to shit on Peyton or take shots. It's not. I just think Shedeur Sanders is probably a second-round draft pick today. And I don't know that Peyton Thorne is necessarily an NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
That's the difference to me.
Yeah, playing this way, he certainly ain't.
No, he's not, my man. And it's, it just is what it is. That doesn't mean that he can't be serviceable. That doesn't mean that we can't improve our offensive product. It just means we got to go back to the drawing board and work a little bit harder on finding the things that we do well, and then capitalizing when we do have shot plays in place, to get those big gainers down the field that this offense truly needs to get going. You saw it last week against Sanford. When this team has success, they have those big plays. And we had 0 explosive plays today that didn't come out of the run game. I think Brian Battie was probably your spark plug, if anybody. And credit to that young man for battling the way that he did.
He battled his ass off today, for sure.
He did. 165 pounds. You're going out there and you're banging, against a very nasty front seven and talented group. You're talking about a collection of freaks on the defensive line for Texas A&M that, like I said, they stack up against anybody in the country. I'd put that front seven that they have up against what UGA has.
Damn.
I honestly would. They're that talented in the front seven. Now, it's the back end where there's a major difference. And if you had Hunter on here, I'm sure he would tell you the same thing. They are susceptible to the long ball in the back end, and we just couldn't take advantage today because we don't have the dudes on the outside that we need.
Damn, Mike C's been tough on you in the chat. He says, this is BS. Hughes should have had this offense in a better spot. Stop making excuses, J-Head. Wow.
Listen, he's entitled. He's a passionate fan, just like a lot of people. You know what I mean? They don't want to hear excuses, and I'm not trying to make excuses. But to me, cohesion is such a huge part of offensive football, and making sure that you have somebody that can make the proper reads and diagnose things. You can coach it as well as you need to. If you have guys that can't execute it, it does not matter at the end of the day. That's why talent acquisition is the number one thing when you're retooling a team. You got to have dudes that can do it. And we just don't have enough on this team. And I'm not stumping for Hugh. This is my honest assessment of the roster, where it's at. And look, as D-Lucky said, and I want to give him credit for this, think of where this team would be if you hadn't made the additions that you made in the transfer portal and in our prior recruiting class.
It's true.
You're looking
worse. Much worse.
Yeah, you're looking at 3 wins, probably. So, look, I don't blame Mike C for being upset. I don't blame him for taking issue with what I just said. I truly understand how passionate Auburn fans are and how they feel and how much they want a winner. They're tired of watching this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, there is a true feeling of just disgust when you line up and you want to be competitive with the Alabamas and the A&Ms and the LSUs and the Georgias. You know what I mean? You want to go out there and knock their dick in the dirt and come out with a 17-point victory.
Hell yeah.
We're just not there just yet, guys. It's going to be a process to get there. I think Hugh's the right guy to get it done, but it starts with getting more talent on the team right now. And look, I think the offensive product will improve as the season goes on. I honestly do.
It's got to, because it's pretty damn bad right now.
Yeah, 2 Power 5 games, and it's been putrid, right?
Yeah, bad. J-Head, you're an absolute stud. Everybody loves you. Everybody clamors for you every single week in the chat. They said, when's J-Head calling in? So thank you for giving us some time, Mike.
No, I appreciate you, buddy. I love the platform. Love everybody in the drain. Hope you guys have a great rest of your afternoon, and talk to you later, Jay.
All right, J-Head. See you, bro.
Thank you, buddy.
Bye. There he is, J-Head. How would you rate the quality of this call? 5 stars. Hell yeah. Good stuff. J-Head getting knocked around a little bit in the chat for being a little patient, and I am on board with his plea for patience. I mean, guys, Patrick P says it's on freeze. He didn't bring in a quarterback for spring. He did bring in one. Well, no, I understand what you're saying. He didn't bring one in. He got Payton after the spring, and this is a miss. This is a miss. Payton, I don't think is playable. I don't. He's had a lot of opportunities to be good in the Cal game, and he was just trash. And today, I don't want to say trash. He was just bad. And then today he was really bad. And that's a miss. That's an assessment miss. And now you're stuck with Robbie and or Holden. I think we kind of know what we're getting with Robbie. One-dimensional, but good at that one dimension. And then Holden, and I don't really know what to say. I mean, does he have arm talent? Hell yeah, he does. Can he lead a team down the field and score points? We have not seen that yet. And so I think it's a mistake to project upon Holden the things that we wish Auburn had. And he may or may not have that. I don't know. So, Jonathan E. says, Thorne has strengths. He has great hair. Cassidy P., I didn't call out his super chats because we were kind of on the horn there, but he did have one earlier that said, hold on, Mamadou, I got to finish this because I promised that I would do it. Going to take more than this season to ungus and de-Harsin the roster. Figured we'd be 6-6. As long as we improve, I will be able to commit to the trajectory and trust Hugh will get us a quarterback and that's just essentially get us back going. And then Cassidy P says, J-Head just agreed with my super chat, #blessed, which is exactly what J-Head was saying. J-Head was saying 6 to 7 wins, get to a bowl game, get that extra practice time, get that extra recruiting exposure, and then, get this next class put together and signed, sealed, and delivered. And I think that's probably the right thing. I will acknowledge this L. I'll take this L all year long. I thought that they were going to be able to win 9, and I thought that because I thought the offense is going to be better than it is right now. The offense is really bad right now. And I'm constantly mystified that this happens because, with Gus, he's an offensive guy. And you think, okay, at the very least, their offense will be good. And then their offense sucks. And you're like, wait. And now here we are again with an offensive guy in Hugh Freeze, and the offense is bad again. And it's like, what's going on? This should be, your passion. My baseline expectation for this team is that it has a decent functioning offense. That was one thing that I thought that I knew about this team. At minimum, Hugh Freeze is going to be able to put together some dudes that can play offense and function and just be okay, and average 20 points a game and, just be absolutely mid, but be mid. What we saw today was not mid. The offense scored 3 points. Michael A., appreciate the super chat, my G, says recruiting is the only thing that will fix this. Put Robbie in and ride him with Holden as the second quarterback. He's saying absolutely punt on Peyton Thorne, which I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. We got Mamadou Dat on the horn. Mamadou, what up, bro?
JG, long time. How we doing?
Hey, it's been we have missed you. It's been what, a basketball season, maybe?
Yeah. As somebody who lives in Indiana and becoming all too well versed in schools that are unfortunately already looking ahead to basketball season.
Yes, Purdue is definitely doing that.
Yeah, well, no doubt.
What in the world are we going to do with this team, dude?
It's, I never saw a lot of wins this year, candidly, but I did think we would look better than what we're showing right now. Yeah, we'll be lucky to be bowl eligible, I think.
Oh, man. I hate to hear it, but I see where you're coming from. This offense is a real problem, man.
It is, and it's interesting to me. I concur with I'm playing a little devil's advocate, having a little fun with the Gus stuff. Who I love, and I won't apologize for it. But what's interesting to me is I can't get over the dichotomy of thinking Hugh is the savior and then just constantly shitting on Gus, because honestly, I see so many similarities, right? Like I honestly don't know, unless we can do something demonstrably different on the offensive line moving forward. I think we're looking at a Gus-like ceiling in the next 3 to 4 years with this team.
Well, tell me about the similarities. Like, tell me about that. Like, what do you see?
So, with the play calling that I saw today, right? I saw in Gus at his worst was like this too. There's sort of an inability to change to the personnel that you have. And I think, there would have been a way, I think, to try to maintain. We were running the ball decent at times, going to Robbie sooner, calling more screens, more read option. I would have liked to see more of that sooner, and I would have liked to see more of that at the beginning of the season, because I think everybody, I've been reliably told that he was an evaluator of QB talent and a developer of QB talent. And it's really, really hard for me to see a guy with that reputation, pick his guy from the portal and anoint him as the starter, and for him to be as bad as he's been. I do not think that is a good sign.
Yeah, well, it's not. It's not a good sign. And 6 or 7 wins, it's what you're looking at here, and that is very Gussy. That is very Gussy.
It is, and even with Gus, right? Every year we were ranked at some point. There was some bright spots, right? 2017, where barring some bad injuries, the trajectory of that season looks a lot different, right? So I again, if we can get back to that, that's pretty good compared to where we're at right now.
Yeah.
So anyway, we'll see, man. I
still got to take a spanking from Georgia and LSU, though.
Yeah, well, and I'm fully anticipating that, and I probably won't be scheduling my Saturdays around Auburn football, which may be good for my life.
Yes,
but
yes,
they're letting us down early this year, which I guess is better than late.
Hey, I like you're seeing the sunshine outside the cloud there. I like that.
That's right. I think I just got to manage expectations, which Hugh is too, right? He's been. Oh. I don't love the him trying to lower the bar. Hey, we don't have any good players, so don't expect too much out of us this year, guys. That's never what you want to hear from your head coach, especially when I think portal acquisition is so key, and I think we whiffed largely there. Other teams seem to have done that a lot better in terms of trying to revamp the roster. I would have liked to see more. But again, I'm not going to judge Hugh on this season. I don't think anybody should, but I'm pumping the brakes a little bit on the optimism that I'm seeing and hearing, because I don't think it's going to be a quick turnaround. And I'm starting to question whether or not we're going to be a lot different than the much reviled Gus Malzahn was for this team.
That would not be a sunny picture right there, bro. You're not painting a sunny picture for me at all.
No, and I hope I would love to be wrong. I would love to be wrong, and I've never been the biggest Hugh fan, but I'm an Auburn fan, right? So I'd love to be wrong. But time will tell, I suppose.
Mamadou, it's awesome hearing from you, bro. I hope you're going to be more of a staple as we move forward this season, my G.
Depending on my mental health, we'll see how involved I can be in watching this team. But I love what you do, and this is the best way for me to commiserate with my fellow Auburn fans.
We love you doing that, bro. All right, man. We'll see you.
Appreciate it, Jay. Thank you.
There he is, Mamadou Dat, calling in from Greater Indiana, the Hoosier State. Hoosier hospitality is no accident. He's surrounded by Hoosiers and Boilermakers up there, neither of whom are satisfied with their football team, but he isn't either. Let's see, Torrey, I did look up this the other day. Says this team will be decent with Grayson McCall at quarterback. Coastal's been bad this year, but he hasn't been. His numbers are down a little bit, but it's probably just a function of him not having quite the same caliber of players around him. He would have been a fine player here. I think so. But they couldn't get him eligible. I mean, nobody could. We got MW Deve on the line. What's up, brother?
What's up, JG?
Word. I know you're not stoked about this.
No. But I do. I mean, I kind of agree a lot with what Mama Dudat just said, and it's a process. I think, and this has been the case for the last several years of Auburn football. I think a lot of fans you go into a new season, it's a new season. You got optimism, and sometimes that optimism is not totally grounded in the reality of the situation. To the extent that the optimism is, and then when you do have the first sign that, okay, we were wrong about that. Everybody kind of crashes and goes the other way. And, the truth, I think, is somewhere in the middle.
Yeah. Yeah. I wish that wasn't true, but yeah.
Our quarterback struggles is not something unique to our program this year or in recent years. I think it's getting harder and harder to find quarterbacks who can really take a team can carry a team and take them to the next level. I think there's different reasons for that. I'd love to hear Jay Head and Coach Hunter and some others talk about the way colleges and pros too have changed in what they scout and prioritize for quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think there have been changes, things they look for that are different in the past. And I think some of that's been missteps.
Well, I certainly missed on the quarterback assessment. Can't argue about that.
Today was terrible. I'm not going to deny that. I'll be honest with you. I still think Peyton gives you the best chance to win. Wow. I think they've got to change what they do offensively to get him back to being comfortable. I think Freeze, I'm not totally sure, but just some of the, sideline behavior, some of the comments I've seen, stuff like that. I think he and Freeze have gotten off to the wrong foot, and he thought Peyton was mentally tougher than he is, and it's gotten in his head a good bit. And you throw him out there in 103-degree heat today, combine that, and what I think was, I'll get into play calling in a minute, but just not a good game plan to set him up for success. And it turned into a repeat of a Jeremy Johnson type trip to LSU in 2015.
Why you got to bring that up, bro?
Because I'll be frank with you. I was thinking that I thought about that heat, and that's the first game I thought about. And I thought about Bo at Florida in 2019. And I mean, road games in the SEC heat, if you have a game plan that is trying to rely on your quarterback delivering, you better have a really good quarterback. And that's not who we are.
No.
Right now.
Not right now.
I think I know what the identity of this offense needs to be, but you've got two offensive football coaches that need to learn to get uncomfortable because they're trying to stay in their comfort zone, and that's not what this team can do.
What do you think they should be doing?
I think you saw a little bit of it in the second half, but you gotta be a run first, play action, vertical passing game offense.
Got to be physical.
It's really a Gus style offense. When he was at his best, I mean, we know he got away from that, but the offensive line is a good run blocking offensive line. You've got a quarterback that is mobile enough to be a run threat, but you don't get good pass protection. When the rush does happen, he's staring at the blitz, and he's not out of that. So you have to rely, I think, on the running game between the tackles. Even against A&M's 5-star defensive linemen, we were getting them, blowing them off the ball at times. You get into trouble when you get behind the chains of penalties. But like after that, so Peyton had that fourth down run where he made, and I'll give him credit for this. This is gutsy. You had a rough game, and did he just go out of bounds and not get the first down? No, he dove and 3 yards and got that first down. Well, what did we do the very next play? Instead of sticking to the run, we drop back to pass it and lose 3 yards on the blitz. And then you're behind the chains on second down. I'm not saying run the ball 72 times in a game and, never throw it. But Hugh's comment when they interviewed him in the first quarter was, well, we're running the ball well, but we've got to find balance. No, you don't. Keep running the ball well.
Might as well.
Finding balance doesn't score points.
No, it doesn't. Not in and of itself.
If you're doing one thing well and you're doing another thing really not well, and doing that not well thing more just makes it worse, stick to what you're doing well. And I think that's kind of part of what I mean. Like, I don't think a lot of people really understood, Hugh's offense at Ole Miss, but it is not a run first offense. It's kind of I wouldn't say it's pass heavy, but it's kind of a 50-50 type thing.
His is, yeah.
It's a lot of pass to set up the run, at least horizontal passing, short passing. With some, deep throwing in there, but it's a lot of that. And if you don't ever get those passes, it's not going to set up the run. Like he's got to say, okay, this is I think what people are saying that they're seeing Gus 2.0. He's got to be willing to say, what I like to do and what I want to do is not what this team can do. We need to find what this team can do and go to it.
Yeah.
And I mean, how many times in the Tuberville years did we hear after the first 3 to 4 games, he'd say, well, what you're doing isn't working. We're going to do something different.
Yeah, it was common.
And that's kind of Gus would not do that. Gus would, even when he had coaches telling him we got to do something different, he kept going back to his thing.
Because that's what he does.
Calling duties away. Yeah. And we're going to go through the same narrative here at some point. I don't know. It's probably too soon now, but eventually if things struggle, it'll be, well, he's going to take more control of the offense. Or it'll be back and forth between him and Montgomery. I mean, that's what I personally, and I'm not knocking Hugh on this. I'm not. I think we're 4 games into the tenure. I mean, he's got plenty of time to do great things. But deep down, I do not like offensive coordinators or former offensive coaches as head coaches for one reason. They get caught up into what the laptops are telling them. Oh, in this situation, we should do this or that, or they get caught up in their system and their scheme. And you need a guy that's not vested in a particular offensive system to walk over and say, bullshit, run the damn ball. And, I mean, how many times have you seen Saban do that with his coordinators, or Kirby do it, or Tuberville did it when he was at Auburn? I think there's a reason offensive coaches get into games like this and just struggle, because they're still trying to say, well, if we just get this to work, then we'll set up this and that and everything else. And the average guy who's not vested in a game plan or a scheme is sitting there saying, well, you're getting 4 and 5 yards to carry running the ball.
Just keep going.
Just keep running. Yeah. Instead of, get a 9-6 or 12-6 halftime lead and live with that and play defense.
It's a good idea, MW. It's something I hadn't considered, brother. So that's good stuff.
But the other side of it is, I think the depth. I mean, you can get transfers all day long, but you got to have 70, 80 guys, even more than that are playing together constantly and develop chemistry. And you got to have the depth for when your offense is going against a scout team, the competition they're used to is only as good as that scout team's talent is.
Yeah.
And I mean, that takes time to build. That's not going to happen even with all the transfers. It's not even going to happen in 1 year. So I think that's an aspect. And you saw in the second half that the lack of depth, you're not going to win those road games in 103-degree heat in the SEC if you don't have depth on defense.
And Auburn's challenge there too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Due to injury. Yeah. All right, my G. Appreciate you calling in. You always provide us a very good football-centric summarization, and I appreciate you for
There's
that.
Currently a J.J. Pegues sighting on the Bama Ole Miss game. So
I really like J.J. He's going to be my special weapon.
He's pretty good defensive tackle.
He is.
Don't know about tight end and ball carrier, but
All right, my guy. Right, hopefully we'll see you next week and have something better to talk about.
Probably not, but War Eagle anyway.
War Eagle anyway. See you, brother.
Bye.
There he is, NW Dave, former offensive lineman, and he knows the game. So we love having him call in. Always gives us some good resets. Also, some super chats I missed. One from certain Courtney Tate, a.k.a. administrative assistant, jumps in. Says, Mads and I are missing you in Mobile. Go Jags. She is at Parents Weekend. I am technically 0 for 3 on Parents Weekend because the first one was cut off by COVID, but it's always, we're always doing some Auburn football stuff when it's Parents Weekend at South, and so I miss all of them, but it's all right. We'll figure something else out someday. Cassidy DP's probably gone now, but he did super chat earlier, and he was a super chatting fool all day long. Says JGT and AA got to bounce. I greatly anticipate barrel-proof brain drains from here on out. Peace and hair grease. Thank you to Cassidy DP, and of course one for my wife, which we appreciate, and Ravin. Super chatting by proxy almost. He is there at the Orange Beach gathering. Says, just not our day. Who knew the offensive line would be an issue? Best damn stream in the history of the interwebs. Thank you, JG. War damn. Ravin, what an absolute legend that guy is. We love him. A true bunk through and through. Giving, friendly, supportive, loyal, and intelligent. And also, of course, like most bunker men, married to a gorgeous girl. The bunker does very well, like no joke. Bunker wives are way hotter than average. Let's see. Scotty P said, love the super chat from the administrative assistant, but seems a little self-serving. And then he drops a few laughs. Seems a little self-serving. What? Chris did not agree. MWD was mentioning the Heat earlier, that you can't really expect, I guess, a quarterback to go into a really hot situation unless you've got a really good plan. And Chris says Heat is BS. Texas A&M's backup quarterback had zero problem with the Heat. Yeah, but you could argue he had a better plan, Chris. But I understand what you're saying. Yeah, on face value, that was kind of a weird take. But the more I thought about it, I was like, yeah, I mean, you can't just go in there and be like, win us the game. Like, you just wear down. J.R. Harris, who's been chatting all game long, says, I don't have kidneys now, Jay. I was stressed. He's been drinking vodka all day long. Aye. Mike C says, yes, why couldn't we get Grayson? Like anyone cares about academics here anyway, WTF. I mean, it wasn't that he was a couple grades short. It was that like he hadn't even gone to class. And I'm surprised that he's eligible at Coastal or anywhere outside of Transylvania University. Auburn Gal 98 says it's literally been over 100 degrees for 2 months in Texas. I mean, listen, I'm not a meteorologist. We need to get Reynolds Wolf on the horn for that. But and this wasn't an argument I was making, Auburn Gal, for what it's worth. MWD was. But, I mean, his point is well taken in the sense that you got to have a better plan. And he also has a very hot take here, which is he would stick with Peyton, that Peyton in and of himself is not the problem. The problem is they're not unlocking what he can do. And I do think there is some merit in that argument. Because whatever they're asking him to do right now, it ain't working. Obviously. So the answer is you either punt him or you adjust or tweak what you're asking him to do. So I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I would be tempted to probably just go with Robbie, knowing that I just didn't feel like I could get anything out of Peyton. Like J-Head was saying, you're reading the wrong side of the frickin' field. Like, what? I mean, how are you going to fix that? Stu Pup is on the line. What's up, Stu Pup?
Hey, Jay. How's it going, man?
Well,
hanging in there?
It's been better.
Yeah, it's been a lot better.
It's been better.
It's a little mid today.
Yeah.
You were talking about it, and honestly, I accidentally hit your button to call, but dovetailing on the point you were making about unlocking what Peyton can do and not unlocking it and all that stuff. Bottom line is, Jay, your offensive coordinator last had any success at all in 2011 with Robert Griffin III, a one-time, like a once-in-a-generation quarterback at a university in the Big 12. Like, he's trash. He's straight garbage. Our offensive coordinator straight garbage, running stuff that's 10 years old, Jay. Bottom line. And it's what it is. You have two coordinators from Baylor, Jay. And bottom line is it's not good enough. And there's a lot of teams in SEC that have that problem. It was not a good year for coordinators. That's why, I mean, you're looking at Alabama has Tommy Rees and Kevin Steele as their coordinators right now. Like, it was a bad year for coordinators, and Auburn is a victim of it, just like several teams are.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think that's part of it. Part of it is, yeah, I'm gonna say it. Hugh Freeze doesn't have the juice to do it. I'm sorry, he doesn't have it.
Doesn't have the juice to do.
He doesn't have to take this program where people think it's going to go. I'm like a lot of college days. If we're a Gus type ceiling with him, I'll actually be pleasantly surprised. And maybe in the new 12-team playoff, you get on one of them New York Giants runs, where they were like the 6th seed and got lucky and beat the Patriots. You get on a magical run maybe, and maybe that's good enough. But Hugh Freeze he's not good enough, Jay. He is the only thing that he's doing better than Harsin right now is he's not actively stabbing the program in an eyeball with a screwdriver like Harsin was, period. And I mean that's I don't see anything. They had penalties. They were gutless on 4th and short. You're running 3 different quarterbacks out there. Yes, our recruiting class is ranked 13th in the country. Guess how many high school offensive linemen you got committed? You got 1, and he's a tweener. That sound familiar?
A little bit.
bit actually to me. So no, I don't think it. I was anti-freeze. I don't care if I don't care. Like, I'm gonna pull for the guy because he's wearing orange and blue. I feel to Hugh Freeze like a lot of Braves fans feel with Mark the Ozuna guy. We don't like the guy, but bash. And like, I'll never like Hugh Freeze. I'll never respect him as a coach. I'll never really respect him as a human being. But as long as he doesn't actively destroy my program, I'll pull for the guy because I pull for Auburn. And there's a lot of people out here that have like hook, line, and sinker with Hugh. And today you got beat by Jimbo Fisher and Bobby Petrino, Jay.
I know.
You got pants. And this is just like Harsin with his 4th and 1 mentality. Goes up to Penn State, had Tank Bigsby in the backfield, 4th and 1 coming out of a timeout, going in the fourth quarter. He kicked a field goal. I knew right then. I said, Harson's done. And that was 3 games into his tenure.
Yeah.
Hugh will hang on for he never got better, did it?
Well, listen, man, I'm a simp for Hugh more or less. I mean, I think he's the right choice. So, I mean, I'll stand up on this. I mean,
I don't think it's the right choice. And that's fine. And here's the thing, guys. If you think he's right, I respect that. I do, because number one, you're the Commodore, and number two, I don't want to bash. If there's people who have hope, and I shouldn't have said that, have your hope in Hugh. I mean, like, I don't want to take anybody's hope away, because good grief, we ain't had a lot of it here lately at Auburn.
That's right.
But I think Auburn University is in a really dangerous spot with their entire athletic program right now. And if Cohen needs to really look at this. We are in a position with a lot of our coaches right now where the most kind thing we can say about them is, well, they're better than the last guy. And that's really not a place you really want to be in your athletic program.
No.
In a lot of areas. And I'm a fan. I'm frustrated. I'm pulling for the people in charge. I'm not saying actively fire anybody. You've made a decision. Go with it. If the money people want to put in the money, then support the guys and give them the things they need to get the talent to get high school players in here that will make changes. But do I have a lot of hope? No, I don't. And it's just very disappointing. And in closing, this whole thing about, well, we got to recruit high school and the portal, blah, blah. Jay, when you're 6-6, you're going to replace 30 guys a year. You're going to have to flip this roster 30 kids next year. And you're going to have to go get 15 to 20 kids in the portal. You're going to have to find 20 to 25 high school kids. You're going to be flipping rosters 40 times a year. You're going to have to do a little bit better job of identifying kids and winning some battles in the portal and in recruiting. And I don't know how to do it, but I don't know. I don't know that I've been lower as an Auburn fan than I was. I think the 2020 Iron Bowl, after that debacle that Gus put out, that there was the lowest I've ever been as an Auburn fan. This is maybe the lowest I've been as an Auburn fan. I don't have any hope going forward.
All right, bro.
I hope I'm wrong. I hope I do, but I feel that bad about it.
Hey, first of all, thanks for calling in. I hope that you win your U10 game, or what is it? U10 game tonight?
Yes, my son. We play U10. We have a game at 7:00 tonight.
Yeah, and
so I had to be stone cold sober for this mess.
I hope you scream in their face if they screw up. No, I'm just kidding. And thank you for the super chats, bro.
No. Slager. That's what I love about Slager, man. Like, I love him. I've got good players. I got the lucky draw this year, so I'm trying to be like a good example on the sideline about how to do things the right way. And I've got some really good kids, so they're a lot of fun. But yes, and Jay, thanks for the drain always, buddy.
Thank you for super chatting too.
You're the man.
You super chat every single show. So.
You're the man, and Jacob, I appreciate the camaraderie you provide here. And again, thank you, buddy. And I'll let you go. War Eagle anyway. Talk to you later.
See you, Stu Pup. Bye.
Goodbye.
There he is, Stu Pup. Man, he's just frustrated, y'all. I know he was taking some hits in the chat. Kanuman, CJ, Kanuman said, worst caller in the history of the drain. And there were other people that were agreeing with that, but I mean, he's frustrated. And Auburn Gal said he just outed himself as a Bama fan. I promise you, I know that guy, Stu Pup. He ain't no Auburn fan. He ain't no Alabama fan. I promise you. But I'm a little surprised by how down he is on Hugh. And you guys know that I am definitely, much like J-Head, I am preaching patience. I know some people are not. I think some of the things that he and MWD were talking about with Philip Montgomery, I am not a huge fan of what's going on with Philip Montgomery, and I am skeptical of these guys who were like good at one time at offense, but we're not sure that they have been lately, because it seems like the pace on offense is fast when it comes to, these things work in 1985, but then by the time you get to 1995, this shit doesn't work anymore. And then like the stuff that Montgomery was running at Baylor with Robert Griffin 12 years ago, it's not, it doesn't work now. Like, you got to have somebody that's really updating their game offensively a lot. And I don't necessarily feel like Philip Montgomery is that guy. But Hugh has always kind of had that specter out there, that thread of like, well, I'll start calling plays if we need it. Well, Auburn needs it. Wow. All right, so I appreciate Stu calling in, though. I mean, that gets people talking. I do think Hugh, I think he's a good hire, and I think he's going to get him there. I think he's a good hire, and he's going to get him there. He's going to be fine. This was a dispiriting loss. Shane says, take a shot. I got you, brother. It'd be my pleasure. By the way, what's going on in the Alabama game? This interests me. We got to get B-Matt on the horn. B-Matt is ready to go. I got to call him. I want to see what's going on in the Alabama game, though. 7-6. It's a slobber knocker inside Bryant-Denny, huh? Those of you who have been watching this game, what have you thought about it so far? What's been sticking out? I thought it'd be higher scoring. I'm going to turn it off. I can't concentrate on the show when I'm watching that. Oh, by the way, Shane, appreciate you for the super chats today. But drinking that Barrel, for those of you, I know you guys mostly been on the show all day, but I've been drinking this Barrel Armida. It's that delicious barrel. Well, it's actually MGP or whatever. Finished in pear brandy, rum, and Sicilian Amaro casks. 112 proof. And it's good. A little expensive, but it's good. Man, you guys thinking that Stu Pup is a bammer. I promise you he's not that. He's just kind of down. It was odd a little bit that he said this is as down as he's been. I feel like we've definitely been lower, right? Like, for sure. Like totally for sure. Like, for me, like, the low point, honestly, I think getting absolutely shit on by Alabama is a low point at any time. But, like, beyond that, it was like Gus, them wildly celebrating a win against Mississippi State. I think that was the COVID year. Was it 2020? Is right before you got fired? And, like, you're just like, you beat Mississippi State? And you're freaking out? Like, fuck, man. To go 6-4? Like, that's not it, man. That's not it. Kanuman says, if I had to listen to another 15 seconds of Stu Pup, then I would have a bottle turned upside down. Scotty says, the truth is we have no idea. Either way, being frustrated is understandable. Losing your mind is just silly. Mike says, Hugh can be the guy. He has proved he can recruit. He has definitely recruited. He's been terrific like that. Just know that this product on the field as of now is not acceptable. He needs to fire the OC and take ownership. I don't know. I don't know about firing the OC, but something's major's got to change. And I think it kind of goes back to what MWD was saying, where instead of taking this idea, your vision of how things would go, or in a perfect world, when you've got all your dudes, here's the way that we'll play. You ain't got all your dudes. And so you've got to look at what you've got and say, okay, here's what we need to be doing. And there's going to be a delta between what you want to do and what this group will allow you to do, and you've got to find a way to make that work. And I don't think they've done that yet. Robert said, would Gus still be going 8-4 in the last 3 seasons? I mean, what? I mean, that's hard to say. Let's see. Raven says that Bo Nix is absolutely putting it on Coach Prime. I figured this day was going to come, that Colorado was going to get knocked around pretty good. I'll be curious to see what what Prime has to say about it afterward. I mean, he'll probably be very gracious, I would imagine. I do. We talk about how he's a front runner and he grandstands a lot, but it seems like when things don't go well, he'll also take credit for that too. So, or maybe I'm just a huge Prime simp. I don't know. That's entirely possible. Let's get B-Matt on the horn. As promised, we love Brian Matthews. Where are you, B-Matt? There he is. All right, I'm calling B-Matt right now.
What is up?
B-Matt, what up, bro?
I'm just watching this exciting offensive battle between Ole Miss and Alabama right now.
Yeah, what is it, 7-6? Is it still 7-6?
I think so. Yeah. And writing about the quarterbacks who played terrifically in College Station. I'm so proud of those guys.
Not so sure about that, bro. What is there to write about, B-Matt? Tell me about your thesis here.
All right, well, let me just go out with some good things, okay? We're going to start out positive.
All right, great.
And then it's going to be downhill after that, all right?
Yes.
Eugene Asante was good on defense. The front 6 or 7 on defense played well for most of the game until, later in the second half. The secondary, even though they're banged up and bruised up, kept coming out there and making some good plays. Kyan Lee, I thought, had a terrific game.
He did.
And defensively was good, really. And would have been even better had they got some more support from the other side of the ball. And then offensively, there were, Brian Petit was a standout. And I thought Jarquez, it looked like he got banged up too. But I really thought Auburn's tailbacks, for the most part, ran the ball really well when they had an opportunity to get the ball and get downhill.
I agree.
But other than that, it was a shit show in my opinion, and especially on offense. I thought the quarterbacks were horrible.
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
No, I wasn't trying to cut you off. I didn't realize you were going to continue going. Keep going.
I just thought they were terrible. I mean, Peyton Thorne, he does not look like a guy that came to Auburn with 26 career starts at a Big Ten team. He just doesn't.
I know.
He looks like a freshman who doesn't have a clue out there. Certainly, the protection wasn't good. So it's not all on him, right? But also, clearly, he was reacting to that pressure too quickly. There were times when you could see them. It was obvious to everybody. They were blitzing the guy. He was unable to see it and make any changes at all, right? Any calls. There was no such thing as a hot receiver, according to Peyton Thorne, in this offense. I'm sure there is. He just looked like a deer in the headlights again, just like he did for a good portion of that Cal game until late. He is exactly what I thought he wouldn't be, right?
I know, same.
He is the opposite of what I thought. He'd be a little limited physically, but be a guy that would make good decisions, be a good leader out there, and be a guy in crunch time you can count on to make some plays. That's not who he is. He did make some plays against California. I'll give him credit for that. But
is there any way that they're misusing him? Like, is there something they could do to unlock more potential from him? I mean, this isn't working, obviously.
Yeah, I think there is. I'm going to get to that, but I want to get the negative stuff first.
Okay.
And then Robbie comes in. He can't throw the ball either. He did provide a little bit of a spark, running the ball. I thought, he did a little bit better, made some better decisions. That was okay, but again, he can't throw the ball really well. And then, Holden comes in, gets the opportunity, goes, 2 of 7? Was that what he was? It doesn't look good. And the other part of the offense that deserves scrutiny is the wide receivers. I thought they were pathetic. There were a couple of times, I think one was for a touchdown and one was for a long pass, that they were one-on-one and had a chance to make a play. I think the first one was Camden. I don't remember. I know the second one I recall was definitely Shane Hooks. They had a chance to make a play, and they didn't make it. It didn't even look like they competed. They got whipped, and that was just pathetic. That whole offense looks like crap. And I went back and looked, and to be honest with you, Philip Montgomery hasn't had an explosive offense since 2016.
Oh.
It's not working. That ain't working.
It's not working.
Okay, that just didn't work. It's time for Hugh Freeze to be ruthless. Okay, he needs to take over this offense. He's a really good offensive coach and a good play caller, and I know that's putting a shit ton on his plate, and he doesn't deserve that. But this ain't working.
No.
And my solution is this, and it's the only solution I see for this team right now. It's to go back to the Cadillac Williams offense at the end of last year. Let's run power. Let's run outside, inside run, counter, get the tailbacks to the ball. They're the guys on offense that can make this engine run, and let Peyton Thorne, whoever the F you put back there, run some play action, right? And be a part of an offense that can run the ball first and then throw the ball out that running. I just don't think this offense can function any other way.
Wow.
Peyton cannot make good decisions in the RPO game. Robbie Ashford is not going to be able to throw the ball in the RPO game. I don't know what Holden can do, and I do not think that this is those two guys are no good. Let's just give Holden a chance to see what he can do the rest of the season. No, they need to go out there and win some games and build momentum toward the future, right, so they can recruit and get these good players. They don't need to throw a third-teamer out there just to give him experience. They need to be ruthless, and what they really need to do is at the end of this year cut a couple of guys and go out there and get another transfer quarterback.
Damn.
If they want to be good by next year, they better go get another transfer quarterback because this ain't working.
We're already there. It's September 23rd, and we're already there. That's not good.
I mean, they've got to make changes on offense. They have their only identity of offense right now is just I don't know, crap. I don't know what the word is. Disaster, train wreck. I don't know. But that's their identity right now.
Yeah, I know. It's a mess, dude. What do you think Hugh's going to say on Monday? He'll take ownership for this, I promise you.
Oh, absolutely. And he talked a little bit about it, but we got some of I got to watch the film on the quarterbacks, which you understand. He wants to see exactly what they're seeing and see the decisions they made and all that. But from what I saw, it was pretty clear they weren't making good decisions most of the time. The offensive line wasn't giving good pressure, and even when those things worked out okay, the receivers weren't making plays. So, and there's one play in particular, going back to the play call that drove me out. I just could not believe it. Go back to the first half on the play where it looked like Auburn had fumbled and Texas A&M had picked it up and returned it for a touchdown. Okay, that play was designed for Brandon freaking Frazier to make a block in space. I mean, Brandon Frazier's a good dude, right?
Yeah.
But he is not. He's a statue. He's not the guy you want up there blocking a linebacker or a defensive back in space.
No.
That's a poorly designed play and call. You do not do that with that personnel in the game. Sure, you can try it with Fromm or with Luke Deal. That might work, but not Brandon Frazier. It's dumb things like that drive me crazy.
Yeah, that was a bad
and that's
risk.
why I think there needs to be some changes in offense. Yep.
What kind of changes? I mean, you going to neuter Philip Montgomery?
Yep.
Damn.
That's what I do.
All right.
Or I just tell them, okay, this is what we're going to do from now on. This is how we're going to call the game. It's got to be. Auburn does not have the personnel to run what they want to do. They don't. Their receivers are either average to poor. Their quarterbacks are not good throwers and are not good decision makers. And they don't really block well against athletic guys on the offensive line yet on pass rush.
Mm.
This team needs to be a downhill running team, play action team. I know it's boring. I know it's, Gus whatever or Tuberville whatever, but that's what they've got on this team. Yeah. The best players on the offense are the running backs. They need to get the ball and win or lose with those guys.
Well, I mean, they did run the ball a lot relative to passing today. I mean, to be fair, right?
Yeah.
How many passes?
Brian Battie averaged 7.4 yards per carry. Jarquez Hunter averaged 5.9. John Jackson had a 31-yard run. Damari Austin, before he was hurt, had 2 carries for 12 yards, 6-yard average. So the running backs were running the ball effectively. The passing game was terrible.
Yeah,
I just think they got to make adjustments. Yeah.
9 of 23 passing is just poop, man. That's terrible.
6 yards. That's terrible.
And then 41 carries for 144.
That's what, 2.5 yards per attempt. That is so bad.
That is
dude.
really bad. That is epically bad.
Oh, that's terrible.
God.
It's less than 2.5 yards per attempt.
That's so bad, dude.
Lord have mercy.
It's so bad, dude. I thought I went hook, line, and sinker on Peyton Thorne. I thought he was going to be just like you said, like limited physically, but I thought he would be an operator. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And he definitely ain't that.
Nope.
So
and he's a guy that if things start going bad. Well, I mean, I guess I can't say that because he did bounce back in the Cal game, but he sure as heck didn't bounce back in this game, did he?
Hey, you know he's having a good game.
But
Bo
then
Nix.
I think once they started getting the pressure, yeah.
Bo Nix is 22 of 24,
Right.
217 yards and 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
He might have been good
He's
here.
got good personnel around him. He's got good coaches. He didn't have that when he was at Auburn.
I like Bo Nix a lot. He's
And
good.
I'm not. I think this thing is going to work under Freeze. Okay, I do believe it's going to work because I believe they're going to go out and get better players, and they're going to find the quarterback. They're going to get this thing working. He's going to run offense the way he wants to, but they ain't got that yet, and they've got to make the most of what they got. And I just don't think what they're doing now is making the most of it at the moment. But we'll see. I'm not a coach, so we'll see.
We'll see. Well, I guess B-Matt, we love having angry B-Matt. That's my favorite thing.
Yeah, but like I said, I still believe in the staff, and I think this is the right hire.
I agree.
And I believe they can get it done. This was not going to be a straight line. There's going to be some struggles along the way, and this is it. And we'll see how much they can learn for this, make whatever changes they need to make, and how much they can improve against Georgia of all teams they got to play next. Lord have mercy. Thank goodness they got that off week, and then all they got to do is go to LSU.
No big deal.
It's going to be a tough few weeks, man. It really is.
All right, my G. I'll see you pretty soon then.
All right. See you. See you Monday.
Yes, sir. Bye.
Peace.
There he is, B-Matt, bringing it. Says go back to the Cadillac offense, and he is prepared to neuter Philip Montgomery, basically saying that he knows Hugh's got a lot on his plate, but he's going to have to take over play calling. And, because it's one thing to kind of take accountability for the things that are going wrong, but it's another thing to actually fix it. And I think the only way they can fix this is by Hugh jumping in there. B-Matt makes a good point. I think MWD said the same thing, where it's like you're relying on a guy, Philip Montgomery, who I think B-Matt said his last, good offense was at Tulsa in 2016 or something. But even going back to Baylor, like, God bless, that's a long time ago. Like, jeez. So we're going to give Henry a call. Henry is our man on the scene there at Kyle Field, and see what he saw and heard post-game. Hey, is this Henry?
It is.
Hey, this is JG.
Oh, yeah?
What up?
Did not know that. What's good? How's the show going right now?
Pretty good. We're about 5.5 hours in.
Man, that's kind of long.
Are you at Kyle Field currently?
I am. I am inside their press box, which is at the 50-yard line.
Oh, that's nice.
It is nice.
Anything stick out to you after the game? Anything that anybody said, you go, hey, that's interesting?
So we didn't get a whole lot of quotes, obviously, because of the loss. I missed a lot of Hugh because we were trying to get down. It was super crowded. The defense. So I talked to a couple of the linebackers. Their main thing was they just continued to fight despite everything that was going against them, injuries, having to constantly bail out the offense. They didn't say that. I'm saying that. But so that was kind of interesting. But other than that, it wasn't a whole lot of too many quotes. There's just not a whole lot you can say after. Yeah,
because they got knocked around pretty good today, right?
They did, yeah. And I thought the defense was excellent for a half. They did all they could, but fatigue's just going to set in at some point, and it reared its ugly head in the third quarter.
It sure did. Now, you had picked A&M to win this game, correct?
I did.
And you had some inkling that something like this might happen, right?
I just figured there was too much of a talent difference, and I think it was really evident on the line of scrimmages, especially the Auburn's offensive line versus A&M's defensive line. It was a complete mismatch, and some of that was on the QB, but for the most part, just a total mismatch there. And again, the defense just got worn down.
Now, I know you missed some of Hugh or all of Hugh, but did he say anything when you read the transcript about like play calling and his role in it?
I don't remember seeing anything there.
Okay. Like, if you had been there, I wish you would have asked him about that.
Yeah, I wish I'd been able to be there, but Calfield's big. It's kind of weird.
I don't know what you mean by that, bro.
So we were trying to get down, but it was just super crowded, and the elevators were taking forever. And by the time we got down, it was too late.
Damn.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't let that happen, though. I mean, if you got to take a helicopter, you got to take a helicopter. You know?
They do have that. They do have that Texas money. I should have used that.
Mm-hmm. All right, Henry. All in all, a disappointing loss for Auburn. Does this change what you think about their season, or at least the potential for their season?
I was never super high on Peyton Thorne. I didn't think it'd be this bad. I mean, he straight up missed touchdowns.
I know he did.
Bluntly put, they have a QB issue, and I don't see a guy on this roster that's fixing that. If I had to say, I think I'm a little more pessimistic now, just because the QB situation, it's bad. We're a third into the season.
Yeah, and they got nothing.
They got nothing. I mean, Jay Fair should have had a touchdown in the first half.
Yeah, easy. Got to have that.
And I mean, Auburn hasn't scored an offensive touchdown, and Kyle Field, the last guy to do it was Booby Whitlow in 2019.
Booby. I like Booby.
Pretty good.
He's a good player. He's pretty good.
Pretty good back.
Well, Henry, I hope it was I hope you have a good time in Kyle Field. I hope that you get some numbers, and if you got a lie to do it, that's fine.
Well, technically, wouldn't be, but I'm going to be with family, so I'm not going to be doing all that.
Well, you should be able to do both.
I guess I could try.
Yeah. No, there's no try. There's just do. Okay.
There's no do. Got it.
All right, Henry. We'll see you. I guess at the rundown.
Yes, sir.
All right, bro.
I guess it'll be at first, but yeah. Yes, sir. We'll be.
See it.
See it.
Bye. There he goes, Henry. He's a man of few words. He's on scene at Kyle Field, where his dad is an alum of Texas A&M. His mom is a Auburn alum. And I have not seen. I actually was looking through my email here to see if they had the transcripts out for Hugh, and they don't have it out yet. So, and they may not. Let me ask her real quick in the group chat about this, because this is a question that I can't remember who asked me this. Somebody asked me that. I don't know. Shane jumps in with another super chat. Says Henry just got relieved of his duties. No. I was a little surprised to hear him say that he hadn't gotten down to the post-game press conference because there was too crowded. But at the same time, like when I was super young and I didn't know what I was doing, like you could get caught up in that stuff. I mean, Henry's obviously pretty young and he hasn't been in this situation before. And he said, my next question will be who did get there. And if it was nobody, then that's fine. If it was like half the beat, then I would be pissed about it. But whatever. Sometimes you just got to let it go. Let's see. Eddie said, did anyone see Jimbo stand on the field while we ran the fumble back? Yes, we did see that. We talked about that a bunch. Had Eugene Asante run into him, I honestly think he would have been suspended for a while. Like, you just cannot have a coach on the field affecting the play. And it would have been a nasty footnote on his career that he had, essentially obstructed a touchdown return on a scoop and score. It would have been bad. I'm actually, as much as I hate Jimbo and I think he sucks, like, I'm glad that didn't happen because it would have just been, first of all, it would have robbed Auburn of the one touchdown they got today. And second of all, it just would have been, like, miserable. Like, just Jimbo saying he was sorry and everybody's saying it's fine. He wasn't trying to hurt him and fucking, it's just all this, it's bullshit constantly. So, yeah, there's that. We just need a big cleansing breath after this freaking day. I honestly thought Auburn was going to win that game. I really did. Queen Vic says Asante should have plowed him. There are definitely people who think that should happen. Yeah, I mean, because if you're going to lose the game by 17 anyway, and you would have just lost by 24, like, fuck it. And anyway, and the 10 points is kind of misleading, right? Because somebody sitting in Dubuque, Iowa goes, oh, well, at least Auburn scored 10. Well, sort of. I mean, they did score 10, but 7 of those were from the freaking defense. Like, I don't know, man. Hugh's got to be embarrassed by this. This has got to be one of those moments where he says, this is just not good enough. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. I am definitely not of the opinion that Hugh's the wrong guy. I think Hugh's the right guy. He's going to be fine. He's going to be fine. And I don't mind them losing. I mind the way they lost. Runner 24 still going on the Jimbo thing. If Asante had run into him, Jimbo would have looked like Petrino in the hospital bed after the motorcycle wipeout. Got him. So what? Are we still 7-6 in the Bama game? Is that what we're looking at here? They should be starting up the third quarter now, right? I can't watch this because it gets me off track here. Are they just starting off the second half? It's still 7-6, right, guys? Anyone? 7-6 starting off the third quarter. All right, good enough. Thank you for that. Justin says a Bama loss would help my healing. Bama loss would essentially end their. Look, if you guys have watched Alabama play, you know they're not playoff material this year. So, but a second loss in this game, if Ole Miss were to beat them at home, that would put them in a bad situation. Blake agrees with me. He says JGT exactly. It ain't the loss, it's how. Yeah, it's how, man. It's how. It's how. It's a discombobulated, essentially nonsensical plan on offense. And I don't understand that. And with Hugh being an offensive guy, you just would not expect to have that problem. I expect hiccups. I don't expect just passed out. You know what I mean? Like, because today was just passed out. Today was just a zero. I mean, 200 yards is bad. They had 0 turnovers and still scored 3 freaking points. There's no explanation. There is no alibi for what we saw. It's just bad. It's just bad. Fat Crack jumps in with a super chat. What a stud this guy is. We love Fat Crack. Says JGT, glad I had to miss the game, but extra glad I'm able to make it in time to catch some brain drain. Hope all is well, sir. Wardam Eagle. We love this guy. What an absolute legend. Love you, Fat Crack. Thanks for jumping in. I think the general consensus today, Fat Crack, is that this offense pissed a lot of people off today, this performance. And I don't think that it was about the loss, per se. I mean, a 17-point loss sucks. I don't think it was that. I think it was just that the offense was just such a non-factor from start to finish. And a lot of the things that I can only speak for me, but a lot of the things that I thought I knew about this team, they ain't true. I thought Peyton Thorne was going to be solid. He ain't. I thought the offensive line was going to be solid. They ain't. And those two things right there, you know, I was skeptical about the wideouts, and they deserve the skepticism. I do like the tailbacks. I think they've been really good. I think they're fighting their butts off, and I think they're pretty damn good. And even with the loss of Damari, he'll probably be out a month. You still got Jeremiah didn't even play today. I thought Battie was terrific. I thought Jarquez was really good. I mean, they're still good at tailback, but God bless, man. Like, tailback's got to have help, man. The run game is a collaboration between him, the offensive line, and the play calling, and it's not 3 working. It's 1 working and 2 things not working. So that's just my take on that. I feel like we've kind of reached the end of the show, but I still need some therapy. I need some post-game therapy. I mean, I'll continue to go. Fat Crack jumps in again. We appreciate him doing that for sure. JGT, if you're Coach Hugh, who do you start at quarterback? I can't see everything they see. I would want to make that decision based on some of the things I've seen in practice, which I don't get to see. And when I ask people about things that happen in practice, it's just kind of beauty's in the eye of the beholder. So I don't know. I would have to trust my own eyes. I would need a really good reason to keep going back to Peyton. Now, if he was miraculous in practice and he made great decisions in practice and then he goes to the games and he sucks and he freaks out, I feel like that's fixable, and it's something that I might be willing to try to remedy, through snaps, through reps. But if that isn't the case, and I think that's kind of an unlikely scenario for what's actually happening here, I think the bottom line is that Peyton's just not very good, then I think I would do what B-Matt said, and I would go to essentially the Carnell offense, which is we're going to run the fucking football because, look, guys, the best thing they got is their tailbacks, and the next best thing they got is their run blocking. I mean, the run blocking has been pretty good. Now, it wasn't amazing today, but it was still okay. Pass pro was a mess. If the two best things you've got are your running backs and your run blocking, then fucking run the ball. That's what you got. That's what you have. And is that what Hugh wants to do? Probably not. That goes back to what MWD was saying, that his concern is that Hugh he has a preconceived idea of what this offense should look like, and he tries to force feed the team into that square peg, into a round hole. And he's just like, here's what we're going to be. Here's what we're going to be. He ain't got it. He can't be the offense at Ole Miss because he doesn't have those stud wideouts. He doesn't have a stud wideout. He has one average wideout and a bunch of guys who, at least in my opinion, are not very good. And so go with what you've got. That's what B-Matt was saying. Actually, that's kind of what MWD was saying, and it's kind of what J-Head was saying too, although he didn't say it in those words. You got to be what you're best at. Do what you're best at. Don't overthink it. Run the fucking football. And is that going to make them one-dimensional? Probably to some degree. But, yeah. Sometimes it happens like that. This one's for you, Kanuman.
We're not even talking about the game, the actual game, when it matters. We're talking about practice.
Alan, if you practiced, not that you would be better, but your teammates would be better. How the hell can I make my teammates better by practicing? Let's see. I got a text from Chip. I wanted to share with the group here. Now they are doing a bunker bourbon event there in Orange Beach. Hey, there it is. Look at that. They got a TV out on the dock, no less, watching the brain drain when Henri was on. How about that? They got power out there. They got Wi-Fi. Absolutely bringing it out there on the dock at Orange Beach. So huge kudos to Chip, number 19, number 20, and Ravin, who are out there. Mobile alum, I'm sure, is out there in spirit. Let's see. Runner 24 says he sees 56 likes. I see 82. But either way, we need more. Runner 24 says Allen Iverson was so nasty. He really was. I got a whole nother one for you.
If I come in here look swole and big and strong and tough, y'all gonna give me that award, right?
You're talking about the MVP award. I think they have it on YouTube now, like the whole, like the practice. We're talking about practice rant, which is like about 90 seconds, but he did like a 15-minute interview. It was like a post-season interview, like a summary interview. We call that a post-mortem. That's what we used to call it. And he is so amazing in the whole interview. Like the practice thing's great, and he deserves all the kudos for that. But he talks about a bunch of other stuff too, and it's amazing. And I love it. There's one point in this interview, if you guys ever watch, where the SID person is like, okay, Alan, we're good. Let's get out of here. He goes, No. I'm answering every question they have. Keep it coming. I love that. These like PR flacks are just like, well, we'll protect you, Alan. And he's like, I don't need your protection. I'm good. Let's go. Let's get this work done. I like it. J.R. Harris is still with me. Still like my J draining. Hell yeah. Also, Kanuman says that's some badass draining. You know, I got me some Allen Iverson quotes. I loved AI. Absolutely loved. He was such an outlaw. That's why I like Dion, man. He just gets people upended. I love how quickly he gets people turned, and it's almost like a litmus test. It's like, why are you upset about Dion? Please elaborate. And it's always some shit about like, well, he doesn't do things the way that blah, 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 blah. Like, yeah, because he's doing it differently. Because he's a different dude coming from a different place. This is how we get better. This is how we progress as a society, is when we get different ideas. Mike C says, JG, it sounds like you were totally on the train with BMAT and myself. Fire Montgomery now. I don't necessarily think, I don't know about firing him, but I would agree with not letting him call plays. I mean, he does other things other than call plays because he's kind of like the quarterback coach. So let's just, let him coach the quarterbacks. Maybe he can still have a positive effect on these quarterbacks. MWD, who is now both a caller and a super chatter in the same show, which puts him in very elite company. We already knew he was elite anyway. Might be one-dimensional, but you win games 12-10 and you keep defense on the field for the first half. Off the field, I should say. Not modern era, but scheme to your talent. You have convinced me, MWD, and others, that that's probably the right idea. I think you and BMAT have the same concept of what should happen, just maybe a little bit different with the personnel, but I think you both are coming from a place of you're trying to make this offense operate in a way that does not fit the players and the skills that it has. So do what you do. Do what you got. The best thing on this offense is run the football. The second best thing on this, first best thing on this offense is the tailbacks. The second best thing is your run blocking. So run the ball. And I know you can't run it 80% of the time. You can probably run it 70%, depending on the kind of throws. J.R. Harris says, OJ, you ain't know your ass. Better call somebody. Vodka and Natty's is here forever, baby. You still drinking, aren't you? Yeah, no, that loss didn't slow you down. It sped you up. Mm-hmm. I get it. I just don't know about firing Mike C. I don't know about firing Philip Montgomery. I still think he's got some value. All right, stop. Collaborate and listen. Canoe Man is back with a brand new edition. Will it ever stop? Yo, I don't know. To the extreme, he rocks a mic like a vandal, light up a stage and wax a chump like a candle. Dance. I know what you're talking about, bro. I know it. That guy over there says, what do you think of Fairweather's blocking? Whoa, bro. Not good. Not good. He's a pass catcher, man. He's out here to catch passes. He's not out here to block. Canoeing reminds us of a very good piece of advice, and it's something that I actually think about every single day of my entire life. Be where your feet are. Canoeman is he's a watcher of this show and also our bourbon show where we talk about that. Actually, one administrative assistant absolutely loves that phrase. Be where your feet are. We all know people who are not where their feet are, and it's a bad thing to do. Don't be that person. You're never going to be your best you if you're not where your feet are. It's the truth. It's the truth, and I'm absolutely obsessed in my personal life with being a better version of JG. It's like the most important thing to me. Seriously. And I'm going to go 10 seconds. I'm going to go semi-religious for 10 seconds. I feel like it's what I owe God. I feel like I owe God to be the best version of me every single day, and that is my contract with God. You gave me this life. You gave me these blessings to be part of AuburnSports.com community, to be a sports writer, something I really wanted to be. I have a great wife, a great daughter. I have great friends. I have so many good things. I owe it to God to be the best version of me every single day. I'm leaving it at that. You guys can take that if you like. If you don't, that's cool too. I never wax religious on this, so that's as close as I'm going to get. Let's see. See, my group chat on the AuburnSports.com group is blowing up, and it's a lot of good stuff, but I don't want to say what it is because, we kind of keep it private. But I mean, without getting into too much detail, the best thing about Hugh Freeze in his career is calling plays. He is a good play sequencer. He is a good calling plays by feel guy. He is a multimillionaire because he can call plays. Fucking call plays then. Call plays. I don't know why this has to be so difficult. He had a chance. You gave him 4 games. He didn't do a very good job. Move on. Does it make Philip Montgomery look like an idiot? Yes, it kind of does. But that's not your problem. You have bigger problems. You have Auburn. And you barely know Philip Montgomery. He just showed up 9 months ago from Tulsa, and that's it. Like, you guys weren't like homies forever. Like, you don't owe him anything. He's either serving you or he's not. And the answer is he's not. So let him be the quarterback's coach of Ken Austin, and then you call plays and you sequence all that shit. And I realize it's kind of a pain in the ass, and you've got other things going on. You're trying to keep this badass recruiting class together, but just you're going to have to do that too. I don't know. He's done it so many years, it shouldn't be that hard, right? You got to keep it separated. Yeah, look, Daniel's picking up when I'm putting down. What's awesome is that we'll never be the best version of ourselves, and yet God still pursues and redeems us through Christ. Well said. I very rarely wax religious. This is not a religious show. I'm not someone who pushes my religious opinions on people, but occasionally it is an important part of my life, and occasionally I do let it rip sometimes. So just think about that. Let's see. Ryan D asks, how much of this game is on the offensive line and quarterback? You forgot to leave a percentage for the coaching staff. So I will go ahead and add that for you. What game is on the OL? 25% on the quarterbacks, 45%. Coaching staff, 30%. It's my opinion. Canoeman says, well, he owes Auburn a heck of a lot more than Montgomery. Yeah. I get it. I don't know, guys. I kind of want to get to 6 hours, though. We're 6.5 minutes away from 6 hours. So I'm definitely going to make that. But I just sometimes I feel like I'm going in circles. One of the things I really hate about commentary when it comes to college football is with the rise of video shows and podcasts, I feel like we just end up recycling the same shit all the time. Like I watch ESPN in the mornings before my hip got hurt, but I think I'm back now. But anyway, I'd watch Stephen A. Smith in the morning, and they love talking about the Cowboys all the time. Like, I don't understand it. And it's the same shit all the time. It's always like, is Dak good enough to win a Super Bowl? Can they make it without Ezekiel Elliott? Like, how many times are we got to talk about this? And then sometimes I feel like I'm doing that too, and I really don't want to do that. Like, I feel like we've talked about Peyton a bunch. JR says, keep going, Jay. The assistant is gone. Wait, why are you empowering me like this? Pocket, we're definitely going to 6 hours. No doubt about it. We're only like 5 minutes away from that. Let's see. JR says, oh, man, Jay, bring God in. It's almost Sunday. That is tomorrow. Brennan J., thank you for giving me a reason to play this.
Who is Swag, baby? Who is? Oh, prime preach.
Yes, sir. Let's see. Runner 24 says, ooh, interesting. Runner 24 says, it's not only a play calling issue, but Montgomery simply has had a bad overall plan of what the offense should be. I think it's, first of all, I think you're right. Second of all, I think it's kind of what MWD was saying, that they had preconceived ideas about what either should happen or what they were going to make happen. And then here we are. Because it doesn't match what they have, right? Like, they cannot throw the fucking ball. They don't have the wideouts. Like, the worst thing they have right now is their quarterback passing is trash. And then the next worst thing they have is receivers that get open and catch the fucking football. Like, they have like one. Jay Fair has been pretty good at catching the football. Actually, Rivaldo has been too. But everybody else has been just basically mid. And So why would you then accentuate that? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's almost like you're in college and you're like, okay, I'm going to look for a girlfriend. You think to yourself, I think I'd like a girl who's tall, and I like a girl who's an athlete, and I like a girl who's very, very tough and pushy. That seems like the kind of girl I was like. And then you go, okay, I'm going to go to the Tridell house where they're all blonde, short, and demure. Well, what are you expecting to have happen? You're not going to find what you're looking for. So why are you even trying? Well, it looks good. That ain't enough. I would like for my offense to look like this. It doesn't matter. You ain't got it. That's not what you have. That's not what you're trying to be. It's not what you have. One man's opinion. Mang says Lanning is out for blood. How bad? Is this game getting bad? We had some very interesting things said in the group chat here. I'll tell you that. Sheesh. All right, what's going on with Colorado here? Holy shit. I didn't know it was that bad, guys. 35-0 early in the third quarter. Good golly, Miss Molly. I told Courtney, though, I said Oregon's going to kill them. Bo Nix is going to absolutely shit on Colorado. I didn't realize Oregon was a 45-point favorite. Holy cow. Is that the biggest ever line on two nationally ranked teams? Yowzers, 45 points? It's only number 10 against number 19. It's not like some crazy 1 against 25 or anything. Alabama's now up 17-7 on Ole Miss. Wow. Wow, how about that? That's interesting to me. I did pick Alabama, but I thought Ole Miss would be able to put up some points. I thought this was going to be like a 30-23 game. Kanuma jumping back in says, be where your feet are. Hey, man, that advice never gets old. In this digital era where we're all tied to our phones and half your friends are doing this shit all the time, like, be where your feet are, man. Be present. Be intentional in your conversations and your relationships. Ravin says, I'm not sure Travis Hunter makes a difference. He does in general, but I know what you mean. He wasn't going to save him from this. I haven't had a chance to watch a single snap of this game, but, I mean, good golly, Miss Molly. They're getting taken for a ride, you guys. This might end up being 55-0. JR says, keep going, Jay. Got to finish this bottle. Wait, you got to or I got to? This bottle was half full when I started, and now we're down to like the last little bit, yo. I mean, administrative assistant isn't here, so I mean, what am I going to do? I'm not getting babysat or anything. Denton's mom and dad aren't even back until like 8 or 9 o'clock, so. Runner 24 thinks that 17-7 is going in on Lane. They may get more, though. Knox Cleveland says, I'll drink to that. Hey, man, I'll drink to that, too. I don't even know what you're drinking to, but I'll drink to it. I don't give a shit. It's that time of day, man. Plus, Auburn got absolutely ransacked earlier. Might as well. Fat Crack says, Nix looks so good. We all knew Nix was underutilized here, right? We knew he was a good player. He has such a... There's so much guile in that kid, man. Like, he just really wants to be good. And it's a shame that Harsin couldn't get more out of him. But he's a good player. The people that said he sucked or whatever is silly. He never sucked. I always take a kid that fights his ass off, and Bo Nix always fought his ass off. I mean, outside of D Ford, he's probably the most valorous player I've ever seen play at Auburn, honestly. Let's see. Daniel asked, maybe I missed this, but did Hugh get told that he had to give up play calling? No. Not at all. He had his plan, his vision, was that he could kind of focus on recruiting and then CEO and a little bit offense and defense, let Philip Montgomery handle it, coordinate it, call it, and then he could focus on recruiting. And listen, he's done a hell of a job with recruiting. Hugh he's the first Auburn head coach probably ever who's like a primary recruiter. Like, he's not even the guy they funnel players to. He's the guy who actually does shit. You know what I mean? So, I mean, this plan has worked. They have gotten a lot of dudes, and a lot of it's because of him. At the same time, he trusted, or had to trust, or delegate, you could say, some of those play calling duties to Philip Montgomery. You can't do it all. Well, see, JR says, hold on. He says, Jay is taking advice from a college kid. He is screwed. Wait, who did I take advice from? What are you talking about? I'm all right. Alpha Tiger jumps in. You heard the same thing I did. He said his choice so he could focus on recruiting, which he has done well. Kanuman says it was rather obvious that Bo did not suck. Yeah, I mean, listen, man, anybody rational, which you would count as rational, I would count as rational. Most of the people still in the chat would count as rational, with the exception of JR, maybe. I knew Bo Nix was a good football player. I thought he was a little too loose at Auburn. Needed to focus more, be more task-oriented. But that's a coaching thing. I don't think it's a Bo problem. Wow. That's amazing. I mean, I knew Oregon was going to win that game, but I didn't know it was going to be like this. Jeez. J.R. Harris says, go Jags. How are they doing? That game kicked off at 4. Are they already up 2 or 3 touchdowns? They better be. Where are you at, South Alabama? Here we go. They're playing Eastern Michigan. No, they're not. They're playing Rice. No, they're not. They're playing Central Michigan. Sorry. 14-7 is what I got. Early second quarter. Jags. I believe administrative assistant is there. Another parents' weekend I shanked on. It happens. Maybe someday. The Kansas BYU game looks pretty good. Uh-oh. Oregon's down to the Colorado 4. They're going to score again, aren't they? Chip said Bo never sucked. I mean, he had like individual games where he was bad, but there were just people, you know what I'm talking about? There's people in the bunker that were just like, oh, fuck Bo, we're better off without him. And I was like, it's not really in my DNA to shit on subscribers, but yeah. But there's a counterpoint to that. There's a counterpoint. Don't get so affected by fans booing you when they're frustrated by the shit that's going on that is only partially related to you. Like, don't get so upset about that. Like, understand why these people would be frustrated. I thought that got away from him a little bit. Runner 24 sees the sunshine behind the thunderstorm. There's always parents' weekend when you get roped into paying for grad school. Well, let me give you one of these for that one. Oh, that might actually happen. Well, JR says, why do you think I think Bo was bad? I cried when he left. No, JR, I wasn't saying. I'm trying to say that, bro. You're not what I was talking about. There's people in the bunker that were just like, good riddance, Bo. You sucked. And I'm just like, what? I don't know, man. I didn't see that at all. Kanuman says, take that J-head approach instead. That is exactly the right way to do it, I think. Blake says, I think coaching was always Bo's problem, but I didn't like his attitude that he showed either. He did get a little fussy, didn't he? He got a little fractious on the sideline. I honestly, man, I mean, he would make Auburn a lot better if he was here, don't get me wrong, but I think it was good for him to go to Oregon. I mean, he gets out, he gets away from the booing. He's going to a place where they're kind of on the come up. If you believe that Dan Lanning was the right guy, which he apparently is, he probably had a better group of players with him there, better skill position players. I don't know, I get it. Damon says, I own it. I still feel it. That takes a real man to admit that, bro. I'm not surprised you would be the one to admit that because you're a big man, and I appreciate that about you. J.R. Harris says, Bo Nix was the best we had since Cam. I would probably agree with that, yeah. I mean, Stidham's the only one that's even in the conversation. Well, Nick Marshall. Nick Marshall was a really good college quarterback, and that's a great example MWD would agree with this, of Gus using what he had. He went out and got something that fit what he was looking for, and he maximized what Nick Marshall could do. And Nick Marshall was really, really good. He was used perfectly. J.R. Harris thinks Bo with this offense would be crazy. It would definitely help, but it still wouldn't fix the wideout problem. He still wouldn't have shit to throw to, man. He's still throwing to fucking Hooks and Jair Shorter and Fairweather and Fromm. And, I mean, it's just kind of, whoever. J.R. Harris says Nick Marshall was crazy, but he was really a running back. I don't know, man. If anything, he was a defensive back playing quarterback. Is what he really was. But because that's what he does for a living now. Fat Crack's got the Ducks up 42-0. What? Oh shit! Not like this, Prime. Not like this, my guy. CJ says Nick Marshall was better. No chance Bo was the best since Kemp. I could see the argument that Bo is better than Nick. I personally don't ascribe to that myself, but I could see the argument. If you look at the numbers Bo's putting up this year, I mean, Bo's playing great at Oregon. Nick got Auburn within a whisker of a national championship. So, I mean, to me, that's worth a lot. And that team in 2013 is not what it is without Nick. But I mean, Bo's having an amazing career at Oregon, and I think that's something that we got to consider. Wow. Fat Crack says Oregon's coach said in his pregame speech that they're fighting for clicks and we're fighting for wins. Wow. That is a tough thing to say. But it's also funny. MWD, yeah, I assumed without having asked you, you said Marshall used perfectly in 2013. In offseason, Gus gets the feedback he has to coach a pro-style passer if he wants an NFL job. So they came out 2014 trying to make him a passer, foreshadowing. Yeah, it got a little bit away from him. And after that, it was really bad. He kept trying to come up with, just like you said, I mean, he was challenged. He kind of was thinking about going to the NFL, and he was challenged about, well, you need to be more of a quarterback. It needs to be something that can replicate at the NFL level, because we're never going to have running quarterbacks at the NFL level. That the linebackers are too fast. And so then Gus goes, okay, I'll show you how to do it. And then he changed. And things got bad, and he eventually got fired. Now he's at UCF he's kind of, I don't know. I'm not ragging on Gus. JR says, take the shot with me, Jay. I've got like a half a shot in here right now. I'll go ahead and take that with you, bro. JR says, nothing is worse than Jeremy Johnson. You're right about that. Good kid, though. Spent a lot of time with him back when he was in high school because he's from here in Montgomery. And I was with the newspaper at the time, so I was interviewing him and stuff. But he did work out at Auburn. MWD says, if Gus sticks to what he knew in 2013, we sign guys like Watson or Lamar Jackson and keep running read option. Imagine what could have happened. I mean, he absolutely, and I talked to him. I know the answer. I know the truth. I know the answer to this question. Could he have gotten Lamar Jackson? Yes. 100%. At the time that Lamar Jackson went to Louisville was not like some great place to go. Lamar Jackson fell to Louisville because the bigger teams didn't want him, and Gus made a decision that Lamar wasn't good enough passer to make it. Was he wrong? Yes. Was I wrong? Yes. I didn't think Lamar was good enough either. I thought Lamar was going to be another situation like with Nick, except Gus was kind of pivoting away from what Nick had done, and he was trying to go into this passing thing, and I thought that's not going to work. But like MWD said, if he had stayed true to the formula that had worked in 2013, you know what I'm saying? He probably strikes gold. I don't know that he was going to get Deshaun Watson, but he could have gotten Lamar Jackson. Runner 24 says, why would you take Lamar Jackson when you could take Tyler Queen? Hey now. Mad Barber says could have taken Malik Cunningham as well. Absolutely. Malik Cunningham was there absolutely for the taking. A young man from Montgomery, played at Park Crossing. They just didn't think he could throw the ball well enough. And, I mean, as a pro, probably not. But as a college player, he could throw it enough. So that's kind of two right there, right? You know, I forget about Malik sometimes. Not as a player, but just his connection to Auburn, that they could have had him. Raven says, remember that time Calipari passed on Kobe Bryant? That's to say there have been worse sins. The worst sin I have ever seen when it comes to recruiting, ever, myself, is Jonah Williams. Jonah Williams, playing high school ball in Folsom, California. He is the son of an Auburn graduate and a son of his dad was not an Auburn graduate, but was an Auburn enthusiast. Comes to Auburn on his own dime, like visiting, and begs to play here. It is my lifetime ambition to play at Auburn. Please, sweet baby Jesus, let me play at Auburn. And the offensive line coach at the time, whose name escapes me, the guy from Arkansas, little guy, bald, cool guy, said, I don't think he's good enough. So he goes to Alabama. He's a fucking All-American. Gets drafted in the first round, and he plays for the Bengals. What are you going to do? J.R. Harris says, why did Willis not work at quarterback? Now, I can give you a very involved answer on that. Malik Willis, who was a terrific quarterback for Freeze at Liberty and is now in the NFL with the Titans. He wasn't motivated at Auburn. He took it. The opportunities he had at Auburn, he just kind of took it for granted, and he wasn't trying. And he would tell you that today. He has told me that. He has told everybody that in interviews. I didn't care enough. And I needed to be dumped the way Auburn dumped me in order to realize that I had to change my ways. And I think it's absolutely huge of Malik to have acknowledged that publicly. It takes a real person to do that. You have to put your ego aside and say, I have completely fucked this up. I am responsible for my problems. I'm going to fix it. And he got a second chance at Liberty, and he made the most of it. The guy's an absolute legend as far as I'm concerned. I love Malik Willis. He's one of my all-time favorites. Even when he was at Auburn, he was great to deal with. And he's been very open with me since he left. Absolute legend. And I'm so glad for him. I'm sad that his NFL experience has not been great so far. JR says, so we need to find guys who care enough. I mean, yeah, kind of. I mean, that is part of it. I mean, everybody has a ceiling, an athletic ceiling, and you can either exceed it, maybe, or you fall short of it. And there's certain traits, right, that make it more likely that you hit your ceiling or you fall short. I think Malik just never took it seriously until he had it. He thought he had it taken away. There's a bunch of examples like this. I mean, in baseball, like Tyler Glasnow. I mean, if you guys pay attention to Major League Baseball, he pitched for the Pirates for a long time, and every single time he pitched great in AAA. They bring him up to the major leagues, he would get the shit knocked out of him. It was just a mental thing with him, and they traded him. They traded him to the Rays. They said, I can't do this. He's not working for us. He goes to the Rays, and he goes, my God, I have screwed up. I'm not attacking the zone the way that I should when I get the majors. I'm being scared. I just got traded. My drafting team gave up on me. I got to make this work with the Rays, or I might not have a job. And guess what happened? He's terrific. He was great with the Rays, and then he blew his arm out, and then he came back, and now he's terrific again. Sometimes you just got to change it a little bit. You got to feel like you got left behind to get that fire started. It happens sometimes, man. Spread says we still live, JG. Damn, I'm still going, bro. I'm still going. I mean, Courtney's in Mobile. Maddie's in Mobile. I got nobody here. Denton's mom and dad are at the Bama game. I got nobody to, nobody's watching me. Nobody's keeping an eye on me. I'm just out here by myself, yo. It's all good. I'm Gucci. Everything's fine. Appreciate y'all being here, though. I'm sure there's some people jumping on the stream right now going, God bless, man. JG's not even talking about the game anymore. Yeah, well, we've been streaming for 6 hours and 16 minutes. Look at this. We got a 5K brother right here. Fire Dion. He is losing to the Bo Nixes. Hell, Gus even beat the O. Get him, Bo is great. Man, I absolutely love Malik. That Malik Willis story gets me every single time, and I'm telling you, I'll go to the grave thinking that's one of the great stories. Guys, we got to be responsible. We got to take accountability. We got to be accountable for the shit that we screw up. Darkside says loosen that tie. I can do that, bro. Got to pop this a little bit, but I'll do it. We got to be accountable. We got to be accountable for the things we do wrong, and we got to be better every day. It's the only way it's going to happen, man. It's the only way we're going to be better. One day at a time. Alpha Tiger says Sanders has been sacked 6 times. Looks like their O-line ain't great either. Dude, they got bigger problems than getting sacked 6 times. Good God, score a point. Alpha Tiger says Gus may have beaten the O, but he never delivers the O.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
We got one from Maddie T. You guys may know her as my daughter. Miss you, Dad. We are busy jagging it off in Mobile. Hashtag jagoff23. Man, I'm so stoked for you, Maddie. I'm sorry I didn't make it. I know that's 0 for 3 for me on the fall parents' weekends. It's pathetic, and I should make it, but I don't know. Auburn had an early game, and that's what we do. I hope you guys are having fun. Thank you for the super chat, Mads. Andrew Lee says, so far, what's been the best comment of the day? So we've had 3,800 comments today. I don't know what the best comment is. I mean, I'm not sure. JR's made me laugh more than anybody today. There was some really funny stuff at halftime. I don't really know, man. It's pretty funny, though. It's been a fun day. You guys have really made it fun. Let's see. Alpha Tiger says, so far, Maddie has repaid Jay $1.99 against her debts to him. She ain't in debt. Although Maddie is driving a brand new Accord hybrid. I hope she likes it. She has the nicest car in our family, and she's still in school. But that's actually her grandma's thing. That ain't me. We do love Maddie. Maddie's amazing. I'm so stoked she's my daughter. There were some times I wasn't sure, but I like her now. Let's see. JR says, business is business, Jay. Don't worry about your wife and Maddie, dog. They safe in Mobile as long as I'm here. Wait. All right, yeah. All right, word. Are you saying that you're in Mobile? Or are you talking about here in the chat in the brain drain? Yeah, I got you. Maddie going to be good, Alpha Tiger. She's going to make it. She's going to make it after all. Well, I probably shouldn't say Henry up here because we haven't had Henry on in a while. I'm just going to go to the drain. No doubt. Now, you guys remember Ole Miss drunk. That was when Auburn was playing Ole Miss at home, and I was pounding fucking Stag Jr. all day long. 134 proof. This is only 112, so I've done pretty well in a general sense. What else you got? What else do we need to adjudicate? CDF says they're going for it on 4th and goal up 42-0. Oh, my goodness. This is ruthless. They're already down there again? 4th and goal from the 5, and they're going for it. I love it. Oh, incomplete pass. Alpha Tiger, I would argue that they have already done that. He says Oregon trying to sodomize Colorado. I think it's already done. I think 42-0 is it. I think the job is done there. Let's see, Ole Miss. Runner 24 says Ole Miss drunk brings out the best of Katy Perry and JGT. He's talking about the corn dogs, right? Let's see. Parker says, damn, Keith Toyota sponsors the show and JG's daughter drives a Honda. Well, I try to get my daughter what she wants. I am that guy. She wanted a Honda. Well, no, she specifically wanted something that got great gas mileage. And so she got that. Yo, Malcolm, what's up, bro? How you doing, man? He said, I thought we got our ass kicked laughing. That is about right, though. Glad to have you here. Oh, looky here. Oh, that's amazing. Look at this. It's Courtney and Maddie at Parents Weekend. There they are in the Cayo house. Oh, isn't that sweet? Look at them. I wish I was there for that. You guys are amazing. Love it. Serially. Alpha Tiger says, serially, as in cereal. I like it. That's perfect spelling, Alpha Tiger. You did a great job of that. All right, so Blake is apparently thinking that Alabama's getting control of this game. Going to put this thing away. That's good. I mean, I think that's good because, Lane had been getting a little lippy here lately, and this might shut him up a little bit. I don't know. Rob asks, how bad is the UGA game going to be next week? Score prediction. So this is going to be a hot take, but I think Auburn's going to fight harder in that one. I think Georgia is significantly better than Auburn, and I think Georgia's going to win the game. But I think Auburn's going to fight harder than they did today. So my guess on that game is 35-17. Maybe 35-13. But that's a game that's going to be 10-7 at halftime. And everybody will be like, oh, my God, Auburn's within one touchdown of Georgia. And then it, doesn't happen. Runner 24 says serially. Classic bunkering right there. It is perfect. Classic. That's like Crazy Ira in the douche. Classic. I need to make that a sound for my show. Alpha Tiger says, can Maddie send some pics of her sorority sisters for the ladies we adore? I mean, she could. But I don't know I would feel comfortable doing that because I am 51 years old and those girls are literally my daughter's age. So, and Alpha's younger than I am, so they are not his daughter's age if he had a daughter, which he doesn't, but that he knows of. But it's kind of hard for me to do that. Let's see. Damon says 35-13. Good job, defense, for scoring 10 points. Also, Maddie says Mr. Alpha Tiger. I mean, I don't think it's creepy for me to say that, I've met some of my daughter's friends, and some of them are really cute, but they're 20, They're 21, 22, 20. I don't know. I mean, those of you who are bunkers and you're 22 or whatever, you'd be fine, but whatever. It's all good. Let's see. JR says we fooked until we get to Bama. No, not yet, man. At Vanderbilt, you ought to win that one, even though they have the stadium under construction. And I also think Auburn's got a good shot at Arkansas. I think Auburn's can beat Mississippi State at home. I think Ole Miss at home is going to be tough. I did know the offense is going to be this bad, but it is what it is. I still think they got 3 wins in them no matter what, which gets them to 6 wins, but they probably need a 7th. And it's a lot like what J-Head was saying earlier, Georgia's a loss, LSU's a loss. So you've got to win one of Mississippi State, Ole Miss, or Alabama to get to 7. And I think they can do that. Because I don't think that what we saw today was dog shit. Don't get me wrong. But I just think there's more to unlock. I think they can get better on offense. I don't think they're destined to be a 3-point per game offense. Let's see. Alpha Tiger says half your age plus 7 is the rule. Okay, so I'm 51. Half my age is, we'll just call it 25, and then plus 7 would be 32. 32 is way too young for me. I'm like 45 and higher at minimum. I'd probably rather be 50 or higher. But I'd go 45 if I had to. I mean, come on, guys. I know me. Let's see. Michael W. says, if Bo Nix is with us today, that's a win. So we are just a quarterback away. I mean, like, I think there's some truth to that, but it's also like saying that I'm one yes away from banging Jenna Fisher. And that yes is not going to happen. So is it even worth saying? I mean, I'm just throwing that out there. Like, well, actually, I'm technically 2 yeses away because I don't want to ruin my relationship with Courtney. But and it doesn't matter because neither one of them is going to happen. But I'm just saying. JR says Jay snorting the hopium. You spelled it wrong. That's okay. It's okay. Darkside says 45 and higher. Thank you. I don't know if you anticipated that or you just said that, but you're right. Alpha Tiger says, I like how you rounded half of 51 down to 25. Okay, 25 and a half. That's not where I'm going anyway. I'm 45 and higher. 45 at minimum. Might even go up to 48. I don't know. Sempra said the offensive line also sucked today. Let's not forget that. No, we've talked about that a bunch. They've underperformed. And I thought they underperformed. I thought their underperformance was of particular note today. They really stuck out. And Henry mentioned that when he called in earlier, Sempra. You may have missed that call, but he said there was a huge talent difference on the field today, and nowhere was it more obvious than when it was Auburn's offensive line against their defensive line. He thought that was a complete mismatch in A&M's favor. You know, coming into the season, I thought Auburn's offensive line was going to be like pretty good, and they're just average. But I will say this, they run block well. They don't pass block well, but they run block well, and that kind of gets back to the whole theme of our show today, which is run the fucking football. Like, Auburn's best trait is their tailbacks. That's the best position group on offense. And then the next best thing about the offense is their run blocking. So run the ball. Like, let's run the ball. Like, sit down tomorrow or Monday and say, okay, here's what we're going to do to attack Georgia, and here's some ideas I've got on the running game. We're going to run this power. We're going to run this counter. We're going to run this pitch. We're going to run this, that, and the other thing. Come up with some run concepts to perplex and bother Georgia. That's all you can do. If you're going to go out there and pitch the ball around, it's going to end badly because Auburn doesn't have anybody to do that. They don't have anybody to throw it. They don't have anybody to catch it. Semper says, I think today was their worst game so far. I think I would agree with you. I do. I thought the Cal game was bad, and they just ended up winning that. But, yeah, today was bad, too. Run the ball. Yeah, he's on board. Semper's on board with us with run the ball. Yeah. This is what they were supposed to do. This team can run the ball. I'm sure of it. Knox said the running game was good. I completely agree. It was good today. Battie in particular, but I mean, Jarquez was good too. Both of those guys were really good, and I thought they were factors, you know? Like, and then MWD, when he called in earlier, was like, you know, why do they get away from things that work? And I don't know the answer to that question. The only thing I can think of is they kind of follow this pre-described idea where we're going to be balanced and blah, blah, blah. Chip is calling back in. What's up, bro?
Double call in, man. Look at this shit.
First time ever, man. What up?
I guess it's first time ever. I don't know. Hey, I just wanted to say great brain drain today. We've been watching from the pier, having a blast. Number 19 and number 20 just left. They may be listening to the car. I don't know. But I think number 20 really does need to get the brain drain of Swiggen of the Week today for driving from Montgomery to here to back to Montgomery tonight just to be here and watch that shitty-ass performance from Auburn.
Well, that would be the first family to ever get 2 Swiggen glasses.
I guess so.
How about that?
They deserve it. They deserve it.
Is Raven still with you, bro?
No, Raven left maybe 30, 45 minutes ago to head back.
What
they were out here on the pier with us watching.
And no Mrs. Ravin?
Mrs. Ravin was here.
Ooh.
Wow. So we were all kicking it out on the pier, watching the brain drain and watching Ole Miss try to do some kind of stuff like play football against Alabama. I don't know what they were trying to do there, but
I never heard that she was out there because I said she was really hot earlier, and I didn't want her to hear that. Shit, my bad.
She was here.
Shit,
she was here. I don't know if she heard it because we were having some brain drain troubles before we texted.
Hey, and to be fair, like Chip's wife's really cute too. So I mean, again, you would be shocked. I've met more bunker wives than anybody because I'm like the Commodore, and you guys all do amazing work. I don't know what it is.
I'll kick my coverage big time.
Nah,
it took like a year and a half to convince her to date me, but hey, it worked out in the long run. 22 years as of September 1st. So hey, made it that far.
Yeah, I've heard the story, and you really did kind of lean in. I mean, you had to really work for that one.
I worked. I worked a year and a half, but it worked.
I know. As I recall, you kind of slid in there when there was a vacuum created by a dipshit who made a bad decision, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's what my memory is. Yeah.
There was no sliding into DMs back then in the day, so
No.
I would have slid into DMs anyway. So
yeah, you got to go face up back in our day.
I basically slid into DMs anyway back then, so the same kind of thing.
Yeah, you did. I remember the story.
Well, I still think Auburn sucks this year. No,
damn.
dude, he just got his work cut out for him. He's trying. He's calling plays. He's got that play sheet. He's calling. I don't think there's any doubt about it. I don't blame any of the coaches. I think they've just got dealt a bad hand by some potatoes, and they're going to do okay in the next couple of years to figure this out.
Yeah, that's probably what we're looking at.
What do you think?
No, I agree. I don't want to acknowledge that because I thought they were going to be better than this, but I think you're probably right.
I thought they were going to be better than this too, but they got dealt a bad hand.
They did.
A really bad hand, and I think they're making the best of it they can.
Yeah.
I mean, he went out and got the best QB he could find in the portal, and it just hasn't worked out. Hey, I've seen crazier things. Thorne may turn it around this year and throw for 300 yards the rest of every game this year. I don't see it, but it could happen. Who knows?
It could happen. I hope so. I hope it happens.
Yeah, I hope it happens too. Because I think they deserve it. I think the players that bought in on this deserve it. I see the effort. That's the thing that I'm happy about. I do see the effort. The players aren't happy with this. The defense is playing lights out. They're playing good. I don't think the offensive effort is bad. I think they just suck.
I love it.
So I don't know what else to say.
All right.
But I just wanted to call in and shout out number 20 for all the driving and all the attendance and all that good stuff that he did today.
Amazing.
So he's going to get it next week. I didn't have one made today to give to him in person, but I'll send it to him.
All right, my G. I appreciate you, bro.
Yep. Hey, we thank you for brain draining this whole time. We've had fun listening to you, and it's a lot of fun. Thanks for all the callers. B-Matt was in rare form. We love that.
Yeah, he was.
He was fucking awesome, man. We were dying out here listening to him. So, all right. Peace out. War Eagle, everyone.
See you, man.
Bye.
Bye. There he is, Chip. What a stud. Hosting folks out there in Orange Beach at his estate there in Orange Beach. And sounds like Ravin, number 19 and number 20 were the only people that partook today, but they should take more. There should be more people involved in that. And when we did it in the spring, there were a bunch more. We had probably 20 people out there, including Hornatius and others. Ravin is way to go number 20 because he heard that he was going to be the Swoogan of the week. So I wonder if he knows that. Interesting. Anyway. Let's see. Knox says, I thought we were going to be 7-5 or 8-4 at best. So you guys are ahead of me. I thought they were going to win 9 games, but I also thought that quarterback play was going to be better. I just figured it would be. I just thought that when Hugh kind of heat-seeking missiled Peyton, I was like, he must see something there. And then now that we have seen Peyton for 4 games, it's kind of like, nah, I don't see it, man. I don't think so. I don't think it's there. Well, I guess we'll wrap it up, guys. I was pushing to get to the 6-hour mark, and we got to 6 hours and 35 minutes. And Chip became the first caller ever to call in twice, which we are fired up about. He was the first, and he was the last. He was the alpha and the omega. We love it, and we appreciate him very much. So we'll probably wrap it up there. The game against Georgia next week is 2:30, so we'll be on middle of the day going into the night next week, and we'll be doing our thing at auburnsports.com. Of course, we got the press conference Monday. It should be fun because Hugh is somebody who I feel like when they lose, he's going to be more interesting than he is when they win. So that'll be fun. And we'll do the podcast on Tuesday, and then we'll just kind of work out our week from there. I did not have any plays last week because I couldn't get the game on my computer. It was just streaming. But this week, I already got the game on the box, so we're Gucci now. I'll be able to have plenty of plays for you guys. Before I shut down, Ghost Flat says, JGT, here's my take on our team. We are lacking at key positions, mainly quarterback, offensive line, and wideout. Defensively, we are okay, not great. Do you agree or disagree? I completely agree, yeah. They've got essentially 0 at quarterback. Offensive line is okay, but below average, although they can run block. And then wideout just doesn't have any game breakers. So, yeah, I agree with that. Defense is, pretty good. Okay. Like SEC average. Considering what was left, I think that's pretty good, honestly. We're also at 3,900 comments for this whole show. Now, we've been on the air for 6 hours and 37 minutes, so that's a while. Damon says, going to need to make an ABC run before the UGA game. Oh, whoa, I got to give you a full one for that. And also, Brandon J says, you're my... Oh, wait, Knox says, War Eagle, everyone, which is a great thing, too. But Brandon J says, you're my boy, Blue. I appreciate you, bro. So we will check you guys out next week. I would encourage you to make great decisions tonight as you go out. You're probably not in a great mood. You're probably not in a great headspace after this beating at the hands of Jimbo and Bobby Petrino. Let's just keep it together. Let's make it through another week. We got the Georgia game next week. I know you guys are probably down on that. I probably am too, but let's just keep the spirit up. Keep the hope up. Make great decisions out there. As Cleveland Brown would tell you guys, be sure to hydrate and keep your eyes tuned to auburnsports.com for all the latest analysis and news from the Auburn Tigers. Appreciate you guys being there. All of our super chatters, all of our callers, Chip times 2, Duff Diver /CDF, D Lucky, J Head, Mama Doodat, MW Devers, Stu Pup, B Matt, and Henri Patton. Amazing callers tonight. And also the chatters have been off the chain. So it's been amazing hanging out with you guys. Come hang with us next week when we watch the Georgia game at 2:30. Until then, keep your feet on the ground. Brandon J says, drink. He must be a big Missouri fan. Hey, now. We will check you guys next time. Till then, be good. Love you guys. Peace. Make great decisions tonight. Until then.